The sad story of the protagonist begins with the tragic death of his older brother, who was shot down by a wagon when he was in a hurry to take the youngest from school. The older brother, going up to the boy, tried to console the child, explaining that his incident had no guilt at all. Then Muuha realized the second brother did not know anything about the secret that connected him with his first brother, because this death lay on his conscience. The young man remembered how, before the death of his older brother, he told him what was not worth saying, and this was the beginning of the end. Then, in the gazebo, the first brother listened to the story of the boy that as soon as he painted the animals of his eyes, they died. For this reason, he was so afraid of this that he created only paintings with flowers and birds, and they were always without eyes. Muuha, the youngest son, was painfully ashamed to talk about this, but he did not lie. In the details, a talented young man said that as soon as he finished his eyes to the animals, they died. Therefore, he had no choice. He was convinced that he was actually cursed. The first brother understood that his younger brother was still very young. He was only 16. Surely he was just too sensitive. All of them were from the Soman family from Shinsi, and were famous for their excellent drawing skill. As a sign of recognition, they even received the estate from the emperor, and the youngest offspring of the family was recognized as a real genius of painting. Now, on the shoulders of the older brother, the responsibility to explain to the youngest about how things were. He asked that the boy in no case tell anyone about his guesses. The eldest imagined that if a second brother learns about this, he probably was exhausted by the young artist with his ridicule. Then Muuha became obvious. Even his first brother decided to make fun of him. He was very upset that no one believed in his curse, and his brother decided not to find out the details. It turned out that Muuha painted the first bird at 6 years old. As soon as he finished drawing her eyes, a feathered creature killed a cat at the same moment. After that, the young artist decided to draw this cat, but she was crushed by the hooves of the cow. Therefore, he asked his brother to talk with his grandfather, who always tried to force him to write portraits. It seemed to his first brother that this was all a pretext to avoid writing portraits, but he was surprised that Muuha did not really draw his eyes all this time. The reason was that the gifted boy did not want to take risks, because he did not know what to do if someone was dying. However, the first brother was sure that these were simple coincidences. That bird was destined to be eaten, and the cat was simply unlucky. The elder wanted to know if something like this happened. However, since then, Muuha began to be afraid and stopped drawing his eyes. The brother, knowing this, invited him to go to his workshop. Soon they were near a small house. Walking around the room, the first brother saw a drawing of the horses that they had in the stable. It was a truly excellent job, and he suggested that Muuha are drawing their eyes, then calmly sat down at the table, ignoring the exclamations of the younger brother. However, the elder brother promised that if the horses die, he would talk to his grandfather, and then Muuha would only be drawn to draw what he wants. After that, young talent calmly prepared ink for himself and began to apply the first strokes. Finally, the eyes were finished. Immediately after this, the frightened boy rushed towards the stable. He still did not understand why his brother did this. However, upon arrival, I did not see anything strange. The horses were alive. He was met only by the surprised groom, who decided to ask the master about the reason for his hurry. The embarrassed boy only said goodbye, after which he returned to his older brother. The young man realized that the horses did not die, and suggested Muuha to draw a second horse's eye because perhaps she did not die, as her eyes were drawn by his hand. The gifted artist went to the table. Then he also painted the eyes of one of the horses, and the elder brother took his arm and offered to go to look again at the stable. They again met the groom and explained that they came to look at the horses. Approaching one of them, the elder was convinced that she was healthy and full of strength. This helped Muuha to make sure that he was not at all cursed. And the elder brother realized that this case was probably very impressed by the boy who took all the blame on himself. However, he understood that it was hardly possible to blame him for this, because he was still too young. In addition, the older brother remembered that grandfather especially had hopes on Muuha. He wanted him to adopt the post of portrait painter of the emperor himself. The eldest, along with his second brother, will look for his place in life, because the younger one has long surpassed his successes. Suddenly, the older brother noticed something interesting on the table. Among other sketches, his portrait also lay. The skill of drawing the details delighted him. Everything was worked out to the ideal. The portrait was as if alive. The elder brother hoped that from that moment on, Muuha would trust him and focus on drawing. He handed him his portrait, asking him to finish this work, and gave him a gift. The eldest saw that the younger brother was still worried, but quickly comforted the boy. As a result, he, still with fear, undertook to finish the drawing. He gently and painstakingly drawn his eyes. However, having finished, he felt something strange, as if at the last moment all his strength left him at once. However, the first brother did not notice this, and, admiring the portrait, represented how he would give him his son as a family relic. With a joyful smile, he thanked the boy and died the next day. This convinced Muuha that he was still cursed. In order to be 100% confident, he had to do it again. Therefore, it became obvious. He can no longer stay at home. The only thought in his head said that the best decision would be to escape. And so, at the age of 16, when summer stood in the yard, he left the family estate. History is transferred to a small house in the middle of the forest. There, a man, obviously a warrior, calmly sat at the fire. However, he was noticeably surprised when he saw an unknown entering this house. Muuha calmly apologized to the man who burst into his dwelling, trying to hide from the rain. Having carefully studied the boy, the warrior understood that not everyone could climb here. Surely he was someone's student. Therefore, I decided to find out which master he belonged to. This question was so surprised by Muuha that he immediately began to look around in search of the one who was addressed to the question. It angered a man, so he repeated his words again, and Muuha in response calmly introduced himself. After that, an awkward silence arose in the room. The last strings of the patience of the warrior were finally torn. Therefore, without restraining himself, he grabbed the boy by the scruff, demanding that he call the name of his teacher, and scolding him for excessive insolence. The harsh fighter understood that for a start, the student had to name the name of the master of his martial arts, and believed that, perhaps, the Malay did not respect him at all. When Muuha explained that he really decided to hide from the rain here, it was even more angry with the warrior, because the boy, in his opinion, continued to lie. This house was chosen a place for secret meetings of 12 martial arts masters. This location was classified, no one could get here, so he could not believe in such nonsense. However, Muuha continued to insist on the truth of his words. It was obvious to the warrior that the boy was definitely not at his mind, and in order to prove the correctness of his words, he even agreed to call him a father if the young man did not lie. However, Muuha warned that he would soon regret his words, but the warrior did not believe it, and already began to think about something insidious. Since he was still holding Muuha's hand in his hands, he considered that it would be a good decision to just kill him. However, he soon heard the approaching steps, and realized that people were approaching them. 3 guys appeared on the horizon. Immediately rejecting Muuha away, the warrior rose to his feet. He ordered the boy to stay behind and sit quietly. The frightened guy immediately agreed and did not object. Immediately after that, 3 unknown people jumped into the dwelling. Having bowed, Lim Hak Ryun, the younger head of the group of the Fiery King, greeted the senior step. The warrior was unhappy, seeing them, believing that their master was not so busy as to send his assistants instead. However, instead of an answer, the soldiers saw a strange man behind the older Reap. They were interested in the personality of this boy. The senior Reaper asked not to worry about this to the child and continue his report. The warriors were struck by the fact that this boy was so close to the Reap that he was not at all worried about discussing such topics under him. They even suspected that it was his student or son. They did not know that the Reaper was about to kill this boy. As a result, bowing, the warrior explained that they had to urgently evacuate the master. The shocking report stated that a group of justice intervened in their affairs. The reason why, besides him, no one came here, became obvious. It was already known that several elders were trapped. Now they fought. Those who managed to warn escaped, but with everyone else the connection was interrupted. It has become obvious. Now the discussion of these topics is not so important, since the arrived fighters have already prepared the withdrawal. He ordered him to take him. However, going out into the street, he saw that it was already dark, which means they were late. It seemed strange to the assistant that now the senior Reaper was worried about it. However, they soon saw moving silhouettes behind the bushes. Obviously, the accompaniment of the Reap began to stutter with fright, but the senior Reaper remained calm. Looking at the approach of enemies, he realized that these were Taoites from the Volcano clan. Surely the fact that they found this place was the work of the spy's hands. He even considered that Muuha was involved in this, and decided to look at the boy. However, he remained extremely calm and peaceful. Such behavior seemed strange to a man, because especially in this situation his calm surprised. In addition, he realized that when he touched his hand, he did not even feel the internal energy in his body. So he certainly did not own martial arts, and the barrier through which he came here was probably destroyed by a group of justice. So the young man was in the wrong place and not at that time. However, this did not matter, because still they will die here now. Finally, landing, the elder introduced himself to Ilho and quickly recognized in a man opposite the Reap. The dark-haired man was well acquainted with Taoist. However, the Reaper was wondering why he asked about his personality. Now in front of him was one of the 24 plums of the volcano. Obviously dissatisfied with such a step, like response, Ilho considered that he had too sharp a tongue, but he was ready to see whether he would also dare at his death boldly. The elder did not expect that in a moment the man would rush into battle, armed with his sword. Even Muuha lost his temper, jumping in surprise, carefully watching the fight. The Reaper only smiled, rushing forward with his katana. Each of his movement was recorded by the attentive look of the young man. For an unknown reason, Muuha remembered a conversation with his grandfather in the same gazebo where he last saw his brother. Grandfather carefully examined the drawings of his grandson. Then he realized that the gods gave the boy incredible eyes. The old man was sure that his grandson sees the world differently than everyone else. However, he still could not understand how exactly the child perceived the environment. The world of Muuha was in black and white. Then he believed that the rest saw him as well. And only at the age of 6 he found out that this was not at all. Finally, he emerged from the memories that prolonged him and turned his gaze to the fighting warriors. The longer the gifted young man watched, the more he understood that there was something bewitching in this battle. The energy enclosed in the fighters was very strong. It seemed that even the sounds of rain disappeared. And then every step of the warrior Muuha saw as if he was drawn by his hand. He saw the energy that was seething in his body. At that moment, the Reaper broke off his place, grabbing the blade tightly. The students who accompanied their master have changed their expression. And at that moment, Muuha seemed to pinch his heart. Throughout his life, he did not feel so alive. This feeling even made him slightly worried, and his breath was straying. And so the Reaper rose, armed with his blade, against the master. He clearly did not understand how the Reaper dared to do so, but in time he took out his sword in order to protect himself. However, what was his surprise when a sweeping attack did not hit the enemy? Soon he realized the Reaper specially climbed behind him. Only a second was enough for him to deal with a man standing behind the stood students. Seriously angry that the Reaper dared to ignore him and attack his students, the elder decided to punish him. He inflicted a sweeping blow, and the enemy had a deep wound on his back. Obviously, from the depth of the wound, the man immediately went blood. However, instead of falling to the ground, he accelerated. His steps became much faster, and in the end he took the lives of 4 more warriors. It was literally unrealistic, similar to the devilry. However, the Reaper understood that he had reached the border of his capabilities. Yes, he was lucky to reduce the number of his enemies, but now he has lost too much blood. It became obvious. For some reason in life he is very unlucky. He was not sure he would have stood against this old man even in normal condition. Now certainly not. In addition, from those people who came to accompany him from the group of the Fire King, there was no sense, although the Reaper is used to the fact that in life everything has to be done alone. Therefore, having gathered his last strength, he spat the blood stuck in his throat. He wanted to know how much he would continue to stare at him, and even suggested that the man was scared. The same, grinning, reminded the Reaper that he had too sharp a tongue. However, suddenly the Reaper took off his shoes from one of his feet. He suggested keeping the old man life if he falls to this leg and lick his heel. Despite his rage, a man in a white robe understood the essence of this lie. The Reaper had 2 serious wounds. He himself would soon fall off his feet, so there was no need to take risks. With him, everything was a foregone conclusion. Reaper 2 became obvious that his plan was at a time. He thought to attack the first, although he understood that in his position it was practically suicide. But at the same time, he could not do otherwise. After all, he could not die so easily without even trying. However, suddenly a small stone flew towards the fighting. A man in white robes quickly distracted and turned around. He clearly did not expect to see some boy behind his back. However, he soon understood what oversight he committed. The Reaper used this moment to get closer. He saw that the enemy had opened, which means that it was an ideal time to strike. In fact, when Muuha watched their battle, he felt something strange. He did not know what exactly happened, but he was sure of something. He felt that the warrior he had previously met today will die. For this reason, raising a stone, he thought about intervening. Doubts tormented him. Should he do it? Until recently, the young man felt too awkward. He literally felt how the balance of this world was distorted. Therefore, he convinced himself that he was not at all going to help the Reaper, but only wanted to destroy this imbalance. Therefore, having decided, he still threw that stone. As a result, the old man had to fight off the attacks of the Reap, simultaneously ordering his wounded students to run away. Then he used the energy of his sword. He instantly covered with a pink haze. The petals of pink sakura began to pour from him. The Reaper quickly recognized this skill. This could be nothing more than the legendary volcanic sakura. However, the Reaper had no choice. He had to try to stop the attack with his own blade, because he could not avoid such a crushing blow. As a result, he went into battle. while it would seem soft petals mercilessly dissected his skin. But he did not give up, it seems, even more in a fight. And in the end, both enemies collided in the deadly dance of blades. However, very soon it became clear that the Reaper was already very wounded. He ended the energy and the strength of his sword exhausted. Just at this moment, the old man decided to deliver his final blow. But suddenly his student intervened in the battle. He was quickly mortally wounded, and not a blade of his master. As it turned out, the Reaper wounded him. In addition, in order not to cause suspicion, he grabbed his weapons with his foot. This caused the old man an attack of rage, because the master of the sword could not behave so rudely. Even on the threshold of death, one cannot be so dishonest. However, the Reaper reasoned that it was stupid to judge the old man, especially to the one who was about to go to hell, where he would be judged. Then he pushed the man with his foot straight into his face. Looking at how his lifeless body falls away, remembered how disgusting his death was. But she did not differ from all his life, from the beginning to the very end. To make sure of their death, the Reaper once again cut their bodies with his sword. Then he turned his eyes to one of the surviving students. Obviously, the guy shook with fear. All his white clothes were stained with his own blood. However, the eldest Reaper was not going to leave him alive and also killed him. All this time, Muuha watched what was happening. All these dead people and the picture of the battle were not at all the same as he expected. In addition, he did not understand why people who kill other people appeared. He was worried that he was also somehow involved in this, because he threw that stone. However, all his doubts were interrupted by the intervention of the elder Reap. Having patted the young man on the head, he sincerely thanked the boy for his salvation. He believed that he simply perfectly coped with his task. However, Muuha offended his words, because he did this not at all for this man. He was simply inconvenient to leave such an unequal battle without attention. But at that moment, the Reaper has already lost consciousness, and fell straight to the boy in his hands. Touching his head, Muuha realized the warrior had a high temperature. Before that, the Reaper only pretended to be that everything was fine with him. Finally, members of the detachment of the Fiery King climbed out of the bushes. They immediately seized the masters, and realized that his body was on fire. Graving him in his arms, they asked Mr. Muuha to follow them in a safe place. However, the boy clearly did not understand such an appeal to himself. But, it seems, the men were to the core delighted with his courage to intercede for the older Reap. Muuha tried to explain that they did not understand everything, but they did not listen, insisting on leaving this place. As a result, there was no choice left, and he decided to accept their help. Therefore, followed these three people who were supposed to show a way out of a dangerous mountain path. The young artist understood that he had to do this, because he was not ready to die yet. It was strange, because more recently he did not care if he would die or not. However, it seems that everything has changed. Perhaps it was some awakening of his soul. Finally, they arrived in one of the secret centers, Vanche Mount Juyasan. There, Muuha accepted with all the honors, fed him, and the servants began to serve. At this moment, 2 days have passed since he came here. They treated him well, although he explained that this was not at all deserved. Most likely, they believed that he had a special relationship with this unknown Reap. The young man remembered their conversation until the intervention of warriors in white clothes and the communication of a man who vowed to call him his father. However, thinking about this, Muuha did not consider it too strange. The only oddity is that he acquired a son who is much older than him. Sitting in silence, he himself tried to guess why he decided to help the man. He remembered the moment when he picked up this stone. Then somehow he definitely felt the trajectory of this stone. He did not even think. He already knew in which direction and with what force to throw him. And in the end, this choice led to the fact that the person who was supposed to die survived, and the one who had to survive died. But he was well aware that the senior Reaper should not have been saved in this battle. If he were dead, then his people would also be destroyed. In addition, no one knows, perhaps he himself could die after. But in the end, despite the number of deaths, he managed to survive. He wanted to die many times, but did not dare. And in order to save his life, he even intervened in the struggle of the people unfamiliar to him. He did not understand why he was still trying to live after he killed his brother. He considered himself miserable and sinful due to the fact that he was still alive. However, at that moment he quickly calmed down, as if the water surface absorbed his soul. And he realized that he was persecuted by strange thoughts. However, accepting his helplessness, he felt a certain relief. Soon he decided to take a walk, because he understood that soon the older Reaper would woke up. The young man was going to leave until that moment, but for a start, he decided to walk to collect his thoughts. However, memories were still swarming in his head. This warrior immediately arose in his mind. However, the matter was not even in him. Muuha clearly understood that during the battle of the older Reaper, something had not been knitted the other day, from the very beginning. The first strange thing was his attack on 2 students. For ordinary people, such actions may be incomprehensible. However, Muram's people knew that this was an insult. But from this moment the oddity begins. He remembered the battle path in detail. The Reap Man killed the student with the first blow, but the second he already blocked his opponent. But it was not clear how his blade was in another place. Thinking, Muuha tried to understand and recreate the process. After long thoughts, he realized that the warrior attacked the first blow. However, after that, the next move was horizontally directed by force. This blow was already much stronger. Probably therefore it was successful. After that, having settled down comfortably, the young man continued to outline all the actions of the older Reaper on the sand with a stick. As a result, the more he drew, the more he understood that some details demand adjustments. Soon, unnoticed for the young man, evening came. He finally finished his creation. Looking around him, he saw that every movement drawn on the sand looked alive. Finally, Muuha gathered his thoughts together and realized that he could leave. However, at that moment he again recalled the movement of the older Reap, and then he finally realized it was not just martial art. It was a dance that expresses something. The dance of the red flower. This awareness made Muuha freeze for a while. Then he quickly grabbed his stick and began to create these movements in the sand with even greater inspiration. Gradually, the senior Reaper began to recover. To begin with, he managed to move with his hand, after which he finally opened his eyes. He had no strength at all, he still lost energy. Therefore, for starters, I decided to concentrate in order to save it as best as possible in my body. And very soon he already felt a very pleasant result. It became obvious that his skills became much better, since he managed to resume his strength so quickly. Then he calmly got up, intending to find someone. However, there was nobody around, and he was unhappy that the soldiers left their savior and did not care at all about him. He considered their behavior terrible, like wild animals. However, he understood that it was impossible to worry about it forever. So I decided to calmly take a walk in the garden, fragmenting the muscles. At that moment, he saw the same drawing in the sand. He clearly interested a man. Even his hands began to shake. He did not understand how in general these movements could be here. It seemed to him simply unrealistic. The whole reason is that the art of owning a sword, slaughter splashes of blood, was a secret technique that was not completely disclosed to any outsider. In addition, even the second part of the equipment was depicted in the details when they struck him, and as the master could not reflect it, he believed that the teacher who trained him came to visit him. However, I realized, the teacher clearly could not make this to create. Soon, guesses led him to the idea that perhaps this is just a dream. He fell to his knees before the drawings, peering more carefully at them. He understood that if this is a dream, then he should remember everything as best as possible before he wakes up. But soon he realized that this was not a dream at all. Although he did not know who was the creator of this drawing, he literally became a blessing for him, because he would finally receive a complete picture of the art of mastering the sword, flaskless spray of blood. But despite the amount of time spent on the drawing, he decided to look again. Then he realized that in battle he did not pay due attention to his foreground. In addition, the figure was even depicted in the 8th second of the battle. The first half of the battle, it was just a confrontation with the students of the Volcano sect. However, it differed from reality. It seemed simply impossible, but the painted was already better than the original content of the art of owning a sword. He immediately decided to check his guesses. He became in a pose, pretending to take his blade. At that moment, every tactics of slaughter spray of blood flashed into his head. Each movement was scattered and again merged. And finally, he was able to recreate his blade. He began to make every movement that he made in a recent battle. When all his movements were completed, he realized that skill could rise to a higher level. He was literally overtaken at that moment. However, the body could not stand this. Blood poured out of his mouth. Gradually, the body began to be reduced, after which he began to gradually lose consciousness. However, he still resisted his feet, relying on his knees. He realized that he could not stop because he almost comprehended the great art. A little more, it is worth reaching out, and he could reach the light. He could achieve the highest level, which is enlightenment and makes a person omnipotent. At the moment, no more than 20 Muuha masters have reached this state, and he could become one of them. He was worried that his failure was due to an injury or because he did not prepare properly. Sadness seized him, but soon he realized that he could not do anything with his failure. In addition, the problem was not even that he was overtaken by failure, but in the source of this result. Therefore, for starters, he decided to cover the tracks, erasing the drawings in the sand. He hoped that no one captured them, and decided just in case then to double-check everything. However, he was wondering who was at all capable of this. He did not even understand what level it was necessary to climb to master other people's martial arts and use it perfectly. Perhaps it was someone of the 5 descendants of the 3 emperors. However, he did not understand that it was wrong with these people, since they decided to do something similar. At that moment, his acquaintance approached the Reaper, who decided to ask the man what was happening to him. It was Jean Riju, the right hand of Yamaraz, who was engaged in monetary affairs, being one of the 12 deaths of death. They reported to him that the Reaper was better. However, he noticed that he was all in the blood. At this moment, the warrior again began to regret, because he was sure that he was completely healed. But in the end he could not achieve enlightenment. But Jeon Riju, not paying attention to his words, decided to find out where the student or son of this man was. He explained with bewilderment that he had neither one nor the other. However, the old man recalled that a boy arrived with him, who was allocated a specially separate room. Finally, the man realized who we were talking about. He decided to find out where Muuha was now, remembering the name with which the young man introduced himself. However, at that moment, to the fright of the warrior, Janryu has changed dramatically. Grabbing the reap in an armful, he began to interrogate where Muuha was. When he did not answer, he began to shake him in desperation, demanding an answer. But the Reaper only got angry, not understanding why he demands an answer from him. Somewhere at this time, the young artist himself was in the city of Xian Province Sheni. Sitting in the middle of a hurrying passers-by, he did not understand what to do now. There was such a feeling, as if he had completely lost my way. But this confusion was still better than being a killed reap. It became obvious, he can no longer sit like that, folding. He just needs to start doing something. And so he saw the sign, "Help to find work," which means that he could begin to teach others what he knew how to do for money. The city he got into the center of the province, and in this big city, known for its intensity, the world-famous market was located. This is a huge plot in the city center, to which all nooks and streets lead. This local attraction was called the Chonin Market. In the institution, Help Find a Job, a place in which the intermediary can represent various vacancies. Just because of this, many people gathered. After all, a man sitting there, Wu and enough, was considered the best mediator of Xi'an. Soon, when the turn reached Muuha, Wu and grabbed that the boy wants to earn his talent. He thought for a long time whether to give him an offer, because he did not know how to explain that there were about 100 such people like him. The intermediary had a strong feeling of awkwardness, but still he decided to find out what the boy wants to do. Then Muuha said that he was an artist. Wu did not know whether there would be at least some kind of sense from this talent, because in this area there was a lot of work awaiting. However, he asked the boy to try to draw something, because in order to recommend him, he had to see his abilities. Having taken up the brush, Muuha decided to find out what Wu and grabbed from him. But since the man had no preferences, he immediately took up work. At that moment, he even smiled, because having left the house, he hoped that he would never take the brush again. But still he returned to what he started. Finally, after a short work, he finished his creation. He demonstrated the drawing of the intermediary. Then he pointed to the fish that he painted. Wu and Little did not look and sent Muuha to expect, promising that he would call him when the corresponding vacancy appeared. Immediately after this, the line began to move slowly. And when Muuha climbed the steps, he saw how great the line was. But he had to sit on the steps with everyone, waiting. He realized that he would have to expect longer than he expected. And in the end, when the evening came, Wu and grabbed everyone. He explained that if someone was going to wait for a free workplace, then they had to come tomorrow. Despite the fact that all people began to disperse, Muuha was still waiting. This surprised Wu, and enough, because he believed that the boy should be tired. He asked him to return home, sleep, and come tomorrow again. It seems the boy was not surprised that today no one needed the artist's services. However, the reason was that usually everyone addresses the proven masters of the brush, and Wu could not recommend anyone a young guy who had just come to anyone. Muuha quickly understood everything, so I decided to come again tomorrow. And Wu and grabbed that the boy gave up too quickly and behaved like a master from a rich family. But it was even better, because he had less reason for concern. In addition, he clearly saw that the boy does not suffer from hunger at all. And when he becomes hungry so that he will be ready to eat dirt, he will crawl to him again. Finally, going up to his assistants, he ordered them to put everything in order and put things inside. Then he sat down at the table in order to make out his papers and payment. The ringing of coins caused a true joy in it. However, suddenly he noticed that the ink had flowed, because of which clean sheets of paper stained. But, fortunately, he saw that one of the sheets remained dry. Then he realized that it was the same sheet on which Muuha painted. He remembered his words that he decided to portray fish, and when he saw her, his heart pinched. He could not believe that this is really the picture that the young artist painted. The fish was so realistic that it was difficult to believe in it. Each detail was emphasized, but the most striking in this picture is the eyes of a dead fish. From one glance at them was made to goosebumps. How could a boy draw such a picture with just one brush? And suddenly Wu and grabbed how much he lost when he drove him away. Finally, he realized why then a strange feeling of awkwardness arose. The feeling after a meeting with the guy was as if in front of him was the invincible sword of Pan at Gon. He was the best master of the era, who received worldwide recognition as one of the 3 emperors. In addition, he was the reason why Wu and grabbed the best mediator in this area. And now, Wu and was finally realized that he began to lose dexterity, and his despair would be great. But suddenly he felt some strange fish smell that embarrassed him. Somewhere at this time, Muuha continued to wander the streets. He realized that finding a job in this city is much more complicated than he expected. But soon he saw a raging crowd. She was filled with screams, it seems, in anticipation of a fight. Therefore, he came closer to find out what was the matter. He quickly saw people in black and white robes preparing for battle. In white robes, he quickly recognized the clothes of the members of the clans of Skasen. The speakers from their side were 2 students of the 23rd generation who decided to restore justice in the battle. The crowd froze, anticipating the duel between the clans of Slasen and Choksanoma. However, the warriors of the 2nd clan believed that these kids were completely crazy and wanted to deal with them softer. The foreman allowed the warrior to enter into a fight with them, but asked to scare a little and not to injure them much. He explained that they should not even discredit their name, spilling blood here for no particular reason. And in the end, the man acted in battle. The boys shouted, demanding that he raise his weapon. But he explained that his weapons were fists and invited the opponents to attack. As a result, one of the young men decided to oppose him alone. However, the warrior warned that he should not heroize him. They have more chances if they attack together. But the guy only laughed at these words, because no one from the Blue Plum sect would have acted so cowardly. As a result, a fight began under the interested gaze Muuha. Looking at the boy in white robes, he saw that his movements are very different from the movements of the old master, whom he had previously seen. There was neither that sharpness nor accuracy. The feeling was as if everything was standing still, and the result was obvious. His opponent easily predicted his movements. Obviously, the young warrior considered himself a skilled fighter, but he did not predict the intention of the enemy. Armed with his own hands, the man decided to punish the boy for impudence. He quickly hit him in the face, causing bleeding. Then he also hit his foot, because of which he fell without feelings. The younger brother immediately ran to the elder in order to bring him to life. The foreman scolded his fighter, reminding that he asked him not to overdo it. However, he recalled that he did not kill them. This caused only disappointment with the man, because he understood that after they injured one of the boys, the elder of the clan Slason would oppose them. This is not the first time this happened, and most likely it will have to escape from this province. Earlier, due to this case, they had already fled from the province of Sichuan after a dispute with the students of the Sachondanman clan. However, at that moment, the soldiers saw that the youngest child was not running away at all. Armed with a sword, he decided to take revenge on the blood spilled by his older brother. The warrior only laughed, realizing that the courage of this boy was worthy of praise. However, this time his foreman decided to fight, because he did not want to fight the consequences of the actions of his ward later. Going forward, the man introduced himself. His name was Mak Zhong, the Iron Sword of the Choksan Oma clan, and he immediately apologized for the fact that his younger comrade went over with force in battle before that. However, he invited the boy to finish meaningless battles right now. But the young man considered it wrong, because in their clan he would never be forgotten by weakness, and the inhabitants gathered around him supported him. Indeed, even despite the fact that his older brother lost, they believed that he fought with dignity. Mak Zhong quickly ordered everyone to close his mouths. From his raging, frightening energy, everyone jammed in places. Then the younger brother realized the unimaginable power of this man. The foreman kindly proposed to finish this useless duel, warning that the boy was not at all an opponent. However, the young fighter could not afford to persuade his sword, because he was ready to fight to death. After which he joined his enemy. That, obviously, nothing was worth avoiding his attacks. Muuha watched that the boy's fencing technique is quite clumsy, but he had a good use of basic movements. By one point, the young fighter noticed that his opponent had opened. He immediately joined with a sword to attack, but it was only a trick, because the man quickly immobilized him. He defeated the boy without spilling his blood, so he hoped that the clan would not intervene in these showdowns. Then he ordered his brothers to quickly leave this place. The assembled crowd was also disappointed that the battle ended so quickly. They gradually began to diverge, not paying attention to the defeated young men. Muuha was left completely alone, reflecting on the techniques seen in this battle. He went to the wall and realized that this was the perfect canvas for creativity. Therefore, he raised the nearest stone with which he could scratch the drawing. He wanted to make out what was the difference between the elder and the novices from the Blue Plum clan, and also find out what they had in common. And in the end, he did and remembered already until late at night. In the morning, he had already left, and the inhabitants of the city began to live their lives. One of the men decided to eat in front of the road near that wall, when suddenly, looking up, he saw something strange. Those very drawings carefully scribbled Muuha on the wall. Soon, Chanbon, the Supreme Elder Shasan, arrived at the same place in order to look at these drawings. In them, he quickly recognized the foundations of their art of owning a sword. But it was strange that it, like a fresco, was drawn on this dilapidated wall. He quickly called his assistant Ilban. He ordered to separate the drawing without damaging it and take it to their abode. In addition, Chanbon was worried that someone created a secret book describing the essence of the martial arts of the clan, and the assistant immediately decided to order the students to find this book. However, Chanbon was not worried at all. He just wanted to stop the spread of their secret techniques. When he first heard about this, he considered it madness. But it seems that someone really took possession of their martial art. At this moment, the head of the beggars approached Chanbon and, seeing the concern of the Supreme Elder, decided to find out how he was going to return the spreading part of the art of owning a sword. Chanbon himself understood that spilled water could no longer be collected. Therefore, from this day, their clan will abandon this technique of owning a sword. The head of the beggars was surprised. Is there really a need to take such cruel measures? He even suggested that Chanbon entrust this work to them. After all, they could get a large commission, earn extra money, and Chanbon will receive an open part of secret art back. But Chanbon understood that it makes no sense to force students to waste time on this technique, since it has already become public. It's like signing yourself a death sentence. However, the head of the beggars was still sure that this was real wastefulness. It will take a lot of time to train students with a different technique of owning a sword if they have been studied by this martial art until this moment. But Chanbon explained that he was not going to leave this situation as it is. He will take care of the person who painted these techniques. Then he handed the money to the head of beggars, and he asked to find out information about the reap as well as who painted this. In general, he wanted to get all the necessary assistance on their part. The man only nodded, explaining that the poor from his almshouse was already asking everywhere, so they will quickly find the information he needs. Chanbon himself understood that now their clan is not the best times. At first, their best master was killed by a reap. Now there was a leak of martial art. But nothing can be done. The situation has become so serious that he has nothing left but to find one person. Perhaps he was too worried about worldly affairs. But now he had no choice. Somewhere at this time, a late night came. Muuha calmly lay on his bed, reflecting on the amazing martial arts. He has already seen two people who used the same sword possession technique, but each one looked different. In addition, Muuha noticed another feature. This fencing technique is directed only forward. The fencing of the reap was a deadly threat. But at the same time, it was erratic. The movements of the people from the clan of the Skasan were very smooth. Despite the fact that fencing looked beautiful, the fighter was still moving forward to the goal. Muuha tried to imagine what would happen if these two martial arts reached the top of perfection. He wanted to know who would win this battle then. Realistic paintings began to arise in his head. He saw the fighters who accepted and rejected the attacks of each other. However, both, despite the protracted of the battle, remained unharmed. Finally, they came together in close combat. However, at that moment, their images arose conditionally. Time stopped, and Muuha woke up after a strange sleep. Rising, he tried to catch his breath, still thinking about martial arts. He realized that no matter how he tried to deny, they look really very interesting. But now it is more important to find a way to earn a living. At that moment, when Muuha woke up, he still did not realize that he had slept for 3 whole days. When he went down to eat, he heard the conversation of people discussing someone's fresco with the clan technique. It is unlikely that there is a person who has not seen her. In addition, this fresco has already been dubbed a great creation. The young man, not paying attention to their words, only noticed that he had a bad sleep. If there is no work today, then he will have to start studying martial arts. However, going up to Wu and grabbed, he was surprised that he was glad to see him. He was wondering where the boy went, because as many as 3 days passed. He considered that perhaps Muuha offended something, and thanked that he had come again. He remembered that the boy wanted to work as an artist, and he had just a suitable work for him. As it turned out, one of the members of the imperial family ordered his portrait. He asked the boy to take the paper, go to the lane where a person would already wait for him. He will sit in his carriage, and he will be taken to where he will draw a picture. However, Muuha did not feel a clear desire. Apologizing, he wanted to ask Wu and enough of another job. The reason was that he still could not draw people's eyes. It angered a man, because as an artist with such a level could not draw his eyes. Muuha explained that this is the only exception to the rules. Initially, Wu and grabbed to get angry and drive Muuha away, but he understood that it was simply impermissible. In addition, he knew that he was definitely not mistaken about this guy. He was engaged in evaluating people's abilities for more than 50 years, and he was sure that this young man is a real talent. He could not miss him. Wu did not know what to do now, but suddenly he remembered that the boy claimed that only his eyes could not draw. Therefore, he invented something and wrote a new address on paper. He decided to recommend Muuha to another person. He needed to approach the warrior who was waiting in the lane and show him the paper. The same in turn will quickly indicate the path. However, this customer was a very peculiar person, so Wu could not guarantee that he would take Muuha to him. However, the boy did not despair and immediately went to the specified address. He himself understood that for the artist, the impossibility of drawing his eyes was fatal. However, Wu grabbed him a good chance. The young man did not understand how in just one night everything could change so much. Suddenly he came to the same line. There were many people. Some slept and some read something on paper. It seemed amazing to Muuha that many people crowded in the dirty, full of garbage, while in a well-groomed, clean place were only a few people. In addition, he quickly drew attention to the person who stood in the widest part of the lane. He quickly realized that Muuha came on the recommendation of Mr. Wu and generally. He did not even look at the paper and immediately led the boy behind him. All people, looking back at them, began to gradually whisper. Soon Muuha saw that they went to the carriage. Quickly climbing into it, the warrior drove the horses with a gallop. The young man was thinking about the black and white world that he had seen before. He was not remarkable, and most people merged with the background surrounding them. Nevertheless, there were people who retained their form, although consciousness opposed them to notice them. As, for example, his older brother, or that old man, and now this warrior. He saw him as clearly as his older brother. Suddenly the man noticed the curious looks of Muuha. However, as it turned out, they had already arrived, and he ordered the boy to go out. The next foot road led them through a small waterfall, and soon Muuha was in a room where he simply sat calmly, waiting for him to come to him. As it turned out, just a couple of minutes ago, the warrior asked Muuha to wait here while he reports his arrival to his master. However, during this time the young man is really tired of waiting. But finally the maid came to him, asking the boy to follow her. When they passed through the courtyard, Muuha saw the workers working around. Although his family was also rich and had an estate, it did not even stand nearby with this beauty. In addition, he suddenly felt something strange. They completely moved away from the workers, but the whole street suddenly became very quiet. Finally they saw the master. He called the boy to him. It was obvious that this is the child whom Mr. Wu recommended and grabbed him. He understood that Wu and was unlikely to send him just a child. The gentleman wanted to know how talented this boy is actually. Stepping closer, Muuha remembered that his grandfather had previously showed him a picture of this man. The people called him a golden beetle. He was the richest man in the world, and now he calmly offered Muuha to sit next to him. Events are transferred to a mountain trail to Skasen. There, two people in white robes diligently climbed the mountain path. Chonbon asked his assistant to wait for him to ask permission about their visit, and then return after him. His journey has already continued alone, and soon he saw an old man who carefully processed the soil. He immediately recognized this man, and going up to him, politely bowed and introduced himself. The old man showed joy, because they met after a long 12 years of separation. This man was the owner of a sword of flowering plum. At first glance, the unremarkable old man was the strongest master of the clan, one of the 15 superhumans chosen by God. He asked how much time it took from their last meeting, and Chonbon apologized that he had so unexpectedly rushed into his abode. The old man smiled and asked the assistant Chonbon to rise up. During this time he will finish the cultivation of the earth, and they will drink tea together. After that, the old man watched how Chonbon calmly went downstairs. He was wondering what happened to make such a difficult path to him. Finally they gathered near a small house. There at a small table they all drank tea. Finally the time came, and Chonbon said that Ilaho died, and unfortunately, he was fought in battle. The old man, although he experienced a feeling of sorrow, understood that this regrettable news was not the reason that Chonbon came to him, because he was clearly not going to take revenge. He suspected that the fact was in the stone that Chonbon brought with him. The old man quickly saw that he was depicting the basis of their art of owning a sword. Currently, they taught children on it. However, the worried Chonbon explained that this item was not created in their clan. This already seriously alerted the old man, and he once again looked at the stone. He saw that each movement of their equipment was drawn very detailed, after which he interestedly pulled a finger over the stone. He realized that they had come to him with a really serious reason, and Chonbon understood that His Holiness realized what this means to them. He hoped that the old man had an assumption who could dare to encroach on their main martial art. However, the old man did not know this at all. He realized that perhaps seeing something interesting after a long time, he was too excited and misled his friends, and he explained that he did not know anything about it, and asked them to find out who did it. The old man could say one thing: the one who painted it knows absolutely nothing about martial arts. Laughing, he explained that this was the reason why the stone interested him. He wanted to know who for a general review painted such a funny little thing. It is unlikely that there is a person who will answer this question, but on the fresco, everything was slightly mixed, because of which there were even elements reminiscent of his technique of flowering plum. He also conveyed to some part of his martial art. Perhaps it was stolen, but it remained a question. Who was able to so impeccably steal martial art? One way or another, the old man realized that he would have to go down the mountain. He decided to postpone his improvement for later. However, Chonbon was excited by this decision. The old man explained that he did not see any problem in this. In fact, Chonbon remembered that the last time he turned to His Holiness for help, he refused due to the fact that he did not want to score his head with worldly affairs. Returning to Huanqi and Muuha, the man got acquainted with the letter. He was wondering if Muuha himself read this letter. He told the boy that in the letter it was written that he was painting paintings with white eyes. And despite his collecting, he first met this. But Muuha explained that the reason was very simple. He could draw everything except the eyes. However, Huanqi was angry, because if the drawing is without eyes, then can it be considered finished? He hoped that Muuha came here in order to make fun of him. However, the young man objected that this would not be an unfinished work at all, and a picture with white eyes is a finished pattern even without eyes. However, Huanqi still seemed nonsense, but at the same time, for all the time, Wu was never mistaken in those people whom he sent to him. Therefore, after thinking, he agreed to use his conditions. But he warned that if it weren't for the recommendation of Wu and enough, he would have been sending Muuha back a long time ago. But now he decided to give him a chance. Having called the maid, he ordered to bring paper as well as the best brush. He understood that if Muuha volunteered here in order to show him nonsense, then he would have to pay dearly for the embezzle of his time. And Muuha understood that this person was clearly not joking. If he does something wrong, he will be in great danger. Therefore, when the materials were brought to him, he promised that he would not disappoint him. To begin with, Muuha decided to find out what a man wants him to portray. Huanqi suggested drawing his bodyguard. He was never connected with painting, so he wanted to take this opportunity and make him a gift. The warrior tried to argue, but this was useless against Huanqi. Therefore, Muuha calmly asked the warrior to become where he will be clearly visible. As soon as he got up and the sunlight began to fall on him, Muuha began his drawing. It was obvious that the warrior felt very embarrassed. However, this did not interfere with creativity, and Muuha gradually began to draw the necessary contours of the figure. Huanqi, looking at him, saw that the ability to control the thickness of the brush was impeccable. But at the same time, the depth of the concentration of ink was quite unusual for his age. He really had outstanding abilities. Apparently, he is the so-called genius that goes beyond the standard. Huanqi was wondering where this guy came from. However, to the surprise of Huanqi, literally in a moment, the drawing was already finished. Huanqi could not believe and immediately decided to look at the portrait. However, his face was distorted. This was frightened by Muuha. He realized that the drawing was magnificent. The picture was filled with life. The image really looked alive. It was a completely completed drawing. However, suddenly Huanqi saw something strange in him. No doubt it was a magnificent picture. However, he was wondering why the boy did not draw a bandage in the eye of a warrior. Muuha explained that he thought about the future and decided that he should not draw a bandage. Indeed, in this case, it is unlikely that anyone looking at the picture, it will be possible to better examine the features of their bodyguard, and he believed that if suddenly a warrior wants to show this portrait to his grandchildren, it would be better to portray it without a bandage. However, he could finish her. Huanqi, after this explanation, only looked at each other with a warrior. He understood everything without words, because of which he immediately grabbed the boy by the hand. Muuha did not understand what the man was doing. However, remembering, he realized that his grip was familiar. He had already met such a person. Then the young man screamed, demanding that the man release his hand. It became obvious. This boy knew absolutely nothing about martial arts. This was even more interested in Huan Qi, and he explained that he knew one noble family, suspecting that Muuha was somehow connected with her. When the boy did not answer, the man suspected that the child was simply not particularly talkative. And with a smile he explained that his warrior had a special reason why he hid his left eye, and asked the boy to keep this secret. Finally, Muuha realized why the bodyguard had such a strange reaction, and Huan Qi decided to pay him doubly as a sign of his appreciation. Muuha proved that he had outstanding abilities, and the owner asked that the next time the young man would come to him again when he contacts him through Wu and Grand. Having bowed, Muuha thanked Huan Qi for such flattering reviews, and when the evening came, he went home. Huan Qi understood that in the future this child would definitely create many problems, but he asked his warrior so that he would not strain much. After all, this boy is definitely not connected with the world of martial arts, and since he was most likely a member of the family with Moon, there are hardly those who want to disturb him or will pursue him. The man understood that he could not go against the word of the master. And finally, the Golden Beetle decided to translate the topic, learning whether the fighter liked the picture or not. The warrior replied that this was really a real work of art. However, suddenly he saw something strange. Huan Qi noticed a change in his face. However, jumping to the portrait, the warrior realized that this child depicted something unimaginable. He even painted a scar that he had on his head. It seemed strange, because the child painted him sitting in a chair. In addition, they had a difference in height with him. So even when he stood, he could not see his crown. But he drew not only his crown, but also a scar that was hidden behind his hair. Then Huan Qi realized that it was really a strangeness. After these words, the picture began to look truly unique. It was like a three-dimensional drawing, as if Muuha watched and painted on all sides. Huan Qi realized that perhaps he could use this picture with white eyes for his own purposes. When the night came, the events moved to the Senior Reaper. He went out into the street to breathe fresh air, still recalling Muuha. In addition, he took a small book hidden behind him. One of the detachment of the Fiery King said that this brochure has recently become a bestseller. All her were dubbed by a great creation, and the one who wrote it revealed the secrets of one of the military equipment of the Skasan clan. However, the warrior was sure that this brochure was exactly the work of Muuha. Obviously, the boy did not know at all what fear was if he did this. Therefore, he was going to go beyond the city in search of it. However, he was found in time by Jeonri Chu, who was clearly interested in the reasons for his departure. Guk Rin explained that he had a personal deal, and asked that a friend would not block the road. However, he, smiling, explained that he also had one thing to Guk Rin. This time he was going to create an alliance of all Sapa clans, and Hook Rin needed only in order to also decide whether to join their union or not. Having a pause, the man only laughed. He replied that the old man really joked, but explained that he had no desire to enter anywhere. But for some reason, the old man understood that Guk Rin would say that. But if Guk Rin did not want to do this, then he had to follow the rules. And at that moment, threatening silhouettes appeared behind him. It became obvious that the man intended to catch him, and even brought all his friends. And this means that all 12 deaths were present here. He came with the law of Sapa. When there is a disagreement of the parties to defeat the opposite side, the duel begins to death. However, Guk Rinu always seemed disgusting. The remaining 12 Reapers were angry, believing that Hook Rin completely lost his manners, and reminded that he could not fight them on a par. However, Jeonri Chu explained that he was going to fight alone with Guk Rin. This made the Gukrina, because it is much better that they are not going to attack him all at once. Jeonri Chu was very offended by the fact that the Reaper underestimates the attacker. He explained that in order to deal with him, one enemy would be enough, after which a fierce battle began. However, despite the approaching blows, Guk Rin retained composure. Initially, Hook Rin immediately wanted to grab his blade. However, at the last moment he changed his mind and decided to fight in hand-to-hand combat. Obviously, the rest of the Reapers considered him just crazy, as if he himself wanted to die. It was not clear how the fencer decided to fight in his fists, and even against the fist technique of the storm blow, which the old man used. However, nevertheless, in the battle, Guk Rin stood quite well. At some point, moving back, Guk Rin decided to ask his enemy about something. He demanded that the old man fight properly, without any jokes and sprouts. The man only smiled, explaining that there would be no jokes. Turning to the rest, he asked if they saw that he fought seriously, and was not inferior, and did not defend, so he certainly did not give in. All the Reapers agreed with Jeonri Chu. After all, if before they personally did not see their battle, they would definitely think that Jeonri Chu succumbed to Guk-Rinu. Therefore, Jeonri Chu had the question, when did Guk-Rin manage to reach such a level? He probably did not even notice that he managed to block his technique of storm blow with his bare hands. Therefore, Jeonri Chu wanted to know when Guk-Rin became a master of the highest level. Thinking, he realized that perhaps this happened then, at the moment when he almost reached the insight. He was interested in what happened then, which prevented him from achieving the highest degree of skill. Jeonri Chu had no choice, so he recognized his defeat. So now Guk-Rin could do whatever he wishes. He could either kill him or leave him alive. However, to the surprise Jeonri Chu, Guk-Rin only laughed. He did not understand why he would kill an old man who was about to fall apart into pieces, and promised that he would save a man's life. Despite the fact that Jeonri Chu was supposed to make excuses, he became unpleasant from these words. However, smiling, Jeonri Chu recalled that according to the rules established in their cult, he should now become his follower. And at the same time, not only he, but all those who were subordinate to him. In other words, Guk-Rin was now their boss. Therefore everyone was inclined, and 11 elders of the Association of the Death Reapers greeted their new master. However, it seems that the warrior was not at all happy about this. As a result, the 12 Death Reapers became subordinate to the Hook of Rin, and so he became the leader of one of the clans, the unification of the Death of Death. Events are transferred to Huanqi. The rich, who was also a collector and the most influential person, presented the first masterpieces of the artist in the genre of painting with white eyes. Many artists who heard this story decided to challenge this painter, but no one was able to draw a picture with white eyes so expressively. So, soon all famous artists failed with this task. Wu and grabbed the fact that due to the fact that the name of the best artist in the world became known even among the common people, he was now invented by the nickname. He was called Lord Phoenix, because his strokes looked like the waves of the phoenix wing. Having met Muuha, he decided to find out if the boy liked the sense of celebrity. However, he was confused and did not understand how it happened. However, Wu was grabbing, because it was the fame that fed the artist, and now Muuha can easily earn money. Wu was enough that now that he made the boy an artist, he could row money with a shovel. But his thoughts were prevented by a loud knock on the door. Then a man who was looking for Lord Phoenix entered. As it turned out, his master wanted to see this boy. He immediately had to go with him to introduce himself to Prince Yong the China. Obviously, this news was shocked by the experienced VU, and enough, because this man was the younger brother of the emperor. Immediately after the emperor, he was a figure with absolute power. In addition, this man was known for his cruelty. But when the prince's messenger saw Lord Phoenix, he immediately ordered the boy to follow him, because his master was not used to waiting for a long time. However, Wu and did not try to object, explaining that today it is expected to rain due to high humidity, and the paper was in a deplorable state. But the warrior did not consider it his problem, and tightly grabbed Muuha by the hands. Then the old man expressed a desire to go with a young artist. However, the guard sharply ordered the old man not to intervene, not in his business if he did not want to suffer. Turning to Muuha, Wu decided to ask him for advice, but the young talent made it clear that he should not interfere in the situation. Then the young man demanded that the soldier let go of his hand, because he could follow on his own. The man retreated, delighted that the boy would not resist. Then they all got into the carriage. Gliding after, when the wagon was moving away, Wu was worried more and more. He did not understand why such a situation suddenly overtook a welded boy. Somewhere at that time, His Holiness was sitting in his house. He wanted to find out whether Chanban advanced in search of information regarding a great work. However, the assistant had already talked with all the masters of martial arts who arrived in Xi'an on this day. The sage recalled that the artist who painted the picture did not understand anything in martial arts. Although Chanban wondered how then the creator could portray everything in such perfection. As a result, His Holiness was convinced of the stubbornness of Chanban, but decided not to interfere with him, allowing him to resolve the situation on his own. Then the faithful assistant recalled that the Golden Beetle recently asked them to find the Sapa clan. He described him as a very generous person who turned to them with a serious request, provided preliminary information, and made an impressive prepayment. However, it seems that His Holiness was embarrassed by the payment of this work. Although he understood that money was a good deed, he was worried that in this world, it was enough to have an impressive condition to force the Huanxi clan to move in the right direction. Chanban tried to object that this was not at all so and misunderstood him, but in the end he could not convince the mentor. His Holiness decided to find out when his assistant agreed to meet with a rich man nicknamed the Golden Beetle. The meeting was scheduled for tomorrow, so the spiritual leader wished to personally look at this man, since he went down to a simple world. He directly gave Chonbon to understand that tomorrow he would go to the meeting with him. At this time, Muuha recalled the events of a 10-year ago. Then he saw a monk passing by their settlement. All residents gathered to observe the actions of a mysterious wanderer. Little Muuha was also there. The sage quickly drew attention to the boy. He already heard that everyone in this place had his own Buddha, and realized that this was true. After all, according to the eyes of the young Muuha, he saw that this child was definitely an archate. Mom, who came with a little artist, wanted to know what the monk had in mind, and he explained that in the eyes of the child, he saw the elevation process. The life of this child will never be ordinary. The woman asked what this elevation means, and the wandering sage explained that this is what the old man like him tried to achieve his whole life. But Muuha reached this already at such a young age. Due to the fact that the boy did nothing to achieve this level, he was in danger. The monk explained to young talent that in order not to lose himself because of this power, he should always independently improve the essence of the Buddha. If he does not do this, this force will certainly harm him. This is his fate. Therefore, he had to limit himself. The elder asked the boy to wait only 10 years, after which the monk began to read something, and lightly barely touching the child hit his child with his cane. Although the blow was completely weak, Muuha immediately began to lose consciousness. The elder, looking at him, understood that initially life and death are the same thing, so this should not be focused on this. And even if the boy wants to let go of his head from heavy thoughts and fears, he should not be upset and give up due to difficulties. But still, if it is very difficult for him to endure life in this world, then the monk asked Muuha to find him. His name was Gongai. When the young talent opened his eyes again, there was no longer a mentor. He was able to learn about his instructions only from his mother. Finally, the boy arrived at the magnificent gates of the residence. He realized that he would finally meet with the prince who called him, and the soldier ordered that Muuha did not lag behind and follow him. The young man began to worry, but asked himself to calm down, because he understood that he could get out of any situation if he thought soberly. After a long journey, they went into a spacious room. The attention of the boy immediately attracted how he was stacked chic, and when he saw the prince, he was speechless. The noble gentleman looked sad or angry, and carefully looked at the Hua who came. The reason for his indignation became known when the guard again torn the young artist. He ordered him to immediately kneel, because it was impossible to behave like that before His Highness. However, the nobleman was not angry. Instead, he asked the boy to raise his head. The prince was surprised that the child was even younger than he expected, and he decided to find out if he was the same artist who draws such discussions with white eyes. He understood that since Huan Qi, known for his perspicacity, praised his picture, he personally had to make sure how talented this young master was. After that, the nobleman quickly clicked his fingers, ordering his servants to approach. They brought Muuha materials for drawing. Then they carefully laid them on the floor in front of the boy himself. And the prince ordered that the gifted artist draw his portrait. Then the boy remembered how one day grandfather said that it was definitely not worth spoiling the mood of the prince. Therefore, following grandfather's words, he had to fulfill everything that the noble gentleman ordered him. With these thoughts, he began to draw. After some time, the drawing was over. The prince was clearly surprised that the young master managed so quickly. He completed the picture even before the ink managed to dry, which means he really had exceptional talent. Approaching, the assistant presented this picture to the prince, and he admitted that this was actually an excellent work, and Quan Chi was not mistaken in the talent of a young man. However, the picture with white eyes, although it was good, seemed to him incomplete because of the void in his eyes. However, Muuha explained that the picture was actually completed, and he did not draw his eyes because he had a good reason for this. The prince was clearly interested in his arguments, and he wished to know about them. As a result, the young artist began his story. He told the same story about a cat and a bird, after which he spoke about his brother. However, the nobleman clearly did not believe that the one whose eyes he would draw will die. He considered that the boy simply did not want to draw his eyes, and even dared to carry every nonsense in front of the members of the imperial family. Literally in a moment, an armed soldier approached Muuha. The prince was extremely dissatisfied with this behavior of young talent, because his grandfather had to teach him manners. The noble master expressed indignation that even the boy's grandfather was respectful to princely will. But at the same time, the boy dared to object to him, kneeling. The young artist began to ask for forgiveness, and, in the name of the relationship that the prince had with his grandfather, he begged to forget about what he had now said. The prince decided that in this case, Muuha was ready to draw his eyes on his portrait. The talented master wanted to object, but quickly fell silent. And the nobleman recalled that recently the emperor, apparently, was too favored by his family, since their doubts increased so much that they dared to ignore the glory of his words. As a result, Muuha realized that the prince was threatening him, which means he had no choice, because he did not want to endanger his loved ones. After that, the gifted boy quickly took up the brush. He did not know what this would turn around for the prince, but asked him not to hold offense at him. The young artist did not feel his responsibility, and even in the event of the death of nobles, only the noble master himself was to blame for everything. The prince, finally looking at the finished picture, realized that she was impeccable. He was perplexed why the boy was so masterfully drawing, but still looking for different excuses so as not to finish his eyes. But Muuha was more disturbed that when he finished the portrait, his fingers began to hurt as much as he was burned. But in the whole body, there was a weakness. Everything is just the same as when he completed the picture of his older brother. However, the prince was satisfied and even ordered to bring the basket of gold. It was a fee for the work of Muuha. According to the nobleman, this money should be enough for a young talent to live, not in need of anything. He advised that the boy stop selling his talent in the market and devoted himself to painting. In addition, since the prince was his lord, he had another order. From that moment on, Muuha should not have drawn a complete picture with eyes for anyone. If he nevertheless disobeisance and draws the finished work, then his eyes will certainly turn off him, and all blood relatives will be executed by quartering. The prince hoped that this order would be enough, and the boy would remember everything. The young artist only bowed his head, because he had no words to object. He was not going to repeat this anymore, so he promised that he would follow the princely command. Soon it is time to leave. Having tied a box of gold to the belt, the boy headed for the exit. There he already saw a well-known carriage. Wu ran out of it and grabbed Muuha, hoping that everything was in order with him. He only prayed that young talent would not suffer. Wu and grabbed that he was dying of anxiety, thinking that something could happen to Muuha, and the boy was clearly pleased with his anxiety. As a result, he told everything that happened, and realized that recently his heart was filled with fear and sadness. However, when he saw that there was a person who sincerely worries about him, his soul became calmer. As his mentor said, he must believe his heart. Muuha even decided to share this instruction with Wu and Nar. The man clearly did not understand the meaning, but the young man explained that it was a very wise phrase. As a result, the charioteer drove his carriage towards the city, but at some point, people blocked the path to them. Wu, and was enough for what reason they stopped so abruptly, but the charioteer asked the master to come out for a short while. And then he finally understood the reason. He recognized a person standing ahead, but did not understand what he was doing here. However, there was no choice. Therefore, he greeted the man with ostentatious joy, although he did not quite realize why the leader of the organization, Dra Yen, appeared here. However, Li Chun explained that instead of empty conversations, he wanted to immediately settle things. He demanded to give a guy nicknamed the Lord Phoenix, who was now sitting in a wagon. Muuha quickly realized that Li Chun was the same artist from a family related to martial arts, about which Wu and Drag spoke about. They say that he was more greedy than talented, so he did not like the situation in which he found himself. Wu and Grabbed explained that for starters, he wanted to know the reason and what matters Li Chuna and Muuha connected. Turning to the boy, he made it clear that he could just trust him. He would take care of everything. However, Li Chun made it clear that this business should not care for Wu. And enough, he did not want to harm him, but still asked not to block the way. He explained that he himself would not do anything, but his friends were not so patient, so they were unlikely to just leave him unpunished. Li Chun was eager to get rid of Muuha, because of him many artists lost their jobs, and since he was the creator of the Association of Artists, he could not tolerate such upstarts as Muuha. However, Wu and Grabbed that Muuha was not to blame for being talented. Then it became obvious that the merchant was not going to give a young artist, and in this case he would have to die. Li Chun decided to kill the two of them. But Wu was just smiling, and explained that he was not entirely stupid. He already foresaw that this could happen. In addition, he recalled that he was a man who concludes transactions with different people. A mercenary immediately appeared who intended to kill these villains, but Wu was just asking them to teach a lesson. The mercenary recalled that for this help, Wu will be obliged to remove one desire from the list. On this condition, they concluded their deal. From one glance at this man, everyone became clear to everyone that he was undoubtedly a master of martial arts. However, Li Chun urged his people not to be afraid. He believed that it was just an old man who was easy to break through all the bones. And in the end, all his warriors rushed immediately at the mercenary. The master was clearly annoying that he could not kill these people. But the order is an order, so he methodically immobilized them all. He used only his techniques for this, immobilizing and turning the limbs. As a result, there was no one left who could withstand him. After which, the terrible Warren looked at those who did not attack him, waiting for their actions. Li Chun was indignant that one of the people he hired did not work out the money paid to him. However, going behind, the mercenary easily dealt with this enemy. As a result, Li Chun was left alone in the face of retaliation. He tried to agree with a formidable master and stopped there, recognizing his wrong. After which, he began to threaten with his name, but did not remain without punishment. The warrior reminded Wu and grabbed that he fulfilled his desire. Now he has 5 more desires to fulfill. Wu and only breathed out, agreeing with his words, while Muuha himself, the cause of the skirmish, froze in amazement before the strength of this person. After which they continued their way. In the evening, Wu and Grabbed explained that he had concluded a deal with this person. He became his bodyguard. In addition, the mercenary was not just a master, but reaching the peak of his skill. And Muuha understood that making such a person a bodyguard was a grandiose solution. Initially, the boy knew that someone was guarding them, but did not think that it would be such an outstanding warrior. He was able to feel all his power, even despite the fact that he simply struck his fist and legs. Wu and hoped that after Li Chan to calm down for some time. After all, the reason for his hatred was envy. They were not talented enough, because of which they were angry with Muuha. The young artist believed that it was possible to be more careful. He did not suspect that other people could suffer because of him. However, the merchant asked the boy not to be mistaken. He explained that the reward should always correspond to abilities. But there was one unfair moment. If at the moment when they were faced with Li Chun, they would not have such a bodyguard, everything would end differently. In the best case, Muuha would cut off their hands, at worst, killed. An experienced merchant several times witnessed such reprisals, and from these thoughts the young talent was clearly not good. Wu, and hoped that Muuha would quickly grow up and understand that this world is not so safe that he could do whatever his heart wants. Then the boy expressed a desire to learn martial arts. Wu and Enough asked if he was really decisive in his words. The merchant noticed that the young man was already 16 years old, which means he could marry. However, in order to master the martial arts well, you need to start training at an early age, so Wu didn't think that it was too late for him. Although he could start training, he would still not have become an absolute warrior. At that moment, Wu and grabbed his bodyguard again. The master believed that he needed to kill the boy, but the merchant decided to ask if it would be a good thing if Muuha begins to study martial art. He turned to his powerful friend with a request, because he had 5 more desires that he wanted to use in more important situations. As a result, the mercenary, out of gratitude to Wu, and still decided to look at the boy. He appreciated that he had all the ability to become a good master. Wu was clearly dissatisfied with such an answer, but the bodyguard told the honest truth. In addition, he believed that the request was not so complicated, so Wu and was not even worth giving him. At this time, Muuha, looking around himself, rejoiced that he had natural makings. However, Wu and Grabbed the boy would not really listen to the words of this warrior. Even if he had talent to become a master, you will have to break his arms and legs into the blood. In addition, this will take tens of years. However, the bodyguard objected that this is not necessary. It all depends on who will be the mentor of the young man. Therefore, with a good master, he could hone his skill even in a couple of years. Wu and Grabbed already shouted, believing that the bodyguard already completely survived the mind. Ma Ryan, as the mercenary was called, did not understand what caused the state of Wu and Nar. However, obviously he did not want to let Muuha let go for several years. The young man quickly realized what was the matter, and explained that the merchant did not really want him to own martial arts, so his mood was now very deteriorating. The master decided to prick his friend, asking about the reason for this behavior. However, the foregoing is no longer turned back. Wu did not know about the true abilities of the young man, and for this reason he was so angry, because he believed that Ma Ryan simply had to destroy all the hopes of the boy. Now the merchant was in complete despair, although he understood that there was no anyone's fault. It was necessary to be sincere from the very beginning. He explained to Muuha that he hoped that he would focus on painting, so he felt regret because the young man wanted to do something else. If Muuha was worried that such a conflict could again arise, then he could find him a bodyguard. Wu and Grabbed good art masters. Therefore, he asked Muuha to concentrate his attention on painting. But an experienced merchant added that there would be nothing critical if the young man will study martial arts for 2 days a week. He hoped that the boy would become the best in his industry. Muuha was pleased to hear it, and Ma Ryan was glad that the situation was finally resolved. As a result, they arrived in the city late at night. Saying goodbye, Muuha thanked Wu and was enough for everything that he did for him. However, Muuha did not have time to leave. Already a familiar war warrior, in subordination to Huan Qi, handed out that the master really wanted to urgently meet him. Wu and Grabbed explained what was already overflowing after midnight, and if you hit the road now, they would come to the place only in the morning. However, the warrior explained that he had already received permission. There would be no problems. Wu and he still tried to argue with a man. Watching them, Muuha realized that, despite the fact that the warrior only came to pass the request of the master, he behaved proudly and confidently. So if you have power, most likely laws and manners did not have any role. There is no law that protects the weak. There is only a law to which the weak must obey implicitly. At this moment, the young artist realized how much he experienced this day. He listened to the threats from the prince and was almost killed by Chun, and this time was the same. He asked Wu and Grabbed to intercede for him and agreed to go. The merchant tried to dissuade the boy. However, the warrior quickly indicated him towards the carriage. Muuha himself perfectly understood that, despite the fact that Wu and Grabbed him, this is not enough to be respected. First of all, he himself should become stronger. Muuha did not know that all this time Guk Rin was watching him. He was clearly surprised to see a young talent in such a company. At first, while he was chasing the boy, that master appeared, now also a one-eyed warrior. The observer even thought about abruptly attack, but he certainly would not defeat the hiding old man. In addition, the problem was that the one-eyed warrior was with him at the same level of skill, and if the noise rises, then probably the whole crowd will come the clan of Slassen. Gukrin was perplexed why it was so difficult to pick up only one child. However, suddenly he decided to arrange a sudden attack. Then he immediately ran towards the carriage. He did not even know that those with whom it was better not to intersect from the corner were already going on. Therefore, when he ran out, he immediately ran into the Taoist, people in white robes. Gukrin immediately realized that he was very unlucky. Then he instantly ripped off the throat to one of the standing. During the time he wandered here, he already forgot that he was very lucky, at least initially. Then he ordered the rest of the guys to quickly arm themselves. They quickly learned and they came to the reap, and he was only glad to deal with these miserable people. At this time, Muuha, who was traveling in a carriage, remembered Ma Ryan's words, that his training speed depends on the master who would teach him. And if so, then he needs to find a good teacher. The masters whom he managed to meet is Ajnets and Ma Ryan, but it does not seem that outstanding mentors would have made them. In addition, he was wondering if the Reaper saw his picture, although the young man understood that his efforts were probably in vain. One has only to remember how he laughed at that master. Soon they had already left the crew, and the escort ordered Muuha to follow the servant. The reason that the talented warrior decided to leave was that he felt a battle between the craftsmen. For some reason, he did not get out of his head. Therefore, having untied the horse, he decided to find out what happened. As a result, he drove his horse with a gallop. He did not pay attention to a strange carriage, which arrived at the same place. His Holiness and Chonbon came out of it. The faithful assistant was still dissuading him from the campaign there. He was worried that the old man's purity would be overshadowed by worldly affairs. However, the sage believed that Chonbon was worried about trifles, and suggested looking at the richest person in the world. Meanwhile, Muuha calmly continued to follow the servant, wondering which chambers would be allocated to him. However, recently he began to feel something strange, but no one else noticed the presence of Master Ma Ryan next to him, although they were together all the time. It seems that ordinary people could not admit that he was near them. The young artist wanted to learn such an art. To do this, I drew attention to how the master does it. He in an unusually fingers on his feet in order to get rid of the sound of contact with the floor. Muuha also wanted to try to repeat this. However, his legs were jammed and he began to behave strangely. The servant even suspected that the guy feels bad, but he asked to go to the restroom. The servant decided to conduct him and at the same time inform the master about his arrival, so he asked the young man not to rush. The boy only embarrassedly realized that the art of Ma Ryan was not as simple as he believed, after which they already continued the path together. However, Muuha noticed another oddity. If you look closely, the warrior had some special breathing technique. This led him to some thoughts. Therefore, he began to try to copy his actions. This lesson was even interested in Ma Ryan. What is this boy doing? But at some point he in amazement noticed that he literally evaporates. The master froze in amazement. His hands shook because he noticed all these oddities. Regardless of how talented a person is, it is impossible to easily master the technique of a ghostly wanderer. Only a few of the high-level masters can learn it. But this boy was even able to recognize his presence. Then he began to imitate the steps of the ghostly wanderer, and now he disappeared right before his eyes. At this moment, Muuha himself realized that a man simply did not see him, although it seemed even to him a little amazing. Ma Ryan was amazed at the fact that even if the young man speaks, he was not visible at all. This was the last stage of the technique of a ghostly wanderer. He was ridiculed that the gifted boy was so easily mastered by her. He wanted to talk a little with Muuha about that. Specifically about how he managed to simply see and copy the technique of a ghostly wanderer without studying it before. And this meant that he had even more outstanding abilities than he expected. But Ma Ryan hoped that Muuha would be careful, because the masters consider those who copy their martial art thieves. Muuha apologized, believing that perhaps he touched the pride of the master. However, the mercenary did not see meaning in this resentment. He was simply impressed by his skills, but henceforth, seeing some kind of martial art, he asked not to copy it anymore, because otherwise everyone would want to kill the young man. The ability to steal combat equipment means that it can violate the balance, and it should take up the sword for his own safety. Muuha did not understand why Ma Ryan retains his life, although he says that everyone would try to kill him. The warrior himself did not understand the reason for his behavior. Firstly, he was a mercenary, and if there are no orders, then he killed people. Secondly, Wu and grabbed him to protect Muuha, and the boy managed to show him the final stage of the ghostly wanderer, whom he dreamed of seeing his whole life. Obviously, such words plunged Muuha into a deep shock. However, behind him, Muuha heard the voice of the servant. He was concerned and explained that he searched everything. Muuha was not in the restroom. The young man apologized for gathering his way. The servant asked the gifted artist to hurry, because the master had already expected him. As a result, they went on, and Muuha was thinking about the technique that he could copy. He was surprised that only repeating it reached a level that Ma Ryan himself did not reach. It seemed to him a little dishonest. However, suddenly he felt the sweet smell that interested him. Therefore, he immediately began to look for a source. And I realized that this fragrance came from people in white clothes. At that moment, Chanban noticed that His Holiness was distracted by something. But he did not explain anything, only smiling. Thought that he had seen something quite entertaining. The boy himself froze from the shock. At that moment, the amazed Muuha realized the unprecedented. The black and white world first found color, and this light emanated from man. He was bright purple, like a cloud. It immediately became obvious that in front of him is a great man. Even from one of his presence, the young man caught his breath. He was interested to know who this stranger is. In addition, he wanted to know how, for the first time when he saw the color, he immediately recognized a bright purple color from them. At that moment, an unexpectedly mysterious man approached him. He wanted to ask the boy what the world looks like if you look at him through what Yo Kyung is a mirror that shows the essence of things. Obviously, Muuha was clearly interested in how the man solved him so quickly, and he only calmly decided to introduce himself for a start. He asked to call him an old man with Yuja from the clan Shan. Muuha introduced himself, and the sage immediately noted that his name was really beautiful. In fact, after the hut was completely comprehended with Yuja, when he intersected with the masters who also mastered this level, there was no one among them who could penetrate the area of his supersensible perception. But this child was easily able to do this, which means that he had eyes that see this world as a picture. Therefore, he was interested to know how this young talent sees the world. At that moment, Muuha awkwardly decided to ask, "Was not a celestial with you by accident?" The sage only laughed, explaining that the celestial would definitely not come out of him. The young man explained that if this is not so, then he did not know what bright purple clouds enveloping him mean. With Yoja was surprised that the boy even saw these clouds. It was amazing, because it was an invisible energy that could not be only touching, but even to see. But at the same time, Muuha could calmly touch her, which means that he was more unique than the sage even thought. The man decided to find out how old this boy was years old, and Muuha sincerely did not understand why he knew about it. At that moment, the run-up Chonbon got angry with the ignorance of a boy who dared to talk like that with His Holiness. However, with Yoja asked the faithful assistant to behave quieter. But suddenly Huanchka appeared. For starters, he decided to accept the guest who arrived at a special invitation. Therefore, he asked Muuha to give in to this issue with Yuja. At that moment, Chonbon immediately ran up to the rich man who arrived and apologized. He explained that His Holiness wanted to get to know them, so they looked at him. Looking at Huanqi, with Yuja quickly realized that this is the richest person. However, he really did not want to let this child go. To begin with, he asked the name of the boy. Then he handed him a small knife, which was called the branch of the red plum. He decided to give a valuable object of Muuha. The young man did not understand why he had such an expensive thing. However, the sage explained that this he wanted to call Muuha to him. Obviously, the boy became very embarrassed and even a little scary. Laughing, with Yuja explained that Muuha clearly misunderstood him. He wanted the boy to become his student. These words surprised Quan Chi and got a bonobon. Muuha could not believe that he really received such an offer. Soon, Chonbon began to argue with His Holiness, who wanted to make a student of this child. He explained that in the clan there was a huge queue of children who wanted to study, but the sage explained that he really liked this boy. He did not tell that this child has unique abilities, and that he literally attracts him. Chonbon continued to scream, explaining that if Muuha became his student, then other members of the clan will get angry. However, after thinking, the young artist himself refused, explaining that he could not accept this proposal. For some reason, Chonbon was even more angry. The talented young man explained to the sage that he, of course, is a great man. But the teacher is, in fact, the second father. He could not follow the man he saw for the first time. Chonbon could not understand why even when he saw the branch of the red plum, Muuha did not understand who was in front of him. With Yoja was the strongest master of the clan, one of the 15 superhumans. However, the venerable sage interrupted Chonbon, ordering to stop disgracing him. He himself understood that Muuha said everything correctly, and we must take seriously the choice of the master. However, he still insisted on his own. He did not want to take the blade, but only hoped that the boy would take care of him well. However, Muuha explained that he was unlikely to once become his student and did not understand why the sage gave him such a valuable thing. However, with Yoja explained that he did not give the young man a blade, but only left him for a while. In this situation, Muuha will once have to come to him to return this thing. The sage understood that perhaps until that moment, the decision of the young artist would not change. Then he could just return this blade to him. He realized that young talent could not force anything, because such things cannot be solved by force. Usually monks say that those whom they meet today could be important people in a past life. Finally, he understood the meaning of these words. So only the fact that he recognized this truth justifies that he went down from the mountain. After that, the sage said that he was hoping not to offend anyone, that he would be a little ventilated, and he warned Chonbon so that he would not annoy the child, otherwise he would be punished. In addition, with Yoja asked Muuha would not get closer to the old man behind him, and explained what the strong smell of blood was feeling from that, which was not very good. Muuha was surprised that with Yoja so easily noticed the presence of the master. It was really especially a person who has a color in his black and white life. The young man was wondering if there is another person in the world. Watching Muuha, Huanchki became more and more interested in him. Previously, he considered the boy as a toy that could temporarily attract the attention of the prince. But now the strongest master of the clan handed him the branch of the red plum, a special weapon, a legendary sword that cuts metal like a sheet of paper. This is literally a symbol of the power of the clan. And it doesn't matter whether the gifted young man will become a clan student or not. Now Huan Chqi had the opportunity to use this child in full. This means that he will be even more beneficial than he expected. Finally, paying attention to Huan Chi, the boy wanted to know why he called him. But for a start, the rich gentleman invited them to breakfast. Muuha was grateful and admitted that he was really hungry. Huan Chqi also understood this, but explained that since he did not know the preferences of his guest, he asked to cook absolutely everything. However, Chonbon was still at a loss and calling His Holiness, tried to explain how much the valuable thing he gave. Events are transferred to the Sheni province, to the residence of Muranvon. There, Grandfather Muuha decided to raise an important question about how the work of finding his grandson is moving. He had already heard that the second son of the family was called to the prince. However, he explained that, although he was worried, he was accepted well, and the prince very praised the work of their younger brother. The prince even took out the picture and personally showed it. He was very surprised that in such a short time the skill of his younger brother improved very much. In addition, he even painted his eyes. The old man was delighted, because young talent used to directly refuse to do this. He was glad that now the youngest could take the place of the head of the family. Now, when the first son was not with them, it was necessary to return Muuha home, because in order to draw portraits of the emperor, he needed to begin practice. Remembering the older brother, the second son understood that the eldest and younger brothers were similar. These were people who were very hard to follow. In addition, he said that the prince shared with him a very funny story about the reason why his younger brother did not draw his eyes. He said that the one whose eyes he would draw will die. Then, finally, the old man realized that in this case, Muuha blames himself for the death of his older brother, due to the fact that he finished the picture with him. The second brother explained that the youngest was sure that some kind of curse lies on him. In addition, oddly enough it may sound, but upon returning home, he found out that the prince was executed for treason. An attempt was made on the imperial family, and the killer was discovered in the residence of the prince. However, the old man understood that this was just an assumption. To begin with, it was necessary to return the younger brother home, and the second brother was agreeing with this. Soon the time came to leave the house. The brother thought that for the sake of their family he had to return Muuha back. However, recalling the words of the anxiety experienced by the younger brother, he was worried. Was it just a causeless anxiety, or was his younger grandson really cursed? Soon, all the streets of the city were filled with conversations that the master asked for Lord Phoenix to become his student. He even handed this child a branch of red plum as a souvenir in memory of the master. But the funny was that despite the openness of the sage, the boy nevertheless refused. He simply did not like the courtship of such a great person. However, it seemed to many that despite his act, the Lord Phoenix was very courageous and brave. Muuha was already embarrassed to listen to this, because what happened in the morning, and rumors have already spread everywhere. Although he guessed about it, he was now convinced that he was a truly famous person with Yo-Ja. He was afraid that he had missed such a significant chance. Soon the young man decided to find out from Ma Ryan if he knew the elder with Yo-Ja, and also the fact that he was one of the 15 chosen by God and the strongest master of the clan. An experienced warrior confirmed that he knew about this, and Muuha did not understand why Ma Ryan did not warn him about this. Then the mercenary understood the causes of the boy's concern. But the question remained, if he told him everything in advance, perhaps Muuha would make a different choice. However, thinking, the young artist realized that he could still not become a student of the sage, even if he knew everything. So the decision that he then made was correct, and Ma Ryan was very wise. However, the wise old man asked Muuha to be more careful even in his own thoughts. In addition, he should always think about good. The young man smiled at such an instruction, realizing that everything really depends on his determination. Looking out the window, Ma Ryan realized that they would soon come to place. When they return, Wu and grabbed to imagine Muuha of one person. It was the bodyguard hired by him. So, an experienced merchant was very worried about his safety, recalling that case with Li Chun. The talented artist understood his anxiety, but the thought of the bodyguard was still a little scared. Somewhere at this time, Gukrin rested in a small closet. His body was covered with wounds that he tried to process. He was perplexed how everything turned out so that the situation for him ended so deplorable. A few hours ago, he calmly figured out the guys from the clan Slassen. But then the damned one-eyed stood in his way and broke all his plans. A fighter with a hot look quickly realized who exactly dealt with the Tausis, and it became obvious to him. In front of him was none other than the Reaper. He warned that he could not look through his fingers at the murder that he repaired. Therefore, he quickly jumped off the horse to join the battle. And then Gukrin was worried, understanding the power of this enemy. Due to the fact that the fight with a man dragged on, a hype rose, and he had to escape. Now he is forced to hide like a rat, and from all sides was surrounded by people from the clan. But he vowed to himself that he would kill the villain who tore his plans. He did not understand why so many difficulties arose when you capture a child. However, there was no choice left, and he armed himself with his blade. Gukrin understood that now even the people of Murim paid attention to the boy. The world still has not realized who he was actually, so Gukrin was ready to get him. Soon, Chanbon saw people killed this morning. He learned that, according to eyewitnesses, the Reaper did it. An eyewitness was a one-eyed iron fist named Bak Ho, who served Huan Chi, and personally collided with his Reap. Chanbon could not believe that. Even though the Reap was encountered with this warrior, he still managed to escape. The assistant himself knew that it was difficult to believe in it, but the Reaper knocked down a warrior and just ran away. Chanbon could not even believe that his Reaper's skills had improved so much since he succeeded. Therefore, he explained to His Holiness that the resolution of problems with the Reaper is more important than the search for the creator of a great work. With Yu-Ja, he himself understood this, realizing that the Reaper is a real groove. In addition, traces of the sword left on the bodies of the victims he had already seen somewhere very, very long ago, and they overwhelmed his long-standing unpleasant feelings. Therefore, he suspected that a ghostly sword could be involved in this. The wise elder ordered to immediately send a message to the proud people from the Mutant clan, so that they informed everyone. It seemed to him that he found traces of the occultists of the MA. He was worried about with Yu because these people did not show up for 50 years. The world between them was too long, so apparently it was not even a world, but simply a lull in front of the storm. Soon, an unknown man received a letter about the magic stream. He realized that, apparently, they want to appoint him as a leader, although the leader personally did not say this. A magic stream is what for 50 years to the world under the leadership of the Supreme Master sent more and more new masters. Therefore, the sage realized that he could have fun because on the way, he would definitely not be bored. In addition, he had already heard about the creator of a great work, about who perfectly could steal martial arts. Then he thought that this was complete nonsense, but he realized that he was mistaken. In addition, the man already knew that the snotty boy became the lord of the Union of Reaper. It was about Hook Rena, whom this old man taught several nonsense techniques, but he has now reached an excellent level. He believed that recently, Gook Rena had everything went too well, which was very infuriated by the sage. Therefore, he decided this time to meet and break at least his arm or leg. Somewhere at this time, Lee Chun also met with a spy. However, he was unhappy that in just one night, the price for the task increased 11 times. He considered it absurd but was ready to pay half of it. However, the spy was serious and demanded as many as 300 silver coins. He explained that he could not give up a penny from this amount. Lee Chun was indignant, because he asked to kill only one artist. And for the Black Moon, this is a matter that can be solved by clicking his fingers. The mercenary knew that the customer was really right in his judgments. However, he does not even imagine how much effort and time it took them so that they can deprive a person of life by clicking their fingers. If the murder of a living person was for Lee Chun a waste of money, they could simply finish their conversation. Realizing that there was no choice, the man agreed to pay the full cost. Counting the coins, the mercenary himself understood that he had asked too much. However, he was pleased that Lee Chun knew absolutely nothing about the prices for murder. When he left the room, the killer quickly called his assistant. Now that he received the money, they had to fulfill the order in the best possible way. This time, he decided to send his assistant to business personally. In the morning, Muuha, as if nothing had happened, went on a run. Not so long ago, he had a problem with the first attempts to get acquainted with martial arts. He practiced the technique of a ghostly wanderer, whom he saw with the master. He needed to run with all his might. However, 6 steps became his limit. Obviously, Narayana was very surprised by what happened. However, he understood that the whole reason was a lack of physical strength. Since then, Muuha began to run around the city 2 to 3 times a day. He was grateful to his bodyguard for suffering all these troubles. But for a warrior, it was also a useful training. He did not even remember when the last time he ran without using chi energy. It seemed even funny to him. This bodyguard was called Bonyan, and he had already taught Muuha to hold the posture when running, which helped the young man a lot. The boy suggested that they think about dinner and eat lamb, but before that he offered to go home again. Bonyan was surprised that the artist cares so much about his body. However, Muuha simply did not want to forget what he was taught. Then he ran forward. The bodyguard was surprised at the sincerity of this man, but suddenly noticed the oddity on the street. He did not understand whether it was always so deserted here. At some point, a man sitting nearby took his knife. Understanding what it leads to, Bonyan immediately armed himself with his blade. Then he shouted, ordering the master to run away. Muuha turned into a scared, realizing what was happening, and he saw that the bodyguard had already taken out his blade. But he was prevented by a mercenary who threw a table into the bodyguard. Then, using it as a springboard, jumped towards the young man. His blade was already very close, and Bonyan could do anything at all. Behind him were 2 more mercenaries trying to kill him. Looking at the approach of a man who came to his soul, Muuha was worried. It was a really very dangerous situation. He was not in her for the first time and did not understand what to do. However, the first instinct was to escape, preferably as far as possible and as much as enough strength. The mercenary understood that it was useless to leave everything. For a boy who does not know anything about martial arts, he developed an amazing speed, but nothing more. At the moment when the young man turns around the corner, his advantage will be broken, and the killer will catch up with him. However, how was the mercenary surprised when he was mistaken? Instead of stopping and turning, the young artist slowed down with his hand. And all this was in order to only slightly reduce its speed and turn around quickly. Therefore, the pursuer realized, this guy is not so simple. However, turning around the corner, he believed that he would definitely catch a fugitive. But to his surprise, he did not see anyone. Muuha seemed to have failed underground. This seriously angered a spy. It was obvious to him that a mistake was impossible. Over the past few days, he examined this lane many times, and there was not even a crack anywhere to escape. He could not understand that the guy still mastered martial art and was able to accelerate. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice. It was Bonyan. He, having dealt with all the people, came to defend Muuha. Then the mercenary realized that obviously the mission was already failed. Therefore, he quickly took out a knife in order to deal with the bodyguard. It would seem that Bonyan will not be saved, but dodged in time. But he was not lucky, because the mercenary still hit him in his stomach. But even after such a wound, he was not going to just leave it. Therefore, having rushed forward, he began to attack a man. Soon everything was finished. The defeated mercenary threw his blade and immediately ran away. Bon Yan was disappointed because he could and had to catch a man. However, he soon heard the voice of Muuha approaching him. The bodyguard was madly glad to see that everything was in order with his master. He realized that the boy hid in a reliable place and waited for him. However, joy disappeared when the bodyguard noticed that the young man's palm was torn to blood. After all, for the artist, the hand is the most important thing. Muuha explained that in comparison with Bon Yan's wounds, his injury was much less serious. But the warrior only smiled, because he was used to this. After which he began to process the young man's hand. He understood that it was painful, but asked to suffer a little, because if you rinse the wound with alcohol, it would not bend. In addition, he was surprised that Muuha calmly endured what had happened. In such a situation, even if he burst into tears, there would be nothing strange. However, the young man admitted that a feeling of shame hated more than a feeling of pain. Unable to stand it, Bon Yan laughed after these words. He believed that his master was a weakness, but he turned out to be a real man. But still, for a start, the bodyguard suggested that Muuha return home. The young man offered him his shoulder for support, after which they began to go. Bon Yan was still sad that they could not eat delicious lamb. Although Muuha played his mood, he did not understand how Murim's people could be so calm in such situations. When the evening came, the spy came to inform the failure. However, his master clearly could not accept a similar answer. The mercenary explained that he somehow missed Muuha at the moment when he was going to catch. He was ready to atone for death, because he could not even deal with the support group. However, the master refused, because to train such a mercenary, it was required to spend a lot of money, so he sent a man to think about his misconduct. Left alone, he began to think about what to do. He sent a reliable subordinate for the boy, but still everything went not according to plan. Surely now their goal has improved their protection, and it will be very difficult to break through to it. At least 10 people from his best mercenaries for this mission will be required. Therefore, for starters, he ordered to send a message to the community. He did not know how many people would send from there, and hoped that there would be enough of them. When morning came, Muuha continued his fierce training. This time he trained with a sword. He clearly understood what he had to do and what movements to perform. However, Muuha still did not go well. He fell right out of the blue and could not control his body normally. This meant that he still did not have enough strength, and first he needed to pump up. However, the young man was worried, because time was running out, and he was afraid that those people would come again to kill him. At that time, he managed to hide, wrapping around the corner, and used the technique of a ghostly wanderer. If not for this, he would have died. Therefore, rising, he decided to try again. He should not allow such a thing to happen again and someone was injured. Therefore, he intended to hone his art to the limit. From Bon Yan, he already learned about the organization Black Moon. Only one person survived 3 attacks on their part. There was no one more of the survivors. And if you believe the words of the bodyguard, now Muuha has become their next purpose. When he was attacked, the young man realized that even if he were familiar with martial arts, they would be useless in this situation. Now he did not have enough time, but even so he did not want to sit back. Therefore, at first, the gifted artist decided to duplicate the martial art of the Reap. The fact that he was thinking about and who admired the longest, and above all, he could not forget the power that he felt when he saw her for the first time. He did not know the name of this martial art, so he gave each movement his name. However, among them, the tactics of the dragon lunge were constantly repeated. To begin with, Muuha decided to imagine the martial art of the Reaper in his head. Then adjust yourself to its shape. It seemed to be fulfilled. But instead of ideal reception, the young man fell with cries of pain. Bon Yan immediately ran out of scared, believing that they attacked the master. However, he found the boy in convulsions on earth. Muuha almost cried, not understanding why he was experiencing such pain. He simply stood and painted everything in his imagination, but all the muscles of his body twisted. Bon Yan, laughing, did not understand what kind of exercise the master did him, because he looked like a rainworm. And Muuha awkwardly explained that he practiced movements associated with martial arts, and failed. From that moment on, Bon Yan has already become more interesting. The bodyguard realized that most likely this martial art of Muuha saw somewhere on the street and tried to repeat. He asked the young man to show him everything from the very beginning. However, the boy warned that his movements were too sloppy. Bon Yan would probably laugh, but was not ready to refuse Muuha to support. In addition, as it turned out, he was an advanced master. After the attack that day, enlightenment came to him, so as a sign of gratitude the bodyguard decided to help his master. And in the end, the boy decided to repeat it again. Inspecting his military equipment, Banyan saw that the guy was not so bad. At a minimum, he had a good stand from the beginning. In his attack position, he applied a scythe on his stomach. However, suddenly his trajectory changed. It looked very unusual, but Banyan continued to follow. The center of gravity of the boy has become unstable, and now it has become impossible to use it. However, despite this, the young man was able to get too close to him. Then Banyan realized that the cut on the stomach was not at all the goal of the attack. It was just a trick. A real attack is a direct blow from the bottom up. And if Muuha applies this technique in a fight, then the enemy will be able to reflect the first blow, but not subsequently after him. And such a blow would definitely have a fatal outcome. This art of fencing is definitely impossible to see on the street. This is certainly professional combat skill. And when he saw him, Banyan thought deeply. However, he was interested in, but where did Muuha see this? The boy understood that he could definitely say that this technique is a reaper. Banyan realized that the young man could not, or did not want to answer the question, but explained that the technique was really good for study. Muuha understood that the main problem was that he did not have enough strength to completely master it. But as it turned out, the reason why he collapsed powerlessly in this position is a lack of internal energy. Banyan asked if the young artist knows the difference between internal and external energy. Simply put, external energy fills to the limit of the muscle. The bodyguard decided to look for some example in order to demonstrate this to the boy. He asked what would happen if he hit the step with his fist. Muuha understood that probably she would not crack, and Banyan decided to find out if he was right in his guesses. When the bodyguard hit the stairs with all his strength, nothing happened. Hiding the pain, he explained that such was the limit of the external energy of ki. Then I decided to demonstrate something else. Muuha tried to dissuade Banyan, because even after the first blow his hand did not look in the best way. But he intended to show the power of the internal energy of ki. After a new blow, a huge dent remained on the step. And Banyan explained that for this reason, Muram's master tried to accumulate energy from the inside in his body. If Muuha wants to use great power, he needs internal energy. And then the boy realized that there was no difference in the strength that Banyan attached. But when he added internal energy, the difference with all the obviously became huge. However, Muuha suggested that since he had no internal energy, he could not use the martial arts that he knew. However, Banyan decided to show the young man the simplest respiratory method for the accumulation of internal energy called 3 talents. Although the accumulated energy will be insignificant, but this method is stable and does not have side effects. After all, if Muuha learned some other way to accumulate energy, then the knowledge of this method does not hurt him in any way. It was basic among all the others, like a foundation. Therefore, Muuha began to study. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he focused his consciousness on the bottom of the abdomen. The boy began to slowly concentrate his breathing. Looking at him, Banyan understood. His ability to focus is impeccable. Therefore, he asked his master to continue to meditate, while he himself went to describe the appearance of the killer. The bodyguard explained that if a young artist can put the technique of fencing into his energy, which he already owns, then his art that he has practiced will have real strength. Muuha really caught fire with this idea. He decided to try to combine chi energy from his lower tribute to Taiyan with techniques. In the imagination, I clearly imagined what tricks he did. At this moment, his body began to react to every accurate technique. However, he understood that after connecting with energy, the technique was revealed more naturally. However, the gifted young man did not understand whether the method of breathing was really so difficult. Over time, it turned out to be more difficult to control. It hurt him, as if his whole body was torn to pieces. And in the end, soon he could no longer continue to sit like that. When Banyan came, he could not believe why the boy was already resting. He realized that perhaps Muuha held his breath for too long, and asked him not to overstrain like that. In addition, the bodyguard decided to give him a gift, as the young master made a lot of effort. Then Banyan said a phrase. The lower abdomen is the sea. You should become a bird floating in it. Who in the world will be against the waves of poultry wings about the sea? However, Muuha did not understand at all what this wisdom means, and the bodyguard explained that it was a verse of wandering around the world. All the masters tried to comprehend the depth enclosed in him, but failed. Perhaps Muuha will be more successful, and will understand the essence hidden in it. But now he proposed to finish with training and go to Wu and Grabbed, having had a snack something on the way. In addition, Banyan asked that the boy repeated this training every day. Then Muuha realized that most likely martial arts are not at all suitable for him. However, when he got up, he noticed that his body began to behave too strange and easy. Banyan did not even understand what the master was doing. He asked to quickly go to eat, realizing that the young man's body was probably weakened. However, for Muuha, everything turned out to be completely different. He had the feeling as if he had weighed anything at all, as if not careful, it can take off into the sky. Somewhere at that time, Gukrin wrote a letter to his teacher, where he apologized for this, that before he was hard to contact him. He had the feeling that this message could be the last, because now he hastily wrote him, being in an ambush and surrounded by people from the clan of Shasan. He explained that he would try to survive, but nothing is easily given. The man decided to talk about what he found an unusual boy, whom he mentioned last time. But he was not lucky. Master Bonyan was the first to see and checked him. Gukrin was going to take and grow a boy. Everything depended on whether he could survive. However, if he gets out of the trap, he promised to contact the teacher. Soon, the assistant found out that the master came a letter from his student. The Iron Fist realized that it was a huge honor to become a student of such a person as his mentor, because of which he always envied the Reaper. In addition, he heard that the Reaper became the Lord of the Union of Death. If we compare it with the Art Masters, he was clearly at the same level with them. However, the teacher understood that the higher the Reaper will rise in the level, the higher it would be evaluated. The Jade Sword of Unri quickly realized that the martial art of Hook Rina and the Coulson clan was on the same level. However, the man did not answer directly. He was surprised how this young warrior was serious for his years. In addition, the mentor himself wanted to ask these guys the question. He was interested in if they were fighting, who would win. However, the students explained that they themselves do not know this either. In addition, due to restrictions, they could not use energy in battle. The Iron Fist explained that he was also not so stupid as to join the battle without restrictions. However, the Jade Sword was of a different opinion, believing that even without any fights it is clear what the family Madu is like. This angered an Iron Fist, as the enemy treated him with obvious neglect, and the old man rejoiced at their dispute and wanted to have fun after such boredom. However, the Ice Witch Manhwa ordered these two to shut up, because they had so much work to waste time on nonsense. Their tasks included seeing the power of the clan of Skasan and the creator of the great work. As a result, both guys realized that they were behaving incorrectly and quickly apologized to the girl. The old mentor was indignant, because before he would never have allowed some girl to dare to get into his own business. He would definitely put her in place if she had not been the right hand of the spiritual leader. However, he grinned at her words that she wants to see the power of the clan Slassen. The girl did not understand why this caused him such fun. But, as it turned out, a wise mentor could help her, because he suddenly remembered a good way. However, he warned, for this they will have to change the route a little. Events are transferred to the province of Henan, to Zhengzhou. A union of justice, unification consisting of 9 clans, or as they were called otherwise, the righteous side. There, the elder found out that after a long time, the clan of Skasan seemed to have something interesting. He was very pleased that the occultists again showed their tail. The Supreme Elder suspected that perhaps they should urgently convene a collection of Supreme Elders. However, the man refused, because the occultists were not dangerous. Previously, they were scattered, but now that the main forces united, the Union had no reason for fear. In addition, the head of the Union of 10 Clans, the great imperial sword, Yongchok-ha, realized that there was nothing to fear while he was here. In addition, the Master Bonyan personally wrote and sent a letter filled with such love that if they do not show their sincerity, then he will most likely be upset. Therefore, the great imperial sword decided to go to them on his own. He believed that all this time with Yuja only did what he built God and trained in the mountains. Therefore, he decided to go to them to tease him a little. Then the Supreme Elder asked how many students needed to represent a man, but he understood that the students would slow down such an urgent business. Then the sage offered him at least 1 student who would be useful in the way, and the great imperial sword agreed, also leaving the Supreme Elder for the main one during his absence. In addition, they discussed the thief of martial arts, which the clan was so looking for all this time. But the man understood that they could not catch him, because the clan Slasan is no longer at all the same as he was before. Therefore, the older brother had to come and take care of it. He already had a trick in order to find the creator of a great work. However, he believed that it was much better to make them look for this person. But in the meantime, he was looking for them. But to catch large fish, you need a good bait. And if they want to catch a large thief, then should they put them on the end of great martial arts? He believed that it was hardly possible to find a bait better than his own martial art, especially his fencing technique. Then the Supreme Elder realized that His Holiness could not be sent alone. After all, although he is strong, his vanity and narcissism are uncontrolled. At this time, Muuha finally reached the restaurant. He asked Bonyan to sit down. He himself had to go to the restroom for a short time. But the bodyguard insisted to go with the master. The young man asked him to just sing calmly. He would be uncomfortable if they even go to the restroom with him. Banyan understood that the killers can wait for him everywhere, so it is dangerous to go there. However, Muuha reassured the man, because if the killer jumps out of the cesspool, Banyan is unlikely to help him. However, the bodyguard promised that even if the young man falls into the cesspool, he would help him. Muuha smiled at his words, after which he quickly went away. First of all, he wrapped around the corner. The unknown force that he had recently felt in his body behaved strangely. For some reason, now he had the feeling that everything would work out. For this, a talented young man came out to test his martial art, and he began to draw one way after another. Finally, he reached the movement where he constantly failed. However, at that moment he did not fall, but resisted his feet tightly. It was even hard for him to believe in it. He rejoiced that he finally succeeded. However, his head quickly spun. In addition, it began to feel strong. In addition, it seemed to him that every time he coughs, the accumulated energy disappears. Soon in this position, the master was found by Banyan. He was wondering what was happening with the young artist. He clearly saw that something was wrong with him. Then Muuha explained that he seemed to have a stomach disorder. The bodyguard suggested that perhaps the gentleman ate too fast, and looking around, Banyan asked if Muuha saw no one suspicious in this place. He felt a large surge in energy. Apparently, a good master used martial art, and therefore came running here. Looking at the residual energy, he could say that that man was the same level with him, and rejoiced that Muuha did not affect. However, the young man explained that he had no idea that someone was here. At that moment, Banyan noticed that for the usual disorder of the stomach, the gentleman looked too pale, and he asked him to give him his hand for examination. Listening to internal energy, he felt something strange. While Banyan was silent, Muuha has already begun to worry. Then the warrior realized that the master was hiding something from him, although he understood that these were meaningless thoughts, because a person could not break through the pulse meridians. Even he, with developed meridians, could not fully break through them. It is unlikely that it would be possible to do this. This is impossible, even if he learned an incredible amount of deviation techniques. Therefore, Banyan wanted to know that the young man was hiding from him. However, Muuha explained that he did nothing outstanding except to scroll everything in his head, in his imagination. And at that moment Banyan realized what was about. He talked about the very technique that he wanted to repeat. This made him think deeply. But in a moment, the bodyguard ordered them to sit down, and Muuha listened to him. He was wondering if the boy felt a pulsation in his head, and was experiencing dizziness. The young artist immediately confirmed, considering him an expert in medicine. However, Banyan was convinced that Muuha has definitely a deviation in qi circulation. The boy began to worry that side effects could be comprehended. However, the bodyguard admitted that he knew nothing about them, which frightened the young man even more. Banyan asked him not to worry because the incident definitely has an explanation. Perhaps Muuha used some special equipment? However, the boy, from everything that he did, only repeated Banyanem. Understanding that Muuha himself does not know what was happening, Banyan decided to check him for side effects. He put his palm on his back and began to listen. However, for starters, he warned that the young man would not say anything in any case. If he makes a sound at least, then there is a chance that his organs would explode, so he had to restrain himself through pain. After which the bodyguard began to carry out its manipulation. The pain was tangible, but Muuha restrained as best he could. Banyan ordered the boy to use the learned breathing technique, otherwise his whole body would explode. But, obviously, it was very difficult to concentrate in such conditions. It even seemed to the young man that this pain was too strong to just endure it, and Banyan at that moment felt something strange. He was sure that this mysterious force, breaking the meridians, would immediately leave his carrier. But it seems it was not an ordinary breathing technique. He suggested that Muuha hit a special technique, but seemed to be mistaken. Obviously, he miscalculated greatly in this guy. He asked Muuha to concentrate. At this time, the bodyguard will pass through a strand of infinity. This was called endless breathing. He used the nucleus technique. Then he began to use it. However, Muuha did not expect his actions to take such an impressive effect. He began to direct his inner energy and asked the young pupil to remember this path. Finally, the boy felt amazing changes in his body. He clearly felt the energy moves through the flesh, at the end of the path revealing the technique of the sword. This was reminiscent of what he called muscle memory, but turned out to be a stream of energy. Suddenly, Banyan felt a strange anomaly. He realized that the energy was piercing too much. It was incredibly a lot. The bodyguard did not understand how the body could function in this state. When so much energy accumulated in him, he could not even release his palms. His power began to slowly leave the body. Perhaps it was a reckoning for doubts, punishment for greed. He understood that he was extremely wrong and did not want to pay life for it. The guard prayed for the cessation of this process, begged for help, and soon his hands were finally freed. Then he collapsed, losing consciousness near Muuha. The young man, not noticing what happened, continued his meditation. At this moment, losing consciousness, Banyan saw something amazing. There were 5 multicolored rings over the boy's head. They testified to the achievement of the peak stage of key development. The 3 basic principles became one with the sky, something that only a real master could achieve. The bodyguard did not understand how such a young man could achieve this, but soon he finally lost consciousness. Finally, the child's meditation ended, and he came to his senses. At that moment, the black world around him began to change. Although he did not feel bad before, now the young man felt as if he was able to fly. Suddenly, something unimaginable appeared in front of him. Those opened 5 rings made it possible for him to see colors. Therefore, he looked around widely with his eyes with rapture. Tears flowed from the boy's eyes. He saw the true beauty of the shades, which he had only read about before. Until that moment, he was naive. Everyone called him the best artist in the world, although he thought that he could express everything that exists through his art. But he was mistaken. He painted only a small part of what this world actually was. The young man promised himself that he would remember what happened, even if this lasted only a moment. At that moment, he saw his bodyguard and ran to him. The boy tried to understand why the man was sleeping, and he considered that most likely help with comprehension of energy was too tiring. Therefore, he decided to raise the defender in his hands. But he was surprised to find that he was not weighing anything at all, or the young man himself became much stronger. He clearly felt strange and suspected that the reason for this was a cure. Suddenly, the boy realized that first of all he needed to take care of the bodyguard. Therefore, he immediately hurried to his house. By evening, he met with Ma Ryan. The man did not understand why the boy was looking for him. However, he, pointing to the bodyguard, explained that he became ill. Passing the young man inside, Ma Ryan ordered to pass, and the boy immediately ran for help. At that moment, Ma Ryan noticed something strange. He felt that something had clearly happened to Muuha. Even with his level of skill, he would never be able to hide his presence as much as the young man did now. The mentor could not even hear the rustle of the boy's clothes, although he seemed to not even try to do it. Soon, Banyan examined the doctor and it became obvious that the bodyguard lost all his energy. The healer checked his pulse and stated that the internal power of the man suffered significant damage. In this state, he will need a whole year to completely recover. Muuha did not understand how this could happen, and the doctor himself did not know the reason. However, he could accurately declare that the guilt of everything was an excess of energy consumption. Perhaps the bodyguard had an internal energy battle with someone. The healer could not help anymore. The rest depended only on the endurance of Banyan. Then Muuha became interested in what was happening while he was in meditation. Suddenly Wu arrived and grabbed. He also understood the doctor's face that he could not fix anything, and the boy quickly got up to greet the guest as appropriate. Wu and Praise sincerely regretted the incident with the bodyguard Muuha. In addition, he already heard that the boy reached the stage of the master. Muuha did not understand what was talking about, but Ma Ryan quickly grabbed his hand. The young man did not understand what the mentor was going to do, but he had already concentrated. After a long silence, the man explained that the boy took possession of the Kingdom of 5 Rings, also known as Pentarome Rings. Muuha did not understand at all what was at stake, and then they explained to him easier. He mastered the skill of the Kingdom of Transformation. The young man embarrassedly admitted that he did nothing on purpose at all, and did not know the reason for his transformation. However, the presence of Muuha really changed. The physical form was in excellent condition, but at the same time, no special energy came from it. It was obvious that the boy had a rare talent since birth, and although it seemed unfair, the difference between him and others was too striking. Wu and grabbed Ma Ryan to give advice to Muuha, but the mentor felt unable to do this. After all, he trained 60 years and still did not reach the level of the young man. It was very angry with Wu and grabbed. He explained that now the boy was hiding wild power. However, he did not know how to use it, which means he could harm not only to himself, but also to others. Wu did not understand why Ma Ryan believes that in the instructions of Muuha there is no sense, because he chose his path that enriched him with an invaluable experience. Wu and grabbed the man never underestimate the results earned by time and effort. As a result, thinking Ma Ryan agreed, he decided to teach Muuha to use the power that he had. To do this, he invited the young man to go to the training ground. He suggested starting with his bare hands. Then he himself was first attacked. The mentor did not restrain his power and immediately hit Muuha in the face. However, he did not dodge and quickly fell to the ground. Ma Ryan was puzzled. Why didn't the boy dodge? However, the young man did not even understand how to do it. Then Ma Ryan explained that he could evade, just leaning forward. But he realized the boy clearly never participated in the fights. Obviously, he had never even beaten him in childhood. Then the idea for the first lesson was born in the mentor's head, and fingering his fists, he warned that it was always painful to receive blows. The student had to well remember the tested pain, and from now on do everything possible to avoid such sensations in the future. Such frank threats clearly scared the boy. Somewhere at that time nearby, there was an elder, to whom the assistant reported on the end of the preparatory events. A senior master warned that if the boy tries to escape, they will have to take care of him, even if they have to reveal his presence. In fact, the assistant clearly did not expect to meet such a significant figure in this place. He was called the Midnight Sun. He was the most powerful person after the Lord in these parts. Now he severely warned the mercenary that he would not tolerate any, even the slightest mistakes on his part. Nodding, the warrior assured the owner that he understands everything. Only then did the majestic man explain that he leaves the task completely on his shoulders. The elder himself remained in the same place. Gradually, a malevolent smile blossomed on his face. He decided not to turn a blind eye to the existence of his longtime opponent, Ma Ryan. Somewhere on the same night, Muuha tried to fall asleep, thinking about how really his master was really incredible once he beat him to such a state. Now the teenager has been running goosebumps on the skin from the mere thought of a formidable mentor. But even so, this experience was more useful than any previous training. The teacher explained that it doesn't matter through what tests the MU passed before reaching the current level. But most of all, his gift was like the legendary resurrection technique. However, the ability that he owned was still very unusual. Even the most gifted of the students could not draw mental paintings with such amazing clarity. It was even more amazing that the young man completely assimilated himself with a mental picture. That is why he could master the technique according to the memories. However, the mentor warned that the use of this gift could harm the owner himself. If Muuha imagines how it loses the limb, this will have the corresponding effect on his body. A frightened guy in confusion asked what he should do then. But the mentor's answer was simple. It is necessary to remain calm and not plunge into anxious thoughts. Focusing on yourself at the moment was the most important task for him. Muuha understood. Even though it sounded easy, in fact everything turned out to be much harder. But if he had not received advice from a wise mentor, he would have had to be even worse. Therefore, the young man was sincerely grateful. The master turned out to be a really kind person and a wonderful teacher. But at that moment, Muuha felt something alarming. He was immediately alert and looked out the window. Then he noticed a man in snow-white robes. The stranger calmly walked, but the student immediately recognized his technique for masking the presence. Muuha was worried that this could be a hired killer. However, to the surprise of the young man, his master quickly came out towards the mysterious guest. After mutual polite greetings, the gray-haired stranger explained that he had learned about how Ma Ryan managed to survive, and although he initially planned to kill him, it was then that the Lord asked him to postpone a little. The old man with contempt noticed that even though Mahjong was lucky to stay alive, an ordinary agent bowed him to the side of evil. However, a former friend strongly objected, ordering not to underestimate Wu and GAA. Then it became obvious that Ma Ryan has changed a lot since then. He even learned to express such formidable determination. However, the old man wanted to check if Ma Ryan began to be weaker during this time. The enemy has long reached the top of the anti-aircraft kingdom, which means that he had long surpassed him in strength. The gray-haired warrior mentally rejoiced, recalling how long he had been waiting for this moment. For many years he was compared with Ma Ryan in society, and finally he will be able to repay for all humiliations. And the master himself was ready for this confrontation. He expected someone from the Society of the New Moon to appear behind his head. Ma Ryan understood that he couldn't give up so easily, because now he had what he should protect. Although the boy, at the stage of skill of the Kingdom of Transformation, was unlikely to be required, he will not give up so simply. However, suddenly Ma Ryan realized the truth. The boy possessed the art of repeating techniques and a magnificent level of drawing. So, it was the same legendary artist who was looking for all the clans. The mentor was amazed that they did not notice this, although the young man was right under their nose. Now, realizing the true personality of Muuha, even his formidable enemy seemed to him just a flickering firefly against the dazzling sun. Seeing a mysterious smile on Ma Ryan's face, the elder was perplexed. Did the enemy really lose his mind? However, he only waited while the useless speech would end. Perhaps his old acquaintances wanted to voice some kind of dying desire. It seemed to the elder that Ma Ryan was so scared by his power that he was completely speechless. Armed, he invited the opponent as soon as possible to go to the afterlife. Then he attacked, like a lightning cobra. However, he clearly did not expect that at this decisive moment someone would dare to intervene. Even more, the elder was amazed when he saw only a young boy in front of him. Ma Ryan, too, opened his mouth in shock, not understanding what his student was doing here. However, Muuha continued to stand on the spot, resolutely defending his mentor. A few minutes before, Muuha decided to follow what was happening, so carefully crept closer. He saw his master communicating with a potential killer. They were clearly familiar. But unfortunately, from such a distance, the young man could not make out a word. However, he noticed something unusual. For some reason, when he used his own power, a strange feeling arose that he was taking loan of other people's energy. It was as if inside him lived a miniature divine creature similar to a dragon. Suddenly, anxious sounds came to his hearing. He saw a gray-haired man began to concentrate internal energy. Muuha had no doubt this man came here for his sake. So you need to deal with the threat independently, because it cannot constantly rely on the protection of others. For the sake of this moment, he devoted himself to cultivation. So whatever it costs, it should become stronger. However, now Muuha was behind the enemy and could not be inactive. He could not raise his hand even by a centimeter. But he understood. Regardless of how hopeless the situation is, he must change everything. Doubts tormented his soul. Is he really capable of this? In the decisive, unexpectedly for himself, he grabbed the knife in his hands. After that, the assistants warned the elder about the invisible threat behind him. So they faced face to face. The gray-haired warrior undoubtedly wanted to find out who this brave youth is. Excited, Ma Ryan was already shouting, ordering Muuha not to listen to anyone and immediately fleeing. However, at that moment, mercenaries blocked the path to retreat. The elder realized that in front of him was exactly the one they were looking for. Even the elder realized that, judging by the reaction of Ma Ryan, this boy had great importance for him. So, the young man had to die here and now. The enemy immediately rushed into the attack, and Muuha lost his temper for a moment. However, at a critical moment, his body independently dodged a deadly blow. The old man did not understand what had just happened, and Muuha clearly saw a vulnerable place. His body moved as if of his own free will. Perhaps this was the famous technique of a bloody fire sword. Nevertheless, the boy did not want to deprive the life of this man. Therefore, he tried his best to stop his attack. As a result of such efforts, his hands shook, and after the mouth, the scarlet blood poured out of his mouth. Ma Ryan, watching what was happening, instantly realized what had happened. These were injuries caused by a sudden stop of internal energy. The young man did not yet know how to properly control his own strength. Suddenly, the mentor realized that the boy was in mortal danger. Therefore, he immediately rushed to him for the rescue. The elder himself did not understand what happened. Even if the power of the blow was insignificant, at the moment when the boy flew at him, he already imagined how the young man pierces through. But for some inexplicable reason, the child did not attack him. Perhaps he decided to play with the victim. Therefore, the old man planned to punish him for such audacity. The enemy decided to defeat his goal, but not at all with the help of martial arts. Small explosive granules flew from his wide sleeves. After that, the whole place of the fight was shrouded in a white haze. It was an insidious trap, an explosive mixture filled with deadly spikes. Whatever Muuha does, he was doomed in any case. However, as if out of nowhere, Ma Ryan stood up to defend the pupil. The elder became furious, considering the actions of the opponent true madness. Ma, with shaking hands, reached for the mentor. He, only smiling sadly, said that when you try to kill someone, it was necessary to act without hesitation, and asked him to remember his death as a result of the student's indecision. Now, after such a lesson, he will definitely remember this for life. Muuha did not understand what the master wanted to say with this. But the next instant the blood poured from the mentor's throat. His body was pierced from the back, after which a crushing blow followed. And in the end, the weakened figure of a man collapsed to the ground. The frightened Muuha immediately rushed to the master. He did not pay attention even to sharp spikes the young man tried to raise him. However, by that time, the mentor no longer showed signs of life. Only then did Mu realize his unforgivable stupidity. He hesitated to attack the enemy, and then tried to protect the one who intended to kill him. He understood that he was simply an inexperienced loser. Their last conversation about the end of the training surfaced in the memory. Then Muuha thanked his teacher, and he asked him not to call him that, considering himself unworthy of this title. The young man asked how to contact Ma Ryan then. However, the man until the last breath was completely indifferent. Then Muuha understood. His mentor really said that he could call him a sever. Therefore, in the heart of the student, he will forever remain his master. Looking back, the young man realized how many things he learned thanks to him. The mentor was kind, handed him secret techniques, and gave valuable life counsels. For all this, Muuha felt unlimited gratitude. Suddenly, an ominous whisper came to his ears. Someone explained that the boy's teacher was not completely dead. The same elder turned out to be speaking. At that moment, he, gloatingly grinning, restrained his bloodied blade. Then the enemy took out a small bomb and threw it towards Muuha, in parallel, ordering the boy to burn in the hellish flame. The young man clearly saw how the deadly shell is getting closer. When the bomb fell, the whole terrain was covered by a violent fire. However, Muuha felt that his mentor was really clinging to his life. He understood that he had to do something in order not to let him die. When he tried to extinguish the flame, the young man himself was covered with fire. But thanks to internal energy, he managed to extinguish it. He decided to convey this vitality to his teacher, hoping to protect him in this way. However, with horror, I only saw how the mentor's body completely went limp. The elder only grinned angrily. The long-awaited moment of the triumph came. Although he was surprised that the white phosphorus bomb did not take the proper effect in the boy, he understood that the young man is still completely defenseless, which means that his end came. However, at the last moment, Muuha managed to dodge. Moreover, in this tense moment, another warrior intervened in the battle. He breathed a sigh of relief, rejoicing that it did not end in disaster. The elder tried to understand who this stranger was in bewilderment, but soon recognized the legendary killer Hook Rin. He could not believe that the skillful fighter was here at such a moment. Hook Rin himself, without honoring the enemy, only mentally rejoiced at his spectacular appearance. He calmly explained to the old man that if he immediately retreats, he would save his life. However, the gray-haired warrior clearly did not suit a similar outcome. Smiling, Gukrin in this case asked to attack the first. The elder, enraged by such arrogance and underestimation of his military skills, immediately attacked. As a result, these two came together in close combat. Both were inflicted and accepted at a striking speed. At some point, Gukrin lost his weapon. Then, deadly throwing knives flew in his direction. He realized that his opponent decided to resort to cunning. However, a talented warrior managed to return his blade and explained that such tricks would not work with him. With one lightning maneuver, he cut his hand to his opponent. Suddenly, both fighters felt something sinister. An unknown force was literally embodied behind their backs. The source of this power was Muuha. He seemed to have completely lost control after such an irreparable loss. Feeling the raging energy, Gukrin quickly realized that he needed to leave the battlefield as soon as possible. However, the elder, full of reckless courage, decided not to retreat, believing that it would be easy for him to defeat some boy. He rushed to the attack, but Muuha did not show the slightest signs of fear at all. On the contrary, the young man retained amazing calm. He took another step forward before the hand of the attacker was completely cut off from his body. The elder screamed with unbearable pain, not understanding what happened. While Muuha raised his hand to strike the next blow, the wounded enemy, trying to defend himself, decided to go into a desperate counterattack. He tried to hit the boy with his foot. However, after the gaze of Muuha, the warrior lost his last weapon. Having fallen to the ground, the elder began to suffocate from unbearable pain and moaned softly. Then Muuha, as if nothing had happened, calmly sank down next to him. Then he brought his fist for a crushing blow. Gukrin stood without saying a word, watching how the boy methodically beats the defeated enemy to death. The young man stopped only when the elder stopped breathing. The hands of the young master were stained with blood, however. It seemed that his overwhelming rage did not subside at all. Soon, Muuha realized what happened. He quickly jumped to his feet and breathed in fright. His head was hit by such severe pain that he could barely endure her. Gukrin continued to stand motionless, carefully watching what was happening to the young man. An experienced warrior understood the feelings of the boy, but he believed that he should experience at least some relief after a revenge. But now the teenager looked too sorry. In addition, the observer noticed a strange luminous energy around the figure of Muuha. However, before he realized what it was, the boy began to rise above the ground, literally levitating in the air. Gukrin did not expect such a sight. Looking at the state of Muuha, it was obvious he completely got out of control. The mysterious glow was followed by an attack of cough with blood, and an experienced fighter realized that this was an extremely alarming sign. Therefore, he immediately stepped away from a dangerous place. This turned out to be the right decision. Just after a moment, the surroundings were lit up with a dazzling flash. Events are transferred a few hours ahead when morning came. Then Wu finally appeared and grabbed, and found out about what had happened. He looked deeply at his fallen friend, mentally apologizing to Ma Ryan for being late with the help. He was unbearable to think about what danger his comrade overtook. However, Wu still did not understand why Ma Ryan simply did not disappear from the inevitable threat. The hands of a grieving man shook. He could not believe that Mariana really no longer alive. However, having gathered the last grains of self-control, he mentally thanked his friend for everything he did for him. After which he decided to say goodbye to and bring prayers for the rest of his soul. Only after that, Wu and Grabbed realized that the boys were not visible anywhere. Since his bodies were not there, it could only mean one thing: he survived. Wu and Pra sincerely hoped that everything would be fine with the young student of Ma Ryan. Soon, unknown people approached the place of the tragedy. They already knew about those terrible events that had played out last night. Wu and Grabbed quickly in the arrivals with Yoja and his student, after which he explained in detail everything that happened. One of the visitors did not participate in the conversation, listening to the energy of this place. He felt the explicit presence of the Reap, and he suggested that here there is definitely a connection between the incident and a ghostly swordsman. The warrior thought why the legendary Reaper took the boy. Perhaps an experienced swordsman knew that Muuha was pursued by their students. In addition, the supervisory master noticed traces that clearly testified to a powerful emission of energy. But it is unlikely that any of the experienced fighters would use their power so uncontrollably. A real master would never allow such a waste. Suddenly, a thoughtful man realized an important detail. Everything indicated that a person who reached the master's kingdom of transformation acted completely as a beginner, deprived of knowledge about martial arts. This completely shed light on what happened. Therefore, turning to his assistant, he asked him to immediately call a mentor. The insightful master was sure that he attacked the trail of that very legendary artist. Most likely, he only superficially studied the basics of martial arts, because his movements, although they were good for the amateur, issued a complete lack of systematic training. Now an experienced observer had no doubt that this legendary person could not hide for a long time. However, carefully studying the traces, he noticed that the imprints of the alleged artist were mixed up with the traces of the Reap. The master was worried that perhaps they joined forces if they were well acquainted with each other. However, it seemed strange to him that the remnants of the traces of the legendary artist were so suddenly bursting. At this moment, the impatient Wu and enough decided to find out how much time it will take to search for Muuha. Only after this question is insightful with Yuja finally understood everything. He guessed that Muuha was the same legendary artist who had been looking for so long. Meanwhile, Muuha came into consciousness and bitterly noticed that his world had faded again. All the bright colors disappeared, and he again returned to the joyless reality, devoid of light. The young man did not immediately understand that someone carefully carries him in his arms, but this circumstance occupied him little. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by an elegant bird sitting on the branches nearby. For some inexplicable reason, Muuha passionately wanted to draw her. He began to draw the air contours of the feathered creation directly in the air. Then he set the last decisive stroke, depicted his eye. Surprisingly, this painted eye shone strangely. The bird, it seemed, also felt mysterious changes in its nature and quickly turned around, looking at Muuha. At this moment, an inexplicable mystical connection arose between the bird and the boy. All this time, Hook Rin, carrying Muuha in his arms, tried to console the depressed young man, convincing not to be upset due to the loss of internal forces. He reminded that in everyday life they are not so necessary, emphasizing that the boy is still young and has a healthy body with whole limbs. However, no matter what an experienced warrior said, Muuha was in deep despair. Until this moment, everything turned out relatively well when Guk Rin took the young man with him. But since they left a dangerous place together, the teenager absorbed hopelessness. His condition was not subject to restoration. His body could no longer study martial arts. But the most serious problem was his moral state. The only thing Hook Rin hoped for, taking the boy, was that he would make him an invincible warrior. But now this prospect has been under a big question. Suddenly, he noticed that Muuha was painting something, but did not understand what benefit to draw in their dangerous position. Even more experienced fighter was worried about the strange actions of the Kasan clan. It seems that they tracked his movement and soon overtake them. Therefore, the Reaper first of all intended to return to the safe refuge of the Kami Sleep as soon as possible. Suddenly, an angry wild boar appeared in their way. The beast looked extremely aggressive and blocked their path. Gukrin was annoyed that such a trifle again intervened in his plans. With one light movement, he jumped over the ferocious animal, continuing his way. However, the young man incomparable immediately began to draw a wild boar in the air. And so, the guess of the guy was confirmed. Some invisible mystical connection arose between the beast and him again. However, it was a completely different form of energy compared to traditional internal forces. A curious boy longed to find out how to use this new gift, and decided to experimentally move this energy by the method of 3 began spirituality. After that, he squeezed an imaginary pattern, crushing him in his palm. Suddenly Gukrin heard the heartbreaking dying roar of a boar. When he turned around, the animal was already in dying convulsions, dying in terrible torment. The puzzled Reaper did not understand what caused such a sudden death of the beast, and Muuha thoughtfully reflected on the nature of this strange energy that he had just felt. When the evening came, Gukrin continued his advance. However, soon new troubles made him stop. Several opponents armed to the teeth arose in front of him. These were 3 of the legendary 24 Flowers of Plums, the best soldiers of the Kulsan clan. Although separately they inferior to Gukrin in skill, it was extremely difficult for him to cope with 3 at the same time. The armed monks did not hide the joys that the long-awaited moment of retaliation had finally arrived when they put an end to the Reaper's ominous activity. Immediately after their appearance, the master swordsman gently lowered Muuha to the ground. After that, exposing the weapon, he invited the monks to go out against him by one, believing that the true masters of the clan should adhere to the code of justice. However, his opponents coldly stated that they did not see the point of observing conventions when they fight with the embodiment of evil. It became obvious. They attack everything at the same time, which meant a carefully planned ambush. Gukrin had no other choice, except how decisively grabbing his deadly blade, preparing to fight and, if necessary, destroy the enemies on this fatal day. At heart, he understood that in this unequal battle he should take with him to the grave of at least 2 opponents. Watching how Gukrin fearlessly rushed into battle, the opponents understood that his courage bordered on recklessness. It seemed that he himself pulls the loop on his neck. They were absolutely sure that the legendary Reaper not to overcome all 3 at the same time. However, an experienced swordsman himself realized the disadvantage. However, he had plenty of determination. Noticing how the enemy blade is rapidly approaching his neck, he dodged a mortal attack with lightning speed. After that, with amazing dexterity, he jumped to his feet, not allowing the opponents to injure himself. Instantly moved into a counterattack, the Reaper dealt a crushing blow to the old man who tried to destroy him. While the gray-haired monk was trying to free himself from an iron grip, the other 2 fighters intended to pierce the body of Hook Rena. However, to universal amazement, the Reaper sharply released his inner energy, creating a powerful shockwave that discarded both attackers a considerable distance. After that, he also threw the old man into the air to win at least a moment for a break. At that moment, the fighter realized that due to such an intensive emission of energy in the near future, he could not fully use his left hand. However, now he was to cope with all the remaining opponent. At this critical moment, the defeated enemy was already choked with blood. None of those present could understand at what moment Gukrin managed to strike a mortal blow. The Reaper only with a cold smile took the blade of the defeated enemy, gloomily promising the old man that he would find a worthy application. After that, 2 surviving monks began to recover, preparing to continue the deadly duel. Muuha, watching what was happening from the side, began to notice the amazing details of the battle. The fight did not stop for a second, and Hook Rin remained as calmly sarcastic. He even provoked opponents more decisively in order to feel really on the verge of life and death. At this moment, the boy finally realized Hook Rin was a truly outstanding fighter. With only a skillful movement of his shoulders, he forced his sword to spin in a deadly dance, stopping the attack and pushing the opponents. Then he was with a lightning-speed counterattack with an upturned blade, making the enemies by surprise. However, Muuha understood with anxiety. If it continues further, the Reaper would inevitably die. Although from time to time the picture of the battle changed, all the images that arose in the head of a young artist invariably predicted the death of a swordsman. But the boy could not allow the death of his savior. Therefore, he thought feverishly how to help a brave warrior. Suddenly he remembered the recent case with a wild boar. Can a similar technique act on a person? Desperately risking, Muuha tried to mentally portray a fighter whom he saw in front of him. At this time, an angry monk, waving a blade, violently cursed Gukrina for daring to use someone else's sword. He screamed hysterically that for such blasphemy the Reaper should pay his own life. After that, the clan warrior Slasan brought a flurry of crushing strikes towards Gukrin. The exhausted fighter smiled restrainedly, realizing that this attack was really deadly. At this point, his wounded body almost did not obey. His arms and legs moved not as planned. In this state, taking into account the injuries, he reached the limit of his capabilities. But still, Gukrin overcame this whole dangerous path to save Muuha, and could not just give up. At least he was determined to take at least one enemy limb with him. At the decisive moment, something incredible happened. The attacker suddenly froze on the spot, as if constrained by invisible chains. Taking advantage of this, Hook Rin without hesitation pierced him with a blade. He himself did not even understand why it was so unexpectedly easy. It seemed strange that the enemy, who had just attacked with such a murderous pressure, suddenly froze on the spot. In the dying agony, the monk published a heartbreaking cry. He desperately did not understand what mysterious magic the Reaper used against him. In the last glimmer of consciousness, the fighter suggested that it was a forbidden inverse flow technique, contrary to all laws of nature. But not having time to finish his thought, he collapsed dead. At this tense moment, bright signal lights flashed in the distance. Obviously, somewhere nearby they were waiting for reinforcements, which immediately rushed to the place of battle. The surviving old man screamed frantically, which would never allow the Reaper leaving this mountain alive. Gok-rin was clearly disappointed that the test did not end there. He did not know that recently, the elders did not disdain with signal lights. However, the awareness of the need for immediate retreat came instantly. He picked up the weakened Muuha in his arms and immediately rushed away from a dangerous place. An experienced warrior was extremely alarmed. If the elders of the clan ambushed here, then there are probably many other pursuers in the vicinity. Initially, Gok-rin planned to overcome the mountains and through the control point to penetrate into a safe lacquer of the sleep bit. But now, for the sake of maintaining life, he needed to make several bypass maneuvers before entering the city. Meanwhile, Muuha was thinking intensely about what happened at the moment when he completed his mental drawing. Around the enemy silhouette, a weak reddish frame appeared. As soon as the young artist saw her, he intuitively pulled after her, as if caught on an invisible thread. At that moment, the warrior instantly froze, as if caught in a trap of an invisible giant. However, the monk gathered the remnants of his strength and tried to break out of mystical bumps. Muuha, surprised at such a resistance, unconsciously squeezed an imaginary grip stronger. The feeling that something crunched in his hand was still fresh in the boy's memory. He only wanted to restrain the attacker and finish the battle, but everything got out of control. Suddenly, the words of a wise mentor surfaced in the memory of Muuha, who warned that his student should always maintain vigilance and control over his own forces. The young man realized that he had not yet fully understood the depth of teacher's instructions. Now he lived with a life acquired by the sacrifice of the victim of Master Ma Ryan, so he should never have lost her in vain due to incorrect decisions. First of all, in order to survive, Muuha had to accurately understand the nature of the power that he mastered. When he painted a warrior, he felt how an amazing stream of energy flows through him. This was a completely different sensation compared to previous experience. Therefore, now the young man firmly intended to learn to more accurately control this mysterious ability. At this time, alarmed with Yoja arrived at the field of recent battle, who, with annoyance, realized that they again missed the elusive Reap. Looking back at his assistant, Chonbon, he impatiently asked if there was news from scouts guarding the strategically important pass of Hall today. However, no information was received, and the insightful with Yoja understood. If they did not manage to intercept the Reap in the mountains, then they will finally lose his trace, since the fugitive will probably go to the Sleep Little Bishop. A feature of this region was complete autonomy. External forces could not affect what was happening within it. Therefore, the experienced master resolutely ordered Chonbon to immediately go to the Kondon clan and turn to them on his behalf. This instruction alerted the assistant. After all, the representatives of this clan were known as mercantile Taoists who took up any business if it promised a solid profit. However, with Yoja, he explained that among them were the students of his longtime friend, who may agree to listen to his request. Moreover, they could act even on the territory of the untouchable Kama of the Sun's Son, where the pursuers did not have direct access. Chonbon clearly regretted that his wise mentor had to make such a compromise, but respectfully asked to remain calm. Bringing this case to the end was of exceptional importance. In fact, all this was necessary for His Grace to be convinced whether Muuha was the same legendary artist. That is why it was so necessary for them to track the movements of the Reaper. However, the experienced master still puzzled the strange moment of the battle. Why did one of the fighters suddenly approach the Reaper and actually allowed himself to pierce? Some kind of anomaly was obviously lurking in this. Even before the blade touched the body, the internal organs of the monk were already torn. This is impossible to imagine. If only a warrior did not affect something incredibly powerful. Therefore, with you, he experienced a burning interest in the true abilities of this legendary artist and his mysterious satellite. By this time, the exhausted Hook-Rin with Muuha in his arms had already reached distant rocky mountains. He understood that he could finally afford a small respite. Now their pursuers will definitely not be able to quickly overtake the fugitives. To begin with, he decided to go to the mysterious Nanjuni, where the ancient gates of the Black Dragon were located, and then delve into a deserted desert, where enemies definitely will not be able to pursue them further. In addition, Having spent his childhood in Kama Sonya Sonya, the Reaper knew very well where it was possible to hide most reliably from prying eyes. But before continuing the exhausting path, he decided to take care of the restoration of his exhausted inner power. For this, Gukrin plunged into deep meditation, and Muuha could only calmly watch the actions of his mysterious savior. Looking back at the surrounding area, the young man tried to determine their location. In addition, he was tormented by painful thoughts about his own fate. What should he do now? He believed that he completely repaid Relaces with a duty to save his life, helping in a fight with the monks, and perhaps the time came to leave his own way. But after the tragic death of Ma Ryan, he could not return to Mr. Wu and Grau. And even more so, he could not just return home. In addition, the young man was tormented by the question, why did Gukrin take him with him? After all, if the swordsman was alone, he could well escape. However, the warrior did not leave him alone until the very end. Therefore, before deciding on further plans, Muuha decided to find out the true reason for such a concern. Thinking about the mysterious power awakened inside him, the boy decided to name her in honor of his deceased mentor. However, much in this ability remained incomprehensible. Just drawing someone, he could somehow influence their vital energy. In addition, after recent events, he began to notice a strange red frame around the silhouettes of mountain animals, although he did not yet understand the significance of this phenomenon. The cautious Muuha decided to temporarily refrain from using this mysterious force. But compared with the previous state, it became much easier for him to use the technique of a ghostly wanderer. In addition to everything, a new gift seemed to have no restrictions on application. However, recalling the recent battle, the young man was alarming. It seemed to him too risky to use such unstable and poorly studied power. He understood that he could resort to it exclusively for self-defense, and then only in extreme cases. Therefore, for some time this ability should be kept secret from prying eyes. Suddenly, in the memory of Manhwa, a memory surfaced a long-standing persuasion with Gukrin. This interested him. Was the swordsman really a person who keeps his word? Finally, when evening twilight came down, the mysterious warrior came out of deep meditation. He was surprised to find that Muuha had to patiently sit it all this time. Gukrin sincerely rejoiced, believing that the boy finally came to his senses after the shocks experienced. However, fearing that after all the trials, the young man could forget who he was, the sword was carefully introduced. It seemed strange to him that Muuha did not answer anything, but only mysteriously nodded, as if expecting something. However, this was not too upset by Gukrin. The wayward teenager seemed to him in his own charming one. In addition, he sincerely sympathized with the boy who had lost his former forces, and promised that as an older brother would help him to figure it out. Hearing this, Muuha instantly was indignant that the warrior dared to call himself just an older brother. This clearly indicated that Gukrin completely forgot about his previous promise. After that, the young artist played a real theater hysteria, accusing the swordsman of shamelessness and inability to restrain this word. The puzzled Reaper, until the last, did not understand what the boy had in mind. For a moment, it even seemed to him that he was damaged by reason after all the shocks experienced. However, he suddenly recalled that Manhwa really promised something special. From that memorable day, he was considered his father. Blinding in a smile, the teenager realized that Gukrin finally remembered their contract. He strictly reminded the warrior that he should not be scattered by such serious promises, and solemnly called him his father. Gukrin was extremely dissatisfied with the absurd situation, which he landed in his own indistinguishability. Somewhere near their resting place at that time, rich carriages passed. The master, subtly feeling the danger in an instant, felt something alarming. Therefore, he invited his companions to immediately change the direction, despite the fact that the alternative route did not lead to the province of Shanxi. As it turned out, the mysterious master from the passing caravan somehow guessed that the snotty boy was going to slip into the desert. However, he was sure that they would still be able to overtake the fugitives, given their slow movement. It was obvious that by the snotty boy, the arrogant pursuer meant the Reap himself, and mentally mentioned that an elusive killer would soon be in his hands. The students who accompanied the masters longed to find out the true level of the strength of the legendary Gukrin, but gloomily recognized that their mentor sometimes showed signs of madness. In addition, the young warriors were worried that the persecution of the Reaper would inevitably lead to a clash with the clan of Shisan. If the events accept an unforeseen turn, they risked the cause of a real bloody massacre. The cold-blooded Pan Yuha, one of the students, anxiously realized that the master sent with them was a man openly enjoying chaos. She was perplexed why for such a delicate mission they chose just such an unpredictable and dangerous leader. However, the mysterious master himself only mysteriously smiled, understanding perfectly well what suspicions tormented by his students. At heart, he realized his talent to radically change the situation, completely turning the course of events. That is why he was entrusted with their training. In addition, in his opinion, the period of the world lasted impermissible long time. Although their powerful founder probably suffered such a serene atmosphere, the size of the organization of the occultists became too impressive. Influential families with tremendous power preferred not to intervene in the center of boiling events, fearing large-scale victims. They believed that the occultists would not have any other way out, except to untie a full-scale war. But this required a good reason. And the most suitable candidate for the role of such a catalyst was precisely he was the mysterious master. However, the task standing before him was extremely difficult, and on this path they will inevitably have to bear tremendous victims. However, this did not scare the ambitious strategist at all. On the contrary, he was ready with undisguised enthusiasm to accept this challenge of fate. Meanwhile, Muuha, with a serious look, was instructed by Rina that true parents should show endless kindness to their children, and children in turn are obliged to show deep respect for parents and take care of them. It was a famous excerpt from the 5 Norms of Manhwa, the glorified Chinese thinker of the period of the Warring Kingdoms. The legendary Reaper clearly did not understand why the young man suddenly decided to give him this philosophical lecture. However, Muuha simply wanted to show the named son that there are such great instructions of the sages, who should strictly follow. Rin, although outwardly he did not show obvious discontent, did not find a place in his heart, not knowing what to do with this daring boy. He was almost doubled by this youth and only once inadvertently uttered a rash promise. Muuha was sincerely surprised at the endurance of this warrior hardened in battles. Initially, he believed that the Reaper only pretends to forget about their persuasion, but seemed to be mistaken in his assumptions. Having decided to experience the patience of Rina even stronger, the young man with a serious look quoted another ancient wisdom. In Egi Unfyun, there is an expression, wealth is more respectful. Even the impermeable Rin finally realized that Muuha sparely ensures that he recognized him as his legal son. The warrior resolutely opposed, recalling that he would be 40 years old very soon. Muuha only waited for such an emotional reaction, although he had already begun to fear that this unbending person really deserves boundless trust. Rin continued to warmly prove that in his clan, the right is always considered the one who is stronger, so Muuha could not call him a son. It became obvious to the young artist that the cunning mosque intends to cowardly evade this promise, resorting to the threat of violence. He strictly noticed that such behavior is completely immoral. If the son raises his hand to the parent, this will be an unforgivable crime. As a result, Rin, finally derived from balance, rushed at the boy with a formidable look. However, to the amazement of Manhwa, the formidable warrior hit only the earth near his legs. After the demonstration of force, the Reaper unexpectedly agreed to officially become his adoptive father, judging that this was not such an impossible obligation. However, he strictly warned that Muuha would not expect from him any manifestations of special parental courtesy. The young man was sincerely amazed that the legendary killer nevertheless intended to restrain his word. At this moment, the boy with naive surprise noted that the experienced fighter was not even 40 years old, although he looks much older than his age. This innocent remark was so offended by the Reap pride that he seriously thought about breaking the impudent boy into pieces. Looking at the barely restrained rage of a warrior, Muuha only smiled good-naturedly. After that, he diplomatically promised that if there is something that Rin would like to get from him, he would do everything possible. Having calmed down, the practical Reaper decided to find out whether his newly made father remembers those mountains where he was treated, and whether the strange inscriptions found in the backyard were preserved in his memory when they stayed in the mountains. Rin was extremely concentrated. Obviously would not forgive Muuha if he had not remembered these important details. But to his relief, the boy remembered that case perfectly. He admitted that he really left those mysterious drawings, and was afraid that Rin could be angry with him for such liberties. However, to his amazement, at that moment, the harsh warrior literally shone with happiness. He respectfully grabbed the hands of the named father, repentingly apologizing for the fact that he was such a worthless son, and was late to show proper respect. Rin, with exaggerated seriousness, recalled that a real parent should treat the child with unconditional love, and believed that he had a great chance for spiritual rapprochement. After that, he asked the father graciously accepted the traditional bow from his unworthy old son. All this looked extremely awkward, because such an unnatural behavior of a mature man did not correspond to his formidable reputation. Muuha only wanted to praise him for loyalty to this word, so now the boy was tormented by curiosity. Why did the gloomy Reaper suddenly begin to behave in such a strange way? However, Guk-rin suddenly desired that his named father appreciate the combat skill of his unworthy son. After that, he took up the blade. He began to demonstrate complex techniques, writing out intricate figures in the air. The Reaper himself perfectly understood the reason why the glory of this style has rapidly increased. The illustrations of combat techniques created by Manhwa were so clear and affordable that almost anyone could learn them. But for a true master of simple visual explanation, there is always not enough. Each time a person strikes, all the muscles that attach strength work differently. In addition, for each specific situation, respiratory technique has unique features. Therefore, even if it was possible to copy the external form of martial art, it is almost impossible to steal a deep theory of blows. However, the mysterious illustrations of Manhwa managed to convey even these subtlest nuances. Those who knew in advance where and how power was used no longer needed decades of training. Finally, Guk-rin completed the demonstration of the first half of the deadly complex Deadly Spray of Blood. The problem was the second part of the equipment. In the figure that Muuha depicted, the theory of blows for the final sequence was not clearly expressed. Although the experienced swordsman completely mastered the first half, he only approached the capture of the art of Cloden. Therefore, he passionately hoped that he could ultimately comprehend the second half, thereby reaching absolute perfection. Watching the smooth movements of his son, Muuha noticed that in the second half of the complex, the force on the edge of the sword was noticeably weakening. The impression was that Guk-rin was obsessed with some kind of abstract form, and did not notice this flaw. It seemed to the young artist that the warrior should be a little redistributing power, concentrating on the tip of the blade. However, suddenly Manhwa saw something amazing. Despite the fact that he did not draw anything, a mysterious red frame clearly appeared around Guk-rina. At this moment, the man continued to hone the complex tricks until he felt something anxious. The unknown presence greatly alarmed the experienced fighter. Therefore, he immediately, abruptly interrupting the training, ordered his father to climb on his back. They needed to urgently leave a dangerous place. Muuha suggested that they were again followed by tireless pursuers from the Skasan clan. However, Guk-rin shook his head gloomily. He intuitively felt that this time someone was tracked by a much more powerful one, his own mentor. Damn old man. After this anxious revelation, the man immediately rushed to run away from danger. Muuha, comfortably settling on the broad back of the warrior, carefully peered into his tense body. It seemed surprising to him that it was not even necessary to even create a person's mental drawing to see the mysterious red frame. It was enough to just concentrate on the object. Suddenly, an observant young man noticed that they were moving precisely in the direction from which they were previously pursued by the members of the Shasan clan. On his perplexed question, Guk-rin succinctly explained that there is such a tactical expression, pushing the enemies of his foreheads, and this is what he was going to do. Seeing a misunderstanding on the boy's face, an experienced warrior patiently explained his plan. He knew that a certain dangerous old man hunted him, and wanted him to inevitably encounter the pursuers from the Skasan clan. The cunning Reap was literally prayed that at that moment a really outstanding master was from the clan at that moment, so they could win the precious time to escape. While they were moving rapidly, Muuha decided to listen to his aggravated sensations. Somewhere in the distance, he clearly distinguished between two unusually bright energy glows. One thing was saturated purple. The young man already knew that it belonged to Formidable with Yu-ja. The other was radiated by intense blue. It was an indigo color. The boy did not know what powerful warrior this impressive aura belonged to, but he noticed that she was as bright and concentrated as with Yu-ja, an undoubted sign of the exceptional power of its owner. Suddenly, Muuha noticed that the speed of their movement suddenly decreased. In the next instant, he anxiously saw that they literally entered the pinkish haze, the unmistakable sign that he himself was directly next to them with Yu-ja. Soon, both masters, carriers of different energy flowers, accurately discovered the presence of each other. At this critical moment, with Yu-ja, he abruptly ordered his companions to follow him. He explained that he needed to leave first. After that, without going into further explanations, he immediately rushed off. The unsurpassed master was extremely curious that such an impressive amount of energy was radiated for a mysterious warrior. To designate his presence, he himself released part of his power, creating an energy impulse. However, to his surprise, he felt that the mysterious master had slightly retreated, feeling his approach. It seemed strange, because with Yu-ja believed that it was necessary to represent interest for such a strong enemy. However, for him this did not matter. He was firmly intended to find the bearer of the mysterious force, who interested him so. However, suddenly, right in front of him on the ground, he saw a reap frozen in the combat rack. The master mentally sympathized with an unlucky warrior who had such a failure, but decided to generously leave a showdown with him on his less experienced students. The next moment, his gaze fell on a fragile figure, which Hook-Rin carefully held in his arms. It was none other than Muuha. With Yuja passionately wanted to immediately approach this unique young man. However, he understood that now his priority task was to track the mysterious master. After this fleeting meeting, Guk-Rina became extremely embarrassed by the realization that he was haunted by the supreme elder of the clan Skasan. Until that moment, the experienced Reaper was perplexed why his own mentor began to gradually retreat. Now everything is cleared up. It seems that even a crazy old man experienced a reverent trepidation before the legendary with Yoja. However, Guk-Rina openly amused that his formidable teacher first squeezed his tail, literally in his memory. Suddenly, a daring thought occurred to him. If these two unsurpassed masters soon collide in an epic duel, he would never want to miss such an exciting sight. Obeying a sudden impulse, the Reaper sharply changed the direction of movement, under the amazed gaze of Muuha. Noticing the bewilderment on the boy's face, he briefly explained that they were going to observe something truly amazing. Muuha expressed a reasonable concern that they risk encountering himself with Yuja himself and die. But the insightful warrior reassured him. He was sure that now the formidable master was not interested in them at all. At this very time, the mentor Hook-Rina was in a state of uncontrolled rage due to the daring escape of his rebellious student. He tirelessly pursued this ungrateful youth and eventually got lost, separating from the children of which he accompanied. In a normal situation, he would simply allow his companions to fight with the Kusan clan. But now the sinister presence of himself with Ija radically changed the balance of power. In addition, the old man clearly felt the rapid approximation of the legendary master, realizing that this enlightened remained as indefinitely curious as before. However, it seemed to him ridiculous that they were so obsessed with a pursuit, not even imagining who exactly is the object of his persecution. At this time, 3 students desperately tried to hide from the chase. Manhwa frankly indignant because of the absurd situation in which they got. Initially, joining this journey promised her brilliant prospects. Soon, she could become a full representative of the powerful clan of the MA. However, no one could have imagined that the grace of Cancer Youngma himself would go with them, despite the fact that he possessed an absolute force known as 6 Great Heaven. This unpredictable old man acted exclusively at his own discretion, obeying only the founder of the clan. This time, he simply unexpectedly broke off, imperiously ordering everyone to follow him. Obviously, such a dismissive attitude was extremely angry with an ambitious girl. She mentally swore that as soon as they returned safely, she would certainly force her eccentric mentor to pay humiliation for this. Soon, finally reaching the top of the hill, they noticed the familiar silhouette of their master. The delighted students immediately shouted, attracting his attention. However, soon they anxiously saw the figure that arose behind him. They instantly recognized the famous plum sword. This meant that the stranger was one of those elite warriors who previously pursued the elusive Reap. A moment later, with Yoja, he stopped opposite his potential enemy. The insightful master quickly determined that these people belonged to the mysterious clan of the MA. He suggested that the cunning enemy deliberately lured him here. However, the mysterious old man only laughed, dismissively explaining that behind him there were only kids, unable to even resist the breath of the plum sword, and they should be perceived simply as spectators of this epic confrontation. He suddenly realized with Eja, the eccentric man intended to expand the horizons of his students, and understood that such an experience could really be invaluable for their development. However, he was puzzled by a strange feeling that this self-confident old man seemed surprisingly familiar, especially his characteristic smile. Sudden insight struck the master. He guessed who his opponent was actually, and decided to directly find out how he had been living all this time. Although the enemy's appearance has changed noticeably, causing initial confusion. With Yuja now there was no doubt that an old acquaintance was standing in front of him. At this moment, the mysterious old man realized that he no longer had the point of hiding his true personality. He defiantly stated that he considers their new meeting with Yuja a successful coincidence. Only then, the amazed students finally realized that they were standing in front of them, none other than the legendary ghostly sword of the MA. Shocked with Yoja did not hide his amazement, a warrior who was supposed to die 40 years ago, by some miracle returned from the afterlife. The noble master gloomily promised that this time he would certainly send the old enemy to the kingdom of the dead finally and irrevocably. The ghostly sword only smiled thoughtfully, recalling the past connecting them. However, with undisguised contempt, he noticed that with you, he was unlikely to be able to defeat him alone, without the support of his insidious friend. He sarcastically recalled that this treacherous ally was now called the Tagic Sword, a title, obviously not deserved by such a vile person. With Yuja, he abruptly cut off the mockery, saying that he was not experiencing the slightest need to show kindness to his old enemy. He harshly emphasized that for him there are no good members of the sect MA. The only worthy representatives of this clan, in his opinion, are only dead. The ghostly sword only smiled condescendingly in response to such loud and uncompromising words. Behind all this grandiose confrontation, a reaper was observed from afar with Muuha. The boy looked especially interested, looking with reverent trepidation at the collision of legendary masters. Events are transferred to the Ice Palace of the North Sea. There, a powerful founder with undisguised surprise noted how long he had not seen the prince who invited him. He understood that most likely they met for the first time after the tragic death of his father. The prince of the Ice Palace only courteously apologized that he could not visit the founder earlier due to urgent circumstances. He was really extremely busy, which was not surprising. In a short time, the ambitious ruler turned his possessions into an exemplary stronghold of order. However, the prince of the Ice Palace of the North Sea was surprised that the founder had so insightful power that he even knew about what was happening in his distant fortress. 20 years have passed since his father died, and the current ruler calmly went up to the Night Throne, skillfully sowing enmity between the brothers and forcing them to destroy each other in the bloody feud. However, the military power of the Ice Palace, when compared with the power of the MA clan, was only 1/10, so the calculated prince came to the founder with a special request. He demonstrated to him the mysterious sign of the Nastman Gates, as well as the symbol of the beast and sword of Albinos. Irrefutable evidence that these powerful factions have already entered into a secret alliance with the Ice Palace. It seemed to an insightful founder that the prince was hinting at a joint conspiracy to sow chaos in an ordered world. The prince was amazed at the intuitive insight of the interlocutor and openly confirmed that they were their initial intentions. They planned to create a fundamentally new system, dividing the world into 3 equilibrium parts. The prince explained that each of the existing territorial forces has sufficient power to claim sole dominance over the world. However, he suggested unit to achieve a more realistic goal. The wise founder understood that in part such a proposal was dictated by elementary human greed. Such a tidbit as power over the whole world, no one wanted to share with rivals. However, if each of the participants in the conspiracy is able to at least partially satisfy their ambitions, having received its share, then the eternal enmity will disappear, and the power structure of the world will finally change for the first time in many centuries. It became obvious that the 3 applicants intended first of all to get rid of the powerful clan Young Tuman. However, the insightful founder rightly remarked that such an equilibrium would not last long. After all, as the ancient proverb says, there is no need for 4 tigers on one grief. First, the conspirators will unite forces and overthrow the current main tiger, but then the question will inevitably arise of eliminating the remaining 3 applicants. And each of the participants in the secret union, undoubtedly, hatched just such insidious plans. Therefore, the cautious founder promised to carefully consider the intriguing offer of the prince. He did not mind, realizing that the ally should comprehensively weigh everything pros and against such a risky enterprise. In addition, the young ruler was interested in another delicate question. Was the founder of his successor already chose? This issue required a speedy solution, because it was the tragic fate of the Prince of the Ice Palace, who clearly demonstrated how critical the timely choice of a worthy heir is critical. The founder thoughtfully promised that he would certainly consider this issue on returning to his residence, and assured that he would soon inform the interlocutor of his final decision. After that, the prince went on the way back to his distant palace. Left alone, the founder thought deeply. He perfectly understood that the young prince of the Ice Palace was far from as simple as it might seem. At such a young age, he already hatched the ambitious plans of world domination, and showed not only exceptional cruelty, but also an outstanding strategic mind. Undoubtedly, this person possessed the potential to really achieve significant heights in the world of martial arts. However, it seemed to the founder that he should not be thoughtlessly involved in this risky enterprise. Even if all 3 conspirators unite their forces, they are unlikely to be able to effectively resist the current dominant clan. But still, he admitted that such an offer could be more than profitable for him. If everything goes according to the plan with the participation of a grace of the Bug Chong, it may be strategically reasonably formally agree to the prince's offer, but at the same time to secretly work to destroy the conspiracy from the inside. Therefore, the founder only hoped that the unsurpassed master would cope well with the task set for him. Returning to the epic confrontation of the masters, Muuha carefully watched virtuoso actions with Yoja. The legendary warrior attacked with lightning speed using his branded technique of flowering plum, but a ghostly sword with apparent ease rejected a powerful blow. He only condescendingly noted that his opponent increased significantly in his military skill, although he, unfortunately, remained as modest. His holiness immediately flared up from such a tactlessness, reminding the opponent that he did not learn worthy manners over the past decades. However, with Yuja, he perfectly understood that such a congenital character trait of his old enemy, and was firmly convinced that for such an insolent, the best educational tool is a good club. Therefore, he resolutely gathered to correct the level of the eyes of his enemy with the help of destructive power. The next moment, the entire battlefield around was flooded with a dazzling pink radiance. Even experienced warriors, who arrived with a ghostly sword, were forced to close their eyes so as not to blind from this mystical glow. The ghostly sword, with gloomy satisfaction, noted that their current meeting was undoubtedly predetermined by fate. He was absolutely convinced that today one of them would inevitably go to another world. However, at this critical moment of a fascinating fight to the place of the fight, the out-of-breathed Chanban ran up with the rest of the students. With Yuja severely ordered them not to approach, he explained that in front of him was a man whom he tirelessly wanted for 40 years. An elusive, ghostly sword. Despite the fact that the warrior wise with experience considered their meeting a happy chance, his opponent was unshakably convinced that this day would become the last in the long life of his sworn enemy. However, such loud statements caused only a condescending grin among the old master. He, not without reason, noted that absolutely all his numerous opponents spoke such arrogant phrases, but in the end, they invariably met their untimely death from his hand. One powerful step of the ghostly sword was enough to raise entire clubs of dust and smoke from the ground. Even the nearest river suddenly changed its current under the influence of its powerful aura. At that moment, shocked with Yuja anxiously realized that his opponent had become much stronger since their last meeting. Carefully studying the enemy, he could not distinguish a single vulnerable place in his impeccable rack. Darkly Cancer, Jung with undisguised pleasure, reveled in this exciting feeling of maximum tension. Initially, he planned only from the side to observe the hassle of his kids, but now it seemed to him that it would be unforgivable to retreat at such a dramatic moment. In addition, now that so many interested spectators gathered, he firmly decided to start a real battle. And the first attack was the particularly impressive and colorful blow of the Bloody Surge. With Yoja did not succumb to panic and calmly began to repel a crushing attack. However, in the chaos of the accompanying explosion, he did not notice how the ghostly sword turned out to be unacceptably close. As a result, both masters came together at a critically small distance. His Holiness anxiously realized that the enemy's movements were excessively sweeping. He clearly tried to lure him into a trap. With Yuja tried to impress the enemy with a concentrated impulse of internal energy, but the blow was uselessly scattered, having met an invisible force field, which reliably protected the ghostly sword. However, the decisive master was sure. Using his strong tactical technique, he would be able to take the enemy by surprise. Looking at the extremely serious expression on the enemy's face, grabbing Jung intuitively realized that his opponent definitely intended something extraordinary. However, when he finally recognized the equipment that he was going to demonstrate with Yoja, it was already critical. Literally, in an instant, he overcame the distance that separated them, and was right in the face of his taken aback of the enemy. With Yuja, lightning speed, put an injection under the ribs of the enemy, although the resourceful ghostly sword still managed to partially evade a deadly blow. But he clearly did not expect such an impressive demonstration of superhuman speed. Then he watched in amazement as the blade with Yuja, as if possessing his own will, flew through the air through a wide arc and returned perfectly to the owner. This irrefutably testified that his indomitable rival already perfectly mastered the rare art of remote fencing. However, for the famous master of Clan MA, it would not be difficult to repeat something similar. Although His Holiness mockingly remarked that this was just an empty bragging adversary. Night Cancer. Jung was firmly convinced that the winner and defeated in their battle were predetermined long before the start of the fight. Opponents continued to fight on blades, masterfully controlling the flows of internal energy. With Yoja was not going to limit himself to a traditional fight. He suddenly pounced on the enemy with his bare hands, firmly intending to put an end to the atrocities of the ghostly sword once and for all. He, in turn, with undisguised pleasure, accepted this challenge. And soon the opponents began to exchange with crushing blows with incredible speed. Watching this fantastic fight, even the most skeptical witness would call what was happening with real madness. Even the experienced Gukrin with awe realized that both masters were significantly superior in the strength of any warrior known to him. The excited Reap was not completely upset by the fact that with Yu, he clearly touched his own mentor. Despite the fact that the old master had truly monstrous power, his insignificant oversight at the beginning of the battle now made itself felt. However, the insightful Muuha adhered to a completely different point of view, carefully watching virtuoso movements with Yuja. The boy, alarmed that the famous master was actually in a serious danger. He continued to take blows at a critically close distance. His holiness understood that such tactics could not end well for him. Now his legendary equipment gradually weakened, but he was determined to capture the enemy's sword at all costs. At this fateful moment, the insightful grace of Cancer Chung noticed a fleeting fluctuation in movements with Yoja. Although he did not expect that he would resort to the technique of remote fencing, this impromptu answer even gave a ghostly sword a certain tactical advantage. Obviously, with Yuja mistakenly assumed that his indomitable enemy owned only the only combat style, the famous Blue School. Therefore, grabbing Young, feeling the enemy's slack, finally decided to reveal his main trump cards and mercilessly complete this prolonged duel. The next second, all those present froze in reverent horror, observing what the unpredictable Graza Jung conceived. However, none of those present understood where the Cancer of Young could know the innermost technique of their long, disappeared family. Initially, when the powerful master ordered the students to carefully monitor the battle, they considered this only by the usual assignment. Everyone knew perfectly well that this legendary warrior was the owner of the most excellent techniques. But even among his impressive arsenal, he chose only those styles that had long been considered lost. He probably intended to teach this invaluable knowledge of his followers. Pan Yuha mentally wanted the mentor as soon as possible to deal with the hated with Yuja. But suddenly her look attracted something strange. She noticed two more observers who followed the grand duel. The girl quickly recognized the elusive Reap, as well as some unknown young man next to him. The stranger made some mysterious passes with his hands, but she could not distinguish between the meaning of these mysterious movements. Soon her attention was again borne by the unfolding epic duel. At this critical moment, the Cancer Chan grabbed a crushing blow to his enemy. The ominous dark energy enveloped his hand. Chan Bon, who watched the fight, experienced an acute attack of fear for the life of his respected mentor. However, at the time of the strike of the movement, the grace of Chan for some reason has slowed down noticeably. Despite this unforeseen circumstance, he was still seriously wounded with Yuja. Scarlet blood poured out of the dissected sides. The faithful Chan Bon immediately ran to him, supporting the teacher so that he would not collapse to the ground, while the triumphant Cancer Jung was only gloatingly grinning. Carefully considering his hand, the experienced master realized that something was extremely unusual. Therefore, he turned a wary look at his student. He was surprised to notice that the young man sitting next to his wife suddenly coughed blood. Meanwhile, the puzzled Hook-Rin did not understand at all what happened to his young companion. The weakened Muuha was struck by the fact that he only mentally shifted the enemy aside to some 3 centimeters, but received such unexpectedly serious consequences. Initially, he felt that the grace of Jung is completely under the control of his mysterious force. But in an incomprehensible way, the experienced master literally burst from an invisible capture. The young man became completely clear. In front of him is not an ordinary person. This is a real supernatural monster in human form. Meanwhile, I have enough Cancer Jung, not hiding a smug smile, asked that the baby suffered a little while he was completing an interrupted duel. Muuha himself, with growing anxiety, was worried about the wounded master with Yuja. He passionately wanted to somehow help the legendary warrior, but did not imagine exactly how to do it. The young man could not come to terms with the thought that he became a witness to the inglorious end of the great master. Suddenly he felt something strange. From afar, a distinct sensation of an approaching gigantic force proceeded. Soon this anxious anomaly was noticed by the GUA of the DRASISE of ARE. He frowned in the expression of complete bewilderment. As it turned out, this unknown energy was an enormous attack, directed straight to the grace of Chan. However, an unsurpassed master with amazing ease managed to dispel such a formidable blow with just one careless movement of his hand. Obviously, none of the younger participants in this drama expected to see such a phenomenal manifestation of force. After the grace of Cancer Jung repelled the deadly attack, He remained completely unharmed, but was noticeably irritated by what had happened. Mumbling thoughtfully something under his breath, he turned to his wards. The ghostly sword made it clear that they needed to retreat immediately. The legendary master explained that someone is rapidly approaching here, with whom he would not particularly crave to meet under such circumstances. After this alarming warning, he cast an appreciate look at his rebellious student. At that moment, the desperate Hookrin struggled to bring Muuha to his senses. But the mentor suddenly approached. The muffled movement stunned the Reap Man himself. Darkly Cancer Young pragmatically reasoned that even with a student who had lost consciousness, now it was necessary to leave a dangerous place as soon as possible, and resolutely abandoned the insensitive body on his shoulder. Calmly saying goodbye to the dumbfounded members of the Coulson clan, the master of the clan Ma hastily retired. His faithful wards immediately followed him, wondering why their mentor behaved so strangely. After all, it was the perfect chance to finally eliminate the sworn enemy, with Yuja. The perspicacious grace of Cancer Jung explained that he could really destroy his longtime opponent. But in this case, he himself would have to pay at least one hand. The perplexed Jade Sword did not understand what the threat was, and then the wise mentor advised him to simply turn back. Somewhere at this time, another powerful warrior in snow-white robes was already approaching the wounded man with Yoja. The amazed Panyu was instantly recognized by the legendary sword of the pristine chaos from the mysterious clan of shamans. Their hearts missed a blow. This man was one of the best masters of his generation, capable of compared by force only with their own teacher. As many were already known, he was called the Sword of Pristine Chaos, and his name was Yong Chok Ha. Dark Young, with a note of regret, admitted that he would have fought with this outstanding warrior with great pleasure, but he could not leave his inexperienced students unattended. After all, then morons from the Skasan clan would certainly take advantage of its absence. In addition, the master reasonably remarked, now he had more important things to do, and therefore they could afford a tactical retreat. Otherwise, all his kids would be inevitably destroyed. Although enough Cancer Jung sincerely regretted such an unsuccessful combination of circumstances, he was still pleased that all his wards remained alive and sound. In addition, the self-confident master noted with satisfaction that he managed to apply the deadly technique to be a man who devours the vitality of man. This meant that the enemy was already inevitably moving towards an untimely death, and throughout the remaining short life, it would be impossible for him to completely restore his original energy. Darkly Cancer Jung, not without pride, added that he managed to discover something very curious. He took with him an interesting toy, and therefore believed that he was even in some win, despite the forced retreat. At this time, Chaos's sword was already carefully holding bloody blood with Yu, and desperately prayed that he would come into consciousness. A faithful friend experienced a painful feeling of guilt that he did not manage to help earlier. He remembered the last words that the dying warrior whispered, that he was not going to leave this world in vain. These words were even stronger in the anger of the chaos of chaos. He vowed that he would certainly cut off the head of the ghostly sword for the suffering caused. At this time, the exhausted Muuha plunged into the memories of a conversation with his grandfather, who once admired his amazing artistic gift, although it was just a children's drawing. But from him, the whole body of a man killed by gray hair was covered with a reverent trembling. The old man believed that in these simple strokes, a truly heavenly talent was manifested. However, the wise grandfather warned the grandson that such a gift was received not thanks to the boy's own efforts, and it would not be surprising if he once suddenly disappears. That is why the old man was so worried about the future of his beloved grandson. Because, as you know, heaven never gives anything just like that, without secret intent. But the young Muuha then hotly asked his grandfather not to worry, assuring that he was ready to make all conceivable efforts in order to truly earn this generous gift of fate. And then the old man, who wise with life, only laughed merrily, reminding the ancient saying, "We need to do everything that is in your strength, but at the same time, rely on the mercy of heaven." Therefore, he was convinced, in the way it would be completely given to the improvement of his skill. Then, sooner or later, these forces bestowed on the forces will become his true, deserved property, and then perhaps the whole world will be concentrated in its talented hands. With these bright memories of his beloved grandfather, the young man finally became conscious. He immediately began to worry, realizing that after the death of his older brother, the disappearance of Muuha himself probably plunged the old man into the abyss of despair. Suddenly, the young man in amazement wide opened his mouth, realizing that he was completely unable to imagine where he was. Looking around, he painfully tried to remember what happened to with Yuja. All that remained, Muuha, was only to hope that the famous master remained alive and unharmed. Soon, a familiar voice came to the hearing of the young man, and he resolutely rose to leave the room. In the adjacent courtyard, he saw Rin desperately fighting some stranger. Stepping closer, Muuha in amazement recognized the opponent of none other than a Grace of Chan. At this dangerous moment, the angry Reaper showered the damn old man with selected curses, and he only mockingly committed why the manner of speech of his rebellious student did not change at all over the past years. Although enough Cancer Jung did not want to admit the obvious, he could not help but notice that the combat mastery of the Reap was significantly increased during their separation. Now it was difficult to compare his former and current power. Progress was so impressive. To his amazement, enough Cancer Jung barely managed to evade the next lightning strike of his former ward. He instantly recognized the rare technique used by Gukrin, but he was completely at a loss. How did the Reaper manage to master her second, the most secret part? For a moment, an experienced master even froze awkwardly, experiencing sudden concern, which perhaps still killed the ghostly sword during the previous match. However, soon he seemed to materialize from the enveloping veil of darkness, fearlessly grabbing the enemy's blade with his bare hands. Then he struck a crushing blow with a fist in the stomach of the Grace of Chan. The shocked master of the Ma clan began to persistently interrogate Rina, demanding that he learn how to master this ancient and lost technique. However, the rebellious student only grinned viciously, resolutely refusing to answer questions. Then, enough Cancer Jung with a nostalgic grin remembered that the boy was always like that. From childhood, he stubbornly refused to open his mouth when they tried to speak with him in a good way. Meanwhile, Rin, in powerless indignation, cursed his own weakness. He could not even slightly squeeze this crazy old man in an honest duel. However, suddenly a mysterious attack was struck by the Grabbed of Chan from the side. The frightened Reaper immediately began to look around, trying to find the one who dared to intervene in their battle. And soon I saw with amazement that it was none other than his named father. It turned out that Muuha resolutely intervened in the battle, because he understood that under such crushing blows, the Reap would soon inevitably die. The young man could not indifferently observe the beating of his friend and felt that he must certainly help him. Since enough Cancer Jung had truly demonic power, Muuha instinctively resorted to his mysterious gift, not fully understanding what consequences this could turn out. However, soon the wise instructions of the grandfather surfaced in the memory of Muuha, who persistently asked the grandson to fully give himself to training. He also recalled the words of the bodyguard Bon Yan, who explained that Dungan is the mysterious sea of energy, and the young man himself should become like a bird flying over his depths. Inspired by these memories, Mu gradually began to collect all his inner powers together, and soon realized the true meaning of these metaphors. He began to concentrate energy at the dungeon point, and then the innermost meaning of comparison with the great bird revealed before him. Driving an intuitive insight, the young man began to swing his hands smoothly, imitating the waves of powerful wings. It was at that moment that he managed to create a legendary blow covering the world. The technique of such impressive power that even the most experienced master, Grand Cancer Jung, froze in amazement. Then it was knocked down by the colossal power of the energy flow. However, it seems that the sophisticated fighter only expected this. He instantly regrouped and inflicted a powerful counterattack. His crushing attack passed through the defense of Muuha and fell on the nearest building. The deafening explosion shook the surroundings, and all the wards grabbed Chan's Cancer in anxiety, not understanding what was happening. Initially, the students of the Ma clan believed that the mentor was simply conducting a friendly conversation with his former pupil. But the current situation did not correspond to their expectations. He himself was enough for Cancer Jung. Approaching the place where Rin stood, only ominously grimaced. He could not believe that the boy had already demonstrated all the hidden potential he possessed. And for the young man, this man was like an invisible border that he had to overcome. However, he needed a suitable tool that could release all its colossal power. At this critical moment, Graza Jung remembered the rare artifact, the dagger of the red plum, handed to him with Yoja. He instantly realized that this weapon should use to achieve victory. As soon as the ancient blade was in his hands, a wild, unbridled energy dangled around the master. However, the insightful Pan Yuha immediately recognized that this was not at all a manifestation of ordinary internal power. Although energy flows had amazing density and power, events are transferred to the place where the Skasan clan temporarily settled. There, the devoted assistant Chan Bon was indignant that they could not overtake the Reap and betray him with fair retribution. In addition, he was tormented by fears about the state of the Supreme Elder. The fact that such a powerful warrior lost a significant part of his legendary forces was truly tragic. However, suddenly Chan Ban felt something anxious, as if the air around was shook from invisible energy. He quickly ran to the window, trying to determine the source of anomaly. Soon, his eyes appeared as a dazzling pillar of pure blue light, which arose near their temporary refuge. It is in the place where the escaped master of the Ma clan now rested. The observer was shocked by the appearance of such a bright and pure energy. It seemed that there was not a single mortal that could generate such a phenomenon. But contrary to all the expectations, the source of this divine force was the young Muuha. Seeing such an impressive manifestation of power, enough Cancer Chung could not restrain admiration. After that, with a defiant certainty, he invited the boy to inflict his best blow. Muuha Clochermno looked at the enemy with an appraising look. Then a smooth, almost elusive movement directed his blade in his direction. At that moment, a colossal energy attack fell on a self-confident master. She seemed to be pouting absolutely everything on her destructive path. After this deadly attack was completed, only a deep crater remained at the site of the alleged hit. However, Muuha himself was literally in the iron grip grab Chon. The master of the clan Ma, in some incomprehensible way, managed to evade an irresistible attack. An experienced warrior understood that he had just witnessed a true chaos in action. If he had not had time to grab the boy by the throat, he would inevitably be drawn into the destructive whirlpool of energy, which would tear his body into the smallest fragments. The insightful master perfectly saw that at the very last moment, doubt flashed in the eyes of the young man. Darkly Cancer Jung did not even dare to imagine what would happen if in that decisive moment of the power of the magic sword were even a little stronger. The prospect was truly terrifying. However, he anxiously noticed that his own blade began to split, and this meant that if Muuha did not succumb to doubts, then an experienced master would probably meet his untimely end. After such a close acquaintance with death, the Cancer Chan quickly called Hook Rena to himself. The wary Reaper was clearly not eager to approach and demanded that the mentor speak at a distance. However, the angry master rapidly reduced the distance and he seized the rebellious student. At a lightning speed he threw Guk Rin to the ground, ruthlessly crushing his foot so that he would not think to flee. Darkly Cancer Jung was extremely annoyed that his pupil seemed to be so longing to death that he could not even properly support the conversation. He categorically ordered that from now on the Reaper would directly answer all questions. Otherwise he would lose limbs, one for each act of disobedience. The first and most obvious question was the true personality of the mysterious Manhwa. Soon, the shocked grabbed Young found out that he was in front of him, none other than the legendary boy, named in narrow circles Lord Phoenix. In addition, the master was amazed that Guk Rin was enough of reckless courage with the help of this unique young man to study forbidden martial arts. Most likely, he received the second part of the most difficult equipment thanks to Manhwa. Darkly Cancer Jung clearly understood that, despite the commotion that they arranged, the founder himself would be immensely happy with the delivered gift in the face of a gifted boy. But even more, the master intrigued the mysterious personality of Lord Phoenix himself. Now, carefully looking at Muuha, he was finally convinced. This is really an exceptionally valuable find. History is transferred to the Sword of Pristine Chaos, leading a tense conversation with the wounded with Yoja. Yang Chok proudly reminded that the second time he saves life for his comrade. In addition, he tried to console his friend, with a request not to grieve about a temporary loss of strength, solemnly promising to bring him the enemy's head on a silver dish. However, with Yoja, angry from such a bravado, he sharply demanded that Yang Chok even stop his boastful speeches for a short time. The exhausted master admitted that instead of listening to such bragging, he would prefer to just die directly on the battlefield. His Holiness clearly experienced a deep disappointment from the fact that he was forced to survive such humiliation for the second time. Remembering his confrontation with a ghostly sword, he was bitterly aware that he was not enough to finally end him. On the contrary, it was he who became those who almost died at the hands of a long-standing enemy. With Yoja did not know all the details. However, he suddenly realized that at a critical moment someone miraculously saved him from imminent death. Surely it was the same mysterious child, Lord Phoenix. A gifted young man who managed to master the secret techniques of their clan, which was seriously injured. But at the same time, he became the savior himself with Yoja. The great master himself could not fully explain why this unusual boy was so loved by his heart. The insightful Yang Chok noticed that numerous conflicting thoughts circled in his head with Yu Whirlwind. He delicately asked a friend to concentrate on what he could really cope with at the moment, and simply continued to follow the call of his heart. With Yuja could not believe that that incredible day came when usually a stinging old man began to console him. However, he recognized the justice of these words. Having listened to the advice, he decided to not reveal to anyone the secret of Muuha, although he was not sure if he would have to regret this decision in the future. Finally, the time came when Young Chuk was supposed to say goodbye to with Yuja. He firmly intended to deal with a person who caused so much suffering to his friend. While they were on the way to the MA sect, he planned to overtake and destroy the Enough Chan cancer. However, realizing that there was also an innocent Muuha, worried with Yuja categorically forbade Young Choku to go there, emphasizing that this was not his personal business. The Sword of Pristine Chaos adhered to a completely different point of view. An experienced warrior guessed that he was worried about the unwillingness to cause large-scale bloodshed. However, he reminded the wise words that their teachers tirelessly repeated since they first learned to hold the sword. Faced with the injustice of this world, the true master must be able to restore justice. This memorable phrase deeply touched the heart with Yoja, awakening his innermost memories of youth. Yang Chok convincingly explained that since his friend, bravely fighting with evil, was defeated, the coming battle will become not just an act of revenge, but with a sacred restoration of impaired harmony. Even if they all die retreating now, they will finally lose the chance to restore justice. Then his holiness became obvious. From the very beginning he firmly intended to act in his own way, regardless of his friend's objections. Although with Yoja suspected that the Sword of Pristine Chaos was simply looking for a worthy reason for a good fight, and therefore was in such an excited state. And it seems that his insight did not fail. Enjoying the upcoming epic battle, Yang Chok for goodbye asked Yoja properly to relax and restore strength. However, as soon as the doors behind the warlike guest closed, the master's face became noticeably harsher, reflecting the entire depth of his internal experiences. Meanwhile, Muuha finally came into consciousness in a comfortable bed. He quickly recognized the familiar atmosphere of the room, and with annoyance, he realized that he had lost consciousness again. Remembering the recent events, the young man with horror realized that the irreparable had almost happened. If he intuitively did not weaken his mystical grip, he himself was enough for the Cancer Young, and everyone around him, including the Reap, would instantly turn to dust. He was extremely curious to find out where exactly he is now. Soon, his thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of unexpected visitors who came to cope about his well-being. Manhwa with ceremonial politeness introduced herself, and then introduced him to her lovely companion Yongjan. The caring girl said that they tirelessly looked after him all the time while he was unconscious. The moved Muuha immediately began to sincerely thank his good patrons. Yongjan, smiling sweetly, delicately asked if their unusual guest was hungry, because, according to her, he spent a whole week unconscious. The Ice Witch, in turn, was more worried about his current well-being. According to the conclusion of an experienced doctor, a serious internal hemorrhage had occurred, and many vital organs received significant damage. However, evaluating his own state, Muuha felt that in general he was in order. He only slightly felt unusual weakness and heaviness in his body. The caring girl offered him not to linger too much, since they had to quite a fairly difficult return road to the clan of the Ma clan. She explained that initially they left the monastery of their clan, but due to unforeseen circumstances were forced to return earlier than the planned deadline. In addition, a curious visitor asked whether the young man was known for the reason why they were pursued by the clan Shan, because initially they hit the road precisely to meet with representatives of this powerful association. However, Muuha excited a completely different question. What did he personally have to return to their sudden decision? The girls calmly explained that now he is also considered a full member of the Ma clan. The reason for this was that the mentor of Muuha, Hook Rin, himself belonged to their community, and therefore his pupil automatically acquired a similar status. After this unexpected revelation, the young man finally plunged into confusion. Noticing his confusion, Manhwa decided to directly ask if Muuha wanted to go with them of his own free will. She frankly assured that if he suddenly wants to escape, she would pretend that she had not noticed anything. The insightful girl understood that if they try to forcibly take Muuha with them, this would create an extremely unpleasant situation for all participants. However, she also realized that if their quick-tempered mentor finds out about the escape of a valuable recruit, then a real chaos would inevitably arrange. Therefore, Manhwa warningly remarked that the decision to escape is a serious step that requires a thorough think about all possible consequences. After all, if one day a person officially enters their clan, then he will never be able to voluntarily leave him. After this meaningful warning, both girls delicately retired, leaving Muuha's alarm with anxious thoughts. The pink-haired companion was perplexed by her friend's behavior. Why Manhwa allowed the potential recruit the opportunity to slip away, because this clearly contradicted the strict rules of their organization. However, an experienced girl explained that she deliberately provided the young man with such a choice. If they forcibly bring Muuha to the monastery of the clan, this would create inconvenience for all involved, and therefore he had to make this fateful decision on his own. Although the youngest ally still doubted the correctness of this approach, she still decided to agree with the wisdom of her more experienced friend. In fact, the judicious Manhwa understood that if the situation would develop in the same direction, then all the leading clans, including Skasan and Youngtaman, soon risk losing worthy candidates for successors. She was perplexed why the perspicacious enough Cancer Jung did not even think about this alarming perspective. However, soon an experienced warrior realized the gloomy truth. Their ruthless mentor from the very beginning calmly expected the inevitable death of all his followers. This discovery deeply hurt her, but she firmly decided that she would not allow this sinister prophecy to come true without a struggle. After that, her thoughts again returned to the mysterious young man. She could not comprehend where exactly he gained such an impressive force, thanks to which he was able to withstand even the grace of Chan himself. Now the gifted boy represented their only real chance of salvation, and therefore she secretly had great hopes that he would be able to eliminate a dangerous enemy. At this time, the thoughtful Muuha retired in the fresh air to carefully consider his position. He was still thinking intensely whether he should completely abandon the study of martial arts. Initially, he began to master them quite by accident. Training in his body, he sought to master the technique of a hut for self-defense. But in the end, everything ended in a rather tragic way. What he created with the killer of Ma Ryan did not correspond to his initial intentions. But now the young man clearly understood that martial art is only one of the possible ways to gain power. And for him personally, this was far from the most suitable way. He could become much more powerful, using his innate gift of drawing. Although at the moment, Muuha was not absolutely sure of the correctness of this choice. The true problem was a completely different aspect. The conclusion of the doctor regarding his physical condition was extremely disappointing. In addition, he still felt the symptoms of progressive anemia, and his well-being slowly but steadily worsened. Despite this, in the heart of the young man, there was still a lot of unfulfilled desires and aspirations that he passionately wanted to realize. Thinking about the clan in which he was persistently involved, Muuha remembered the warning words of the Ice Witch and recognized their justice. In addition, he has repeatedly heard that if a person once forms a strong connection with the clan, then until the end of his days, it will not be able to get out of these tenet. However, the young man admitted that not all members of this mysterious community could be as frightening and powerful as the indomitable General Chan Cancer. As if in response to his thoughts, the legendary old man himself unexpectedly discovered the secluded Muuha. The master was sincerely surprised that after several days on the verge of life and death, the young man looked so amazingly good. Muuha was genuinely scared by the sudden appearance of this formidable man. Looking at his harsh face, the boy had no idea what to expect from an unpredictable old man. However, as it turned out, he appeared only in order to talk a little, since earlier they did not have a suitable opportunity to get acquainted. At this moment, Muuha realized that it was time to finally clarify all the confusing circumstances. Due to his special connection with the Reaper, he was now in unexpected relationship with the Duck Chan himself. However, the formidable master of the MA clan resolutely stated that he had never perceived the Reaper as his real student. This revelation plunged the young man into complete shock. Darlie Cancer Jung, with frank contempt, explained that such a stupid loser could not become a worthy student. And even Guk Rien himself did not dare to challenge this unflattering judgment. However, despite this, the Reaper still respectfully called the grace of Chan's Cancer as his teacher. The rebellious student stubbornly addressed him so respectfully because he sincerely hoped that deep down the feelings of a severe mentor to him remained unchanged. At that moment, Mu was amazed at such an amazing shamelessness of his named son. Such persistence could be regarded as its special superpower. Transferring the testing look at Muuha, Dark Young said that he was well aware that the young man is not a traditional student of the Reap. Moreover, according to their bizarre relations, the boy formerly was the father of this impassible idiot. Muuha was amazed that Hook Rin so easily betrayed all their secrets. The Reaper, with bitterness, admitted that he simply had no choice left. Otherwise, he would have been brutally beaten with special pleasure to half-death. Finally, Grabbing Young summed up that his relationship with Hook Rin was not crucial. It is much more important that the amazing circumstance is that Muuha is no other than the legendary Lord Phoenix, a mysterious figure about which mysterious rumors have been going on for a very long time. The master of the Ma clan frankly stated that he initially came here specifically in order to finally make sure of the truth of this status. After that, Grand Cancer Jung imperiously demanded that the boy look directly into his eyes. At this tense moment, the usually restrained face of the master was distorted in a truly frightening grimace. Ma instantly strained, feeling a growing danger. Suddenly his body went limp, and he seemed to begin to lose consciousness. Gook Rin instantly realized that the insidious old man had applied a special technique of interrogation to an unsuspecting young man. The Reap was most puzzled from where the Cancer of Jung could master the secret technique of the 12 selected gods, accessible only to a narrow circle of dedicated ones. Without distracting from extraneous thoughts, the experienced master began a targeted interrogation, directly asking the boy if he is really the Lord Phoenix. However, Muuha, being in a trance, calmly replied that this did not correspond to the truth at all. Gook Rin, with secret satisfaction, realized that Dark Cancer Chan really made a serious miss in his calculations. Muuha himself sincerely suspected that he was the legendary Lord Phoenix. Suddenly, after a short mockery from the steppe, an angry old man ruthlessly attacked his former student. After this incident, the master of the Ma clan fell even more. Muuha continued to interrogate, finding out whether he was the mysterious artist who drew the secret technique of the Kasan clan on the wall of the ancient temple. This time, the young man no longer began to deny the obvious, and the amazed enough Cancer Jung realized how incomprehensible talents the boy had, this incomprehensible at first glance. In addition, the experienced master was surprised to notice that he now applied to Muuha only an imitation of the powerful skill of the Call of the Witch. But the young man, contrary to all expectations, still maintained amazing calm under the influence of this exhausting technique. Therefore, enough Cancer Jung decided to conduct a peculiar experiment on Muuha, using a much more powerful effect. He imperiously demanded that the boy draw on the ground the scheme of his own legendary technique, Slaughter Spray of Blood. However, after this impudent order, the young man's body convulsively shook, and scarlet blood poured out of the nose. But the stubborn master did not want to calm down, believing that he needed to strengthen the effect a little. He was convinced if at that moment he was able to create a solid connection with the soul of a guy, he will finally be able to complete the secret interrogation technique, which still remained incomplete. Suddenly, enough Cancer Jung felt something strange and anxious. In the next instant, Muuha's gaze pulled a foggy haze. Then the young man folded his hands in a mysterious prayer position and began to whisper, hardly audible. In one elusive moment, a tremendous force was released from his exhausted body, which discarded the stunned, grabbed Changon Cancer a considerable distance. Blood poured from the throat of the discarded master, and he was amazed to realize that the boy in some incomprehensible way had a powerful opposition to him. Gook Rin did not hide his joy that his young father again created something extraordinary and deservedly learned, the presumptuous old man. It was obvious that Muuha intuitively used the legendary technique of the Dragon Speak of Shram Shaolin, although it remained a mystery when exactly he managed to copy this unique technique. At this intense moment, the alarmed Pan Yuha was rapidly running to the scene, fearing that a sudden attack was committed on their temporary shelter. However, soon she in horror saw her formidable mentor spread out on the ground. The master had a serious internal injury by all signs, but Gook Rin resolutely asked not to touch the defeated old man. The Reaper was sure that he had an incredibly tenacious character, and most likely would soon recover from the injuries. Most of all now, Gook Rin was bothered by the condition of Muuha himself. Although outwardly the young man looked completely healthy and even pacified, in reality, things were completely different. His consciousness now resembled only a tiny wandering soul, lost in the maze of his own subconscious. In this altered state, Muuha suddenly remembered how in a distant childhood he first met a mysterious monk. He instantly recognized this mysterious man. It was the legendary monk Kanya. Then the boy finally completely restored this important children's memory in his memory. In that distant episode, the monk was extremely significant for little Muuha, and now the growing young man desperately tried to recall these fateful words. Suddenly, the image of that very mystical blow broke out in his fading consciousness, after which his childish embodiment lost consciousness. At that memorable moment, the monk with paternal care explained to young Muuha that if he someday became unbearably difficult to stay under the oppression of life tests, then he can always find him and seek help. At the end of that fateful meeting, the monk confidentially told the boy his true name. But there was still something extremely important that the monk said after that. Then he decided to convey his innermost thoughts to the boy, capturing them right in his children's memory. The wise mentor understood that someday inevitably came the moment when the essence of the Buddha in the young man would be subjected to harsh trials, and this secret knowledge should have served him as protection. Everything that was required of a gifted child is simply tirelessly developing his true inner nature. And then Muuha, with amazing clarity, remembered that he intuitively did recently when he had a destructive effect on him, Graza himself. Obviously, this was the same mysterious retribution about which the monk warned. The young man experienced the deepest gratitude to this far-sighted man who saved his life through the years. Suddenly, Muuha saw something unusual. Although this was supposed to be just his personal memory, the mysterious monk now looked directly at him, as if he was really present here and now. It seemed extremely strange, given that it was about an event from the distant past. After this insight, the monk folded his hands in a traditional prayer position. He frankly admitted that the boy had already overcome the finest line, facing faces in front of the gates in the afterlife. However, he also explained that the amazing force that Muuha reached was gained exclusively by his own tireless efforts, and therefore he fully and completely deserved it. At the same time, the wise mentor made it clear that the spiritual path of his student was still very far from his completion. He has to endlessly undergo new and new trials in order to know the true limits of his capabilities. The monk persistently asked Manhwa to never succumb to doubts and only steadily develop his unique nature. An inquisitive young man was extremely interesting what specifically meant by the end of his path. However, the monk with a mysterious smile assured that the boy himself already intuitively knows the answer to this question better than anyone else. He was absolutely convinced of this, since Muuha advanced along the chosen road more rapidly than any of his predecessors. Now he could only become a little stronger, unconditionally believe in himself, and act decisively. In parting, the monk solemnly promised that it would patiently wait for the significant day when they again meet in the physical world. After these words, a dazzling bright light flooded the entire space around the young man. At this fateful moment, the alarmed Hookrin saw something alarming. Some unknown man was rapidly approaching directly to the unconscious Muuha. The stranger with unexpected force pushed the young man in the chest. Then it burst out laughing gloatingly. Growing violently, the Reaper instantly rushed at the attacker, threw him to the ground and mercilessly twisted his hands, trying to understand the motives of this vile attack. At this time, Manhwa carefully examined the injured boy. Her experienced look quickly noticed on the body of Muuha traces of the magmatic breed of the Skasan volcano, a special, extremely poisonous class. She reproached herself reproachfully for unforgivable negligence. She should immediately foresee the possible attack of the ruthless followers of the Skasan clan. However, suddenly an insightful girl noticed something much more threatening and immediately called out in alarm, Hookrina. The one, covered by a thirst for revenge, sharply ordered her not to intervene, warning that in the current state he would even kill her if she tried to prevent him from dealing with the vile attacker. However, Manhwa Hajim explained that she was not talking about it all. The problem arose as much more serious than the revenge itself. Muuha did not breathe at all. He instantly discarded his prisoner. The Reaper quickly ran up to the young man who was spread on earth and anxiously listened to his breath. The boy's heart was still weak, but the lack of breathing meant that he would inevitably die if he did not receive help immediately. Gukrin understood that he should immediately do something. Therefore, he concentrated his inner energy in his palms. After a short preparation, he inflicted a sharp, accurately calculated blow to the chest of Muuha. However, despite the attached force, the young man still did not begin to breathe. Then the desperate Reaper prepared to repeat the energy discharge of Kai. Manhwa with anxiously realized that in this way, an indomitable warrior would quickly consume a significant supply of his precious energy. Even despite the fact that Gukrin showed amazing control over her streams, such emergency measures could deplete even his outstanding reserves. Therefore, first of all, she resolutely stopped his desperate attempts, after which she handed him the special medicine of her clan, which was supposed to significantly help in this critical situation. Gukrin clearly hesitated, not wanting to accept an unknown drug from the hands of a potential enemy. Anxious thought flashed through his exhausted consciousness that this could be an insidious poison. However, the current circumstances were radically different from the usual ones. In a normal situation, he would never have accepted such a risk. But now Muuha desperately needed immediate help. Therefore, he reluctantly agreed to use the proposed medicine. He gloomily realized that if something was going wrong, then the father and son will go together into another world. With this fatalistic thought, the Reaper swallowed a mysterious pill and froze intensely in anticipation. To relieve it, the drug really turned out to be an effective medicine that is rapidly restoring the internal ki. With updated energy, significantly superior to the previous one, he again inflicted an accurate blow to the young man's chest. At that moment, Muuha finally coughed frantically, restoring his breath. After that, Gukrin exhaled noisily with genuine relief, and the Chancer, who had already come to consciousness after a recent defeat, philosophically remarked that his new student had a truly indestructible vitality. The Reaper was genuinely amazed that his former teacher, who received such serious damage, was in perfect order. However, he only laughed mockingly, amazed at how Gukrin was touching about Ma in moments of danger, as if he was really his loving mentor, and not called son. Without letting the Reapers come to his senses, the old man imperiously ordered him to follow him if he did not want his precious Muuha to finally say goodbye to life. Obviously, the exhausted man had no choice. Soon they headed for the nearest house, where it was possible to provide proper care for the wounded. Carefully watching Muuha, enough Cancer Young realized that this guy was truly unusual. Even in an unconscious state, he used the most difficult technique of special breathing, which helps to maintain the life functions of the body. Initially, a ghostly sword suggested that the boy studied with his mentor Hook Rena with this secret technique. However, he soon realized that this was not so. Remembering their first fateful meeting, the experienced master was absolutely sure that then the young man definitely did not even own the basic foundations of martial arts. This meant that for that strikingly short period, until they saw each other, Muuha not only comprehended the basics of martial arts, but even managed to overcome the legendary state of the hut. The rare achievement in which the body and mind completely break out of the shackles of the usual restrictions. And although after the tragic death of Ma Ryan, the spiritual power of the boy was indeed incredible, it seemed almost impossible to achieve such a high level of skill only with the help of this spontaneous burst, even for the most gifted adept. The ghostly sword, carefully listening to the barely perceptible breathing of Muuha, could not comprehend where and from whom he learned such an unconventional and effective method of respiratory practices. However, the main mystery remained, as this young man managed to overcome the insurmountable wall of Shogun at such a young age. Therefore, realizing the whole uniqueness of the situation, enough Cancer Young decided to carefully check his assumptions personally. To do this, he intended to conduct a special training for the complete restoration of the body, which was practiced only by the chosen masters of the highest rank. However, the alarmed Guk Rin did not understand at all how this mysterious practice could help in such a critical situation. In his own bitter memories, this method was simply ruthlessly beaten by the student, despite the loud and majestic name of the technique. Darkly Cancer Young patiently explained that Muuha is dramatically different from the clumsy Guk Rina. He belongs to the rare category of people who are really worthy of proper learning. As it turned out, the legendary master firmly intended to take this exceptionally gifted boy to his personal students. The Reaper experienced a sincere pity for his young friend, although until the last he pretended that such an invitation is the greatest honor that you can only dream of. Finally, being distracted from the ridicule of his former student, the wise master completely concentrated on the state of Muuha. He carefully laid his wrinkled hand to the young man on the back of his head, and finally the exhausted teenager began to slowly come into consciousness. As soon as Muuha finally came to his senses, the Bunk Young, without unnecessary ceremonies, decided to offer him a unique way to restore lost combat abilities. However, for this, the sophisticated master demanded that he officially become his recognized student. Only in this case, he will be able to turn a young man into a strong martial artist of the martial arts of all times. But instead of the expected enthusiastic consent, the weakened Muuha only barely audibly asked him to be given water. Darkly, Cancer Young was clearly disappointed with such a prosaic reaction, while Guk Rin only laughed quietly at the old man's arrogance. However, the caring Reaper immediately fulfilled the request of his father, after which he gave him cool water. Only after this life-giving sip the guy finally came to his senses. Turning into the impatiently awaiting bug of cancer, Muuha politely asked him to repeat the recent proposal. However, carefully listening to the repeated desire of the powerful master to become his mentor, the young man thought deeply. This charismatic man seemed insanely similar to the deceased master of Ma Ryan, although in his soul it was clearly lacked by some elusive but significant quality. However, unlike the disinterested Ma Ryan, who sincerely sought to make up for this flaw, enough Cancer Young was increasingly trying to compensate him for some external achievements. Therefore, to the amazement of those present, Mu resolutely abandoned this prestigious proposal. The master, literally taken aback, not understanding why the young man rejects such a profitable opportunity, even given that the legendary master could provide him with an effective way to restore lost strength. However, for a fundamental boy, it was completely unimportant whether he had outstanding combat abilities or not. He firmly decided not to study military arts in the traditional sense. This unexpected position seriously alerted even the most ghostly sword. Muuha openly admitted that he intends to become stronger, but in a completely different way. Radically different from the methods that other warriors use. The puzzled enough Cancer Jung asked in bewilderment that, besides martial arts, there is some other way to gain true power, and defiantly demanded that Muuha immediately prove it. It was precisely such a categorical reaction from the conservative enough of Chan's Cancer that the man who created a whole school of traditional martial arts would be almost impossible to convince of the relativity of his worldview. However, recalling the words of the monk, the young man felt that he was walking the right road. Therefore, he decided to use this chance to prove everything to everyone. To begin with, he wanted to know what he had to demonstrate so that the Cancer of Jung believes him. He explained that he could show the master absolutely anything, and then a pleasant surprise awaited a ghostly sword. He allowed him to use any technique, but on condition that he could convince him. The young man decided to demonstrate his amazing ability. To begin with, he got out of bed and slowly walked around the room. Obviously, there is a perplexity on the face of the enough Chan's face. The boy took a glass and paper. It was not clear that the talented student was going to do. However, the master vowed to himself that if Muuha let him down, he would demand that he pay for it. As a result, the young master painted something resembling a mountain. The last stroke was a drop of his blood. He applied it exactly in the middle. After that, he proudly demonstrated his drawing to Naru Cancer Chan. He was unhappy. He was waiting for an impressive performance, and this turned out to be only a childish fun. However, suddenly the room around began to swim and change. Soon, the formidable warrior himself began to lose balance. And when he came to, I saw that a huge boulder was standing right in front of them. He decided that the roof collapsed and looked around, but he saw in front of him that mountain, drawn by young men. At that moment, the stone community trembled. Then she slowly began to collapse. All these stones rushed straight towards the experienced master, while he, losing his mouth in surprise, did not understand what was happening at all. Obviously, in the real world, this could not happen that a mountain arose right in front of his eyes. It was simply impossible. Therefore, he began to listen to sensations, and he felt nearby the presence of Muuha. Dark Cancer Jung was sure that the boy was on the other side, so he applied some kind of witchcraft and deceived his senses. The master of martial arts decided to demonstrate the young man how easy it is to destroy his equipment. It is only one of the senses to recover. For this, he slammed loudly, thus completely turning off his hearing. He expected until the boy's technique would crumble like a sandcastle. But in the end, this did not happen. This alerted an experienced fighter, but he did not give up. The master guessed that perhaps the technique acts in such a way that the more time passes, the more realistic everything seems to be. This was angry, but he was not intended to retreat. Therefore, I decided to go around the mountain and get to its creator. Although Muuha had an outstanding talent, enough Cancer Jung was ready to destroy everything that it costs him. After all, he, like no one else, knew that the world of martial arts was simply endless. Therefore, he hoped that Muuha would finally understand that the master of Shugen could not hold such technology. However, as if nothing had happened, the young talent continued his drawing. After which the mountain began to change its size. Like the whole area in which the formidable warrior was. He became interested. Muuha wants to play with him? He agreed to follow his rules. Darly Cancer Jung struck the hole in the rock itself. Having decided to demonstrate what a huge fortitude is, for this he began to break through straight through a stone barrier. However, he soon reached a place that he could no longer break. The martial arts master believed that the young man probably plays with him and was too impudent, believing that he could restrain him. Therefore, I decided to apply one of my strongest explosion techniques. He wanted to see how Muuha would resist this. However, the man soon realized that despite the broken hole, there was no exit from the mountain. So, it was literally an endless mountain that has no end, something that he had not met before. Here he could only use witchcraft, and although his pride was fried, there was no choice. Therefore, with blood, he began to draw a spark drawing. However, the flame seemed to him not large enough and corrected the oversight. After all, he realized that there was nothing more suitable to burn all the obstacles in his path. As a result, his drawing caught fire from the inside. This really surprised Muuha. However, at this moment, something began to strangle the young master. The man, getting straight from the picture, praised the boy for his talent. After all, he was able to lock the warrior of his level, besides such a strange witchcraft that he had not even heard of before. Therefore, he decided to find out whether the young man really enough for this force, explaining that, studying with him, he could become even stronger. However, when Muuha refused again, the man stopped insisting. He asked the boy to turn to him if he changed his mind. While Muuha was surprised that he still could not hold a powerful warrior, he noticed that from time to time the drawing was torn, so he had to supplement everything several times. In addition, the movements of the ghostly sword were unusual. So the young man was interested in what would happen if the master used all his strength. The drawing would probably be broken, and he definitely had to work on his technique. At that moment, Huck Rin approached Muuha, who asked his father to explain to him what had happened. As it turned out, he did not see anything. Then it became obvious that the grace of Jung was completely absorbed in illusions, which means that the young talent found part of this amazing technique and developed it to perfection. After that, having fallen to his knees, Guk Rin began to apologize for the unworthy act and the fact that he could not know the technique of his father. Muuha asked that his son would not behave like that, and suggested to complete what they did not have time to do before. However, he offered to do this outside to avoid extra eyes. Dark Cancer. Jung understood that it was precisely his presence to avoid, so he decided to go out, allowing them to figure it out. Muuha tried to stop him and offered to relax in these chambers, but the man got even more angry. Understanding what this would lead to, Guk Rin himself insisted to stay here. In fact, a ghostly sword understood that Muuha was worried that someone would steal his equipment. However, even if he does not see everything now, he will watch the boy and completely understand everything. At this time, two girls, walking around the territory, discussed the fact that Muuha was pretty. Manhwa thought about it, because before she did not reflect on a young master in such a vein. However, he really had clean skin and clear facial features that created an attractive appearance. She suddenly realized that she was too carried away by her thoughts. Her friend continued to prove that Muuha was absolutely in her taste. He looked fragile, but at the same time was strong. She believed that he was literally perfect, so she decided to find out from her sister how she could get closer to the young master. Initially, Manhwa was surprised how to say so directly about such awkward things, but she realized that her sister was always like that. An experienced warrior invited the girl to start making some kind of gift, and they began to think that Muuha could like. As a result, they came to a variant of some sweets. This would be a very good solution. However, the younger sister hugged the elder, not knowing what to do next. For an unknown reason, her whole body trembled. Her heart knocked frantically, and the cheeks burned. She was scared, not understanding her condition. Manhwa sincerely envied her sister that she finally met the one she likes. She asked the girl to feel confident, and then everything would be fine. At that moment, the young beauty began to doubt whether she was pretty enough, and in the end, their conversation became more fun. However, Manhwa really envied her sister, who was honest and freely expressed her emotions, which required great self-confidence. She promised that she would support her, and hoped that her sister would be happy. However, the warrior asked that the girl did not recognize Muuha too sharply, so that he was not very surprised, because this issue needs to be approached gradually. Thanking for the advice, the beauty smiled joyfully. Then, saying goodbye, she ran to choose a gift. Manhwa hinted that she studied martial arts all her life. In her high position, love someone is a luxury that she could not afford. However, the warrior felt something similar in her thoughts about Muuha, although she tried to convince herself that all these feelings were only because of the worries about her sister. Very soon, the young beauty found exquisite sweets and offered Muuha to try them. As it turned out, the young master did not like sweets at all, but still agreed to accept the treat. He just did not want to reject such sincere kindness. However, suddenly the girl herself put a treat in his mouth, as if they were long, standing friends, after which, smiling sweetly, she said goodbye. She asked Hook Rina not to force Manhwa to overwork, from which all those present became embarrassed. After her departure, the young warrior began to make fun of Muuha, hinting that his father seemed to marry soon. However, Muuha believed that this girl simply possessed a good heart and took care of others. Although Guk Rin slyly noticed that he did not see such an attitude to the rest. When these playful conversations became inappropriate, Muuha ordered to finish training, since his student was clearly not concentrated, and the young reaper immediately crumbled in apologies. Suddenly, Manhwa looked at them. She wanted to warn about the departure of their group the next day. She came to find out whether Muuha made a decision to join them, since there was little time left. The young man promised to give an answer as soon as possible. The warrior hoped to find out the decision in the near future, realizing that Muuha would most likely be safer to go with them. Noticing sweets, she asked if he liked them. Muuha smiled politely and asked to give her sister that he really liked the treats. However, Manhwa seemed upset, and silently turning around, quickly left. It seemed to the young man that perhaps he said something inappropriate, or behaved unculturally before a high-ranking person. He immediately wanted to apologize, but she had already disappeared. The next morning, everyone continued their path in carts. Guk-rin, lying, still indignant that in order to understand the second half of the equipment, he needed to be in the state of Shagan. Muuha consoled the young reaper, explaining that if he could master the second part of the slaughter spray, he will reveal the rest of the fragments. After all, if he correctly unravels the beginning, then the further path will not conceal the risk of error. Then the man recalled the very first step of pyrotechnics, which increased the potential of the body to the limit. In this state, internal energy makes sharp movements. However, it seemed meaningless to the reaper. After all, in ordinary conditions, energy breaks out, and if it remains inside, then this is literally equivalent to suicide. Muuha calmly explained that although it was difficult to understand, Guk-rin had to feel it on himself. However, the reaper recalled that he almost died, trying to learn this. Besides, because of these experiments, he was seriously injured. Remembering that fateful moment, Guk-rin realized that he had acted too hastily and did not notice how his son began to cough with blood. And when he was looking for help, Manhwa refused him. It was lucky that Yop-jan saved the man's life. As a result, Guk-rin was reprimanded from her because he did not even know the foundations of blood transfusion, and his son, being in this state, could die. But he perfectly understood why the healer was so angry. After all, then he was completely powerless, and at the moment his position remained the same. Therefore now he had to think about how to save as many lives as possible. Suddenly their wagon stopped. Soon they saw a man who asked them to go out for a while. Iron Fist explained that they, unfortunately, were faced with government representatives, but he assured that he should not worry. Even though their relationship with the government was tense, no one was going to attack. Now they were called in the tent, and everyone had to go there. After obeying the request, they followed him. Seeing the number of armed guards, Mu understood this man who called them was probably a very important person. However, going inside, he opened his mouth in surprise. Everyone who arrived with them stood bowed low. The young man did not even imagine what kind of person called them, since even the legendary warriors were forced to show such respect. At this moment, the guard came up and explained to the princess that they called everyone except the wounded. She was incredibly glad that all the famous fighters of the Mo religion gathered here. After that, the majestic person went to the guests, the desire to see their faces. When the girl passed by Muuha, he bowed so low that she certainly did not see his face. At this moment, the bodyguard asked the princess not to come to the soldiers so close, because they did not know anything about these ethics. Obviously, this was angry with Chan's cancer, and Manhwa was alert, anticipating a possible skirmish. However, the princess herself reported her bodyguard for such careless words and ordered the next time to be more delicate. Then the ghostly sword realized that the princess was by no means stupid. The high-born person itself, smiling, was convinced of the politeness of her guests, after which she invited them to share the meal. At this moment, many became embarrassed as if they were perceived as some poor people who need a lusting. Suddenly, the princess noticed something amazing. Approaching the ice witch, she noted her dazzling beauty, which even overshadowed the beauty of her own sister. After that, a little reflection, the high-born lady decided. She wanted to accompany these people to the very point of appointment. Immediately after this statement, the guards began to desperately convince the princess, while Muuha bashfully hid his face. He remembered the situation from childhood when he got into the imperial palace of Mokung. Then the princess quickly noticed that they were with Muuha of the same age, and both at that time had to be 8 years old. Muuha was insanely awkward from these memories. In those ancient days, the princess demanded that she be provided with this boy as soon as he finishes his work. Smiling, she offered Muuha to have fun together. And now the young man was extremely inconvenient to meet her after so many years. He clearly remembered how she forced him to eat dirt and drowned in the river. At that moment, Guk-rin noticed that his mentor was in confusion in the morning and apologized for the raised noise. After that, Muuha decided to go out into the street to breathe fresh air, not even paying attention to the fact that the soldiers were everywhere. Suddenly, the grace of Jung appeared. Obviously, the young man shuddered from this meeting. However, he noticed that the master's body looks much stronger than before. He felt pure energy from a mighty warrior, unlike the former dark aura. This meant that the master did not lay out in the battle with him and hid many trump cards. Therefore, the young man became interested. Could he defeat if they really fought? Darlie Cancer Chan quickly noticed that the guy was nervous and realized that this was a good sign. He advised Muuha to always maintain vigilance and a feeling of caution, so he will live longer. After that, the martial arts master decided to ask the young man about what was happening between him and the princess. Even a ghostly sword felt that Muuha was extremely awkward at the moment when a crowned lady appeared. He decided that it was better if the boy tells everything in advance. Then he could help before the situation ends with a great conflict. As a result, Muuha had to admit that once he was familiar with the girl, this was clearly interested in grabbing Chan. The young man immediately became obvious that she should not talk about it. He realized that he had to hide as soon as he saw the princess, because it is not known what would happen after the terrible warrior recognizes the whole truth. He wanted to escape even now. However, he was prevented by the soldiers who were looking for a certain Muuha. As a result, he decided not to lie and admit that it was he. Then, having shoved, one of the warriors approached the guy and said that there is someone who wants to personally see him. Muuha perfectly understood who was talking about, so he did not like this news at all. At this time, the princess had enthusiastically talked with an ice witch, asking her about the traditions of the clan. She was convinced that cannibalism was practicing in the religion of Mo, using the human liver. However, this turned out to be a complete lie. Then the princess decided to punish the one who dared to deceive her so brazenly. And the guard asked the royal person to be less gullible. Does she really believe that the natives of the Mo clan are worthy of trust? However, the ruler asked his defender to stop saying nasty things. After all, his biased attitude has already become obvious to everyone. The lord was clearly unhappy that the faithful guard in every possible way doubted her orders and words. When the warrior leaned in a deep bow, the beautiful lord apologized to the girl for the fact that perhaps her bodyguard could scare the guest. However, when Manhwa, she explained that he did not scare her at all. The guard was even more angry with the guard, because the warlike defender believed that the contemptuous creation of the Mo clan was unworthy to evaluate him. At this fateful moment, palace guards announced the arrival of the princess's old friend. The young lord immediately perked up, commanding them to let the young man as soon as possible. The most mysterious ice witch was incredibly curious who was this long-standing acquaintance, forcing the ruler to behave so excitedly. She froze wary while the stranger entered. However, the Lord of Ice was clearly not ready to see Muuha in front of herself. Events are transferred the day before the fateful meeting of members of the imperial family and representatives of the Mo clan. Then the nobleman sat over the spread card, deeply immersed in strategic thoughts on his grandiose plans. His faithful assistant solemnly announced the high-born master of the arrival of Jijung-sok. The powerful aristocrat, the second son of a magnificent northern lights, hastily ordered to miss the mysterious visitor, and he, respectfully leaning to the ground, introduced himself as a valiant member of the Ice Palace of the North Sea. The mysterious envoy was unconditionally prepared for any order of the Lord and vowed to fulfill his will as a devoted member of the elite detachment of the Hidden Blade of the Ice Palace. The heir to the northern land with a lightning speed realized that this mysterious guest was unusually convincing. And although the penetrating aristocrat from the very beginning knew that the inhabitants of the Ice Palace were exceptionally talented, they have repeatedly proved that they were simply phenomenal warriors. Especially their charismatic leader is an ambitious strategist with magnificent plans that made his incredibly dangerous opponent. But for his imperious father, these ruthless warriors were extremely necessary allies to win the imperial throne of the continent behind the plains, so the wise ruler held them as close as possible to his yard. He said that more than a month ago, the beautiful princess was supposed to come to them due to the conclusion of a strategic political marriage between his older brother and a charming heiress. However, the capricious beauty was late, thereby showing a flagrant disrespect that he was not going to endure. Immediately, the subordinate stated that they had already allowed such inconvenience that the high-born master experienced, and he decided to provide invaluable services. The master was looking for a similar chance for a long time, hoping that the mercenary would be able to correspond to the highest expectations. Bowing even lower, a devoted servant solemnly promised to put all his strength in order not to disappoint his powerful patron. After that, he calmly reached a secluded place where the faithful assistants were looking forward to him. As soon as he noticed one of them, he immediately ordered to convey the secret message to the mysterious lord. The cunning intrigue was happy that this large fish finally fell on his skillfully placed hook. At this exciting moment, Muuha, kneeling, respectfully welcomed the princess. However, the dazzling girl could not recognize the former Muuha in him. She even imperiously ordered the young man to raise his head that he uncertainly performed. However, the admiring young man saw that the royal lady had completely transformed. Smiling joyfully, she warmly greeted a long-standing acquaintance, reminding with nostalgia that for 8 years since their last meeting had passed. However, the beautiful princess only remembered how they played together several times together in childhood. Then she sincerely admired the boy's amazing ability to draw and naively believed that adults were forced to do this. However, the young Muuha considered it just an exciting game, because it is impossible to make someone truly draw with the soul. Then the princess sincerely began to envy a talented boy, realizing that being able to do what I really like is a great luxury. She arrogantly stated that the royal lady almost never does everything she wished. However, her true difficulties and responsibilities, a simple-minded child, was difficult to comprehend. Indeed, in those days he was completely small and knew nothing but magical drawing. However, it seems that the gifted boy did not consider this his drawback at all. After all, his wise grandfather always said that his grandson was extremely good to create amazing drawings, which means that it was his strong, outstanding side. However, the wayward princess was bored with listening to this, and she sharply ordered Muuha to finish these tiring conversations, because the powerful girl did not want to envy his freedom. The more the princess was now thinking about their long-standing meetings, the more touching and bright memories surfaced in her memory. She was sincerely amazed that that fragile child from delicate memories had grown and turned into such a stately young man. She was immensely glad to meet him for the last time, since she had a sad time left at large, and the insightful Muuha noticed how much the princess was saddened from these thoughts. But the noble girl, not giving the look, only explained that she was just glad of the opportunity to see him. However, she was perplexed that he forgot among people from the mysterious religion of the Moscow region. The bewildered Muuha tried to frantically come up with a believable answer. However, he suddenly ran into the inquisitive, piercing gaze of a powerful ice witch. But at this tense moment, loud alarming cries saved him from an unpleasant answer. The worried, excited soldiers immediately excitedly reported on the mortal danger. It consisted in the fact that unknown attackers decided to attack their camp. Panyahahaha, remarking with dignity, was rapidly saying goodbye to the princess, because she and her fearless warriors had to urgently take care of the growing fire. Passing by the frozen Muuha, she insistently invited him to go after her immediately. The insightful girl believed that this time the fire was extremely suspicious. While the bewildered Muuha feverishly reflected on the next step, the alarmed officers began to hastily lead the princess away from danger. Immediately after they threw back a dense canopy in order to withdraw a high-born person, Muuha saw something terrifying. Fierce flames' tongues literally absorbed everything around. It seemed that even the heaven was seized with a ruthless fire, and the stunned young man did not understand how no one noticed that the fire was rapidly intensified. It was clearly not a natural fire. It seemed like a mystical way surrounded them from all sides, cutting off all ways to retreat. At this decisive moment, Pan Yuhu has telepathically. She warned that they were preparing to leave a dangerous place and recalled that Muuha should immediately join them. However, the excited guy painfully did not understand what to do with the defenseless princess. At this time, the insidious people who arranged a deadly fire gloatedly understood that their victims could not be saved, even if they tried to escape in a panic like frightened rats. The only chance to get out of this hellish fire only had a master of Shagan, in whose company, unfortunately, there was no princess. Although the sinister man was still a little bothered by mysterious people from the religion of the Moscow region, who joined the princess, so he calmly decided to get rid of them. He ruthlessly ordered his mellowless warriors to add oil into a raging fire so that he would not weaken until it was over. Wearing a protective mask, he himself bravely went deep into the flame to personally kill the princess. The fanatic sincerely believed that he was doing everything for the sake of the bright future of his great empire. Shortly before this, a noble member of the religion of Chom, a wise man named Chon Guan, noticed something strange in the distance. He immediately noted that the enough cancer of Chon and the rest is seriously threatened. Therefore, in a great haste, he brought elite members of a powerful sect to the rescue. However, to his incredible surprise, on the sight of the burned tents, he saw only the fluttering flags of the imperial family. Soon nearby, he suddenly saw the most legendary ghostly sword. The alarmed sage decided to immediately find out what imperial guards were doing here. However, the mysterious warrior calmly explained that he was very unlucky to meet the princess yesterday. The rest of the children sent with him were in a relative order, even after the events experienced during the trip. However, the man was most worried about whether his beloved grandson was in order. It seems that the scattered enough cancer young even for a moment forgot which of his many wards was his grandson. But when he remembered a fearless iron fist, he quickly explained with relief that he was in full health. However, the penetrating ghostly sword warned that they would follow with the princess further. However, the warrior explained that they urgently needed to warn a senior gentleman about the forced change of a dangerous route, because now the 8th generation elite and a well-armed detachment were already completely ready to accompany them. When the shocked enough Cancer Jung realized that the military elite was collected in full force, he realized with horror that a bloody war would inevitably begin. He was scared to imagine how many innocent blood would be shed on a fertile land. The more he thought about it gloomily, the more this terrifying prospect was fascinating his imagination. However, an experienced warrior firmly explained that they could not just leave now. He rightly believed that an inexperienced princess was extremely reckless. It is unlikely that a naive girl realizes the complexity of hostile relations between warring people. And the military leader quickly realized how young princess was unforgivable. Dark Cancer Jung did not argue with this unpleasant fact, but persistently explained that he had to urgently need to leave this place with a reunite with the students. And at this alarming moment, they noticed the raging flame of a ruthless fire. When the exhausted Muuha got out of the fire trap, he saw the soldiers who lost consciousness. Soon he himself could hardly stand on weakened legs. However, the mysterious stranger approached him and handed it out a miraculous drug so that he felt better. Immediately after taking a healing elixir, the guy felt a powerful surge of life-giving energy in his entire exhausted body. As it turned out, the princess herself was that mysterious savior. She generously gave him the rarest bosimdan who helps a person who does not know in martial arts to breathe normally in such a poisoned atmosphere. However, the shocked Muuha did not understand how she could allow him to accept such a precious treasure, because it was an extremely rare elixir from the imperial treasury. However, it seemed to an carefree princess that it was not much different from simple cakes with rice balls, which the young guy absorbed with pleasure in childhood. The amazed young man absolutely did not understand how she could be so indifferent to such incredible value. However, as if waking up from the obsession, he delicately said that the cakes were perhaps much tastier. At this awkward moment, the majestic Manhwa, who resolutely stated that Muuha was going to borrow for a short time, approached the princess. The careless princess did not insist and immediately generously released these two, and then thoughtfully watched how they calmly retire behind the massive corner of the tent. At this tense moment, her faithful armed warrior quickly ran up to the worried princess. He excitedly explained that all possible passages were tightly blocked. It was definitely not a natural fire. The observed ash and an unnaturally bright flame were much stronger than usual, which means that someone intentionally and carefully planned this deadly fire. However, the confused princess did not understand who and why she needed to do so cruelly with her. She naively believed that these insidious people would not receive anything by killing her. At this decisive moment, going beyond the secluded corner of the tent, the angry Manhwa housely splashed out her discontent, because she ordered Muuha to immediately leave. She was perplexed. Is it really a reckless young man who intends to just die here pointlessly? The embarrassed guy did not understand why only they could escape from here. He sincerely believed that they could all leave a dangerous place together when they would find the path from the camp covered by the flame. But the wise man, Jung, who had arrived with knowledge, explained that this was categorically impossible. It is not so easy to cope with this magic fire. If a lonely person could still escape without much difficulty, then when there were people who consider each other friends or family, the situation changed dramatically. The number of people whom he could safely bring was strictly limited, no more than 10 people. This was his absolute limit of possibilities. The alarmed Muuha instantly realized the brutal truth. If you count all those present, there were more than 30 of them. It turns out that someone will inevitably have to sacrifice their precious lives. However, the cynical grandcity of Jung believed that this was an excellent strategic chance to get rid of the useless reap, but to save the noble princess. Dark Cancer Jung decided to condescendingly consult with Muuha and find out who, in his opinion, should be left alive. However, he did not expect at all that the selfless Muuha would decide to sacrifice himself in order to save both Hook Rena and the princess. It became obvious that a fearless guy was going to simply stay in a ruthless fire. Darkly Cancer Jung sincerely hoped that the resourceful young man had some secret way to survive here. However, his sad smile spoke about completely different. Manhwa finally realized that the noble guy was really going to die heroically here. She considered him insanely stupid and naive, because now that in front of him was a real way to salvation, he refuses him too easily. The disappointed warrior even regretted that she had a good opinion about Muuha. However, the decisive guy deeply understood that he simply could not do otherwise. Despite the fact that the wayward princess was, perhaps, not the most impeccable person, she remained a faithful friend with whom he spent his carefree childhood. And he was categorically not ready to go away from here cowardly, knowing that she could die. Therefore, he did not change his heroic decision. And the shocked Manhwa finally strengthened that this stubborn person is completely incorrigible. As a result, not paying attention to her sparing words, Muuha worshipped a sincere request to the great master. He only laughed condescendingly, because he was sincerely funny to watch how serious and cold this young guy treated him. As a result, an experienced warrior promised that the princess will certainly help to get out safely. However, I decided to take a special promise with Muuha. In order for him to do this, the guy had to solemnly become his devoted student. The amazed Muuha did not understand how a prudent man could still wish to get his body after imminent death. However, he without hesitation promised that even if he became incorporeal ghost, he would still become his faithful student. The rejoiced by the enough cancer of Jung, having heard such words, immediately ordered him to kneel and bow 9 times, which symbolically meant that from now on, he would faithfully serve the enough cancer of Chan as his only master. However, there was no other way out of a doomed guy. Therefore, in the end, he meekly did everything that was required of him. Darkly Cancer Jung at this time clearly experienced indescribable pleasure, and at the end of 9 ritual worships, the submissive Muuha officially called himself a student of the grace of Chan, and respectfully greeted him as his indisputable mentor. And the contented man only laughed triumphantly, because now the helpless Muuha could not die even if he wants to. And if someone dares to try to kill his new student, for starters they will have to deal with an invincible ghostly sword. After that, the imperious master immediately ordered the Ice Witch to urgently prepare a safe exit and immediately bring the rest of the survivors to him. At this illuminating moment of insight, Muuha realized that, apparently, the legendary ghostly sword was not going to leave him here. He even with relief suggested that perhaps the number of 10 was not at all his real limit of possibilities. However, now there was no time to reflect on these secrets. To begin with, he had to immediately bring the princess, as his new mentor ordered him. Soon, the Cancer of Jung gathered all his faithful followers, after which he clearly felt the presence of his long-standing acquaintance nearby. He explained that he had taken all his loyal followers and persistently asked to take care of the rest of the need for help. However, the wayward interlocutor stubbornly wanted to do the opposite, to pick up defenseless children and put the rest of the hard work on the mighty shoulders of the grace of Chan. However, the judicious master convincingly asked him to trust his wisdom and act according to his carefully thought-out plan. In addition, the insightful enough Cancer Jung clearly understood that now something extremely interesting would begin. The most suitable time has come for decisive action. After all, before this fateful moment, he skillfully pretended that he did not notice the sinister intrigues that occurred directly under his sharp nose. Finally, he was already thoroughly tired of hypocritically to pretend that he was not suspected of nothing. But for starters, the decisive master rose and loudly asked his loyal students whether they all gathered and are completely ready for immediate care. The warriors stood in complete bewilderment, completely not understanding how they could physically go through the raging, fiery hell. At this fateful moment, the vigilant Muuha, looking anxiously, felt something extremely suspicious. This inexplicable oddity proceeded straight due to his tense back. As it turned out, an unknown enemy insidiously released deadly shells straight towards nothing suspecting the princess. However, the decisive Muuha bravely jumped on a numb girl in time, forcing her to instinctively bend. The elite bodyguards of the princess instantly realized that merciless enemies quietly made their way to them. Therefore, they synchronously attacked a vile man who calmly intended to kill their noble mistress. However, to general horror, valiant defenders quickly began to die under his crushing onslaught. It became painfully obvious that this deadly enemy possessed no less than a master of the highest rank. The very shocked princess, looking at the cruel deaths of her faithful warriors in a stupor, could not believe it. Gradually, she began to rapidly lose her composure and clarity of consciousness. However, the courageous Muuha passionately urged her to urgently gather her thoughts. He deeply understood that she should not allow the victims of her loyal soldiers to be in vain. She had to immediately get up and resolutely run. Despite all the horror of what she saw, she realized that Muuha was telling the absolute truth. Therefore, the shocked princess asked me to help her and rather lead her out of this nightmare. At this time, the cruel enemy desperately tried to get to the defenseless princess. However, her valiant defenders were like innumerable insects. There were literally no end. The cunning killer initially tried not to leave any exposing traces here. But now he has no choice left. Therefore, he already openly began to attack violently, realizing that in any case, this hypergroom would soon burn out to the ground. And obviously, his crushing blow was aimed directly at the defenseless princess. However, the MIHU, which noticed this treacherous attack, obscured the fragile girl with his body with a lightning attack. After a crushing blow, he looked anxiously at the princess, desperately trying to understand whether everything was in order with her. However, scarlet blood has already gushed out of his own throat and nose. Obviously, the shocked Muuha did not expect such a tragic outcome at all. Gradually, he began to irreversibly lose consciousness, and the confused guy did not understand how this could happen, because he was absolutely sure that he completely blocked a mortal blow. In despair, he recalled the miraculous pill, which the princess had previously generously gave him. He remembered how prudent girl carefully hid precious drugs in her wide sleeve. Having feverishly searching her clothes, he quickly found the treasured box. With the last remnants of his strength, he rapidly removed the saving pill and carefully put it directly into the ajar lips of the dying princess. However, at the last critical moment, the young man was prevented by the vigilant Manhwa, who mistakenly considered that Muuha intends to kill the wounded girl. The bewildered guy did not understand what was at stake. She calmly pointed to a healing pill and patiently explained that it does not matter how good they are. If the princess accepts too many, it could irreparably harm her to a fragile organism. Realizing his mistake, the excited guy apologized, and the witch decided to help save the dying princess, since the noble girl was still conscious, which means that in her salvation there was a deep meaning. However, the insightful sorceress clearly understood that the very situation in which they found themselves was extremely deplorable. Initially, a harsh warrior would be even glad if the arrogant member of the imperial palace died, but for some inexplicable reason, she simply could not heartily throw a defenseless girl here alone. Also, the caring Manhwa persistently suggested that the exhausted Muuha also accept one healing capsule to restore forces, but he categorically refused. At this tense moment, the girl suddenly noticed some anxious oddity in him. She threw him with lightning speed to the ground and screamed in alarm that the deadly attacks that the merciless enemy used had the highest level of penetration. Even the fact that now the young man did not feel pain did not mean at all that later he would not begin to painfully bleed with blood and would not perish with a slow death. Therefore she was perplexed. Does he really want to die in such a terrible way? However, at this fateful moment, the powerful granular of Jung, which was sincerely surprised that such a cold-blooded and prudent girl was able to speak so emotionally and tough to speak, but he quickly reassured the excited warrior and firmly promised that he would personally take care of the insidious hidden enemies. The judicious master decided to entrust her with his best, most talented student, and the girl solemnly promised that the great master could completely trust her skill. At the same time, the valiant bodyguards of the princess finally grabbed the treacherous enemy, surrounding him from all sides. However, even in such a hopeless situation, in some supernatural way, he managed to break out of a steel capture. The confused personal guard of the princess did not understand at all how everything could reach this catastrophic situation. He painfully thought that after the triumphal entry into the elite imperial army, he had to eventually become the next great leader of the powerful clan. Therefore he simply categorically could not shamefully die in such an unworthy place and instinctively wanted to flee, saving his precious life. However, at this decisive moment, he unexpectedly overtook the majestic Manhwa. She restrainedly explained that she had an extremely urgent business to a confused warrior. Although she was sincerely embarrassed by the fact that until recently a brave fighter who behaved so self-confident and fearlessly, now cowardly hides like a frightened child. Perhaps a cowardly warrior did not even suit her important request. The insightful girl quickly guessed that she faces none other than the hidden member of the Yang clan, which was easy to determine by his special attitude to representatives of the August Empire. She persistently asked an experienced man to carefully glance at the damaged blood vessels of the dying princess. However, he irritatedly explained that for such a subtle procedure, an inhuman concentration and absolute calm would be needed. But the decisive girl severely warned that otherwise the noble princess would simply die suddenly. Moreover, there was already absolutely nothing to do here, the most mercenary personal guard of the princess. After all, their fighting side has already mobilized all the forces in order to take care of the treacherous attackers. However, the confused man sincerely did not understand why the powerful warriors from the very beginning did not enter the open battle with enemies, because then there would be no such destructive damage. But the wise lady reasonably noted that a cowardly man who has a cowardly settling in shelter should not critically judge them for strategic decisions. However, he, losing control, began to scream frantically, desperately proving that he had hurriedly tried to find a safe output through which they could be saved. But the harsh girl was absolutely uninterested in his miserable excuses and far-fetched reasons. She only coldly explained that they had no good reason to help him or even the princess herself, and they would not lose anything at all, even if they simply leaving them for sure death. Therefore, if he does not want them to mercilessly leave and quit them to die here, then he had to immediately follow her. Only then did the stubborn warrior with bitterness realize that he really could not do anything in this situation. However, he solemnly promised to brutally take revenge on them for such humiliating words when it ends. At this critical moment, the enemy scout suddenly realized that there should be at least 2 people who completely mastered the mysterious art of Kvagyon, and he completely did not understand why only one skilled fighter spoke out against him. However, the unperturbed Cancer Jung only laughed condescendingly, explaining that this was his innate kindness and cordiality in relation to a worthy enemy. After that, he even politely introduced himself according to all the rules of etiquette. And then the stunned enemy understood that the legendary ghostly sword was an integral part of the mysterious religion of the Moscow region. He himself introduced himself with dignity, like Ji Jung-sok from the powerful ice palace of the North Sea. However, this insightful man did not understand at all why the mysterious religion of Mo united with imperial people, but sarcastically warned that it was already too late to try to save the dying princess. However, enough Cancer Jung calmly explained that he doesn't care if the princess would survive or die tragically. This clearly struck a not man, because he sincerely believed that the illustrious ghostly sword arrived here exclusively with a noble mission. However, to his amazement, in fact, the only sincere goal of the unpredictable grace of Chan was an unforgettable, good battle with a worthy opponent. Therefore, he immediately rushed rapidly on the enemy, warning him that he certainly would not be able to conduct a successful attack before the vigilant master instantly notices this. After the first lightning attacks, a stunned enemy realized with horror that it would be incredibly difficult to fight with the legendary ghostly sword. He even reluctantly admitted that despite all his training, he could barely discern his explosive technique of lightning hands. Thanking the attentive opponent for the well-deserved compliment, Grand Cancer Jung offered to stop jokes and start fighting at full strength. His self-confident enemy was absolutely agreed to immediately demonstrate the entire arsenal of his deadly techniques to him. Then, widely spreading his arms to the sides, he immediately applied all the power of his destructive internal energy. Sharp, like ruthless razor blades, deadly fragments of ice immediately flew towards the unfinished master. It was the legendary technique, Capture by White Ice. Darkly Cancer Jung ironically praised the enemy for such a bizarre and poetic name of the attack. However, such a neglecting underestimation literally made a quick, tempered enemy crazy, who immediately fiercely intended to deprive the ghostly sword of his praised life. But this did not scare the fearless man at all, because he clearly understood that now he had the perfect chance to finally try his latest ability, which he had long dreamed of experiencing in a real battle. First, a tiny, barely noticeable hurricane appeared in his workshops, after which he began to grow rapidly and soon pulled absolutely all deadly ice fragments inside his funnel. No matter how desperately the enemy would not let them out, they all inexorably dragged on by a powerful stream of supernatural wind. And soon the most unlucky man began to inexorably tighten after his own creations. As a result, obviously, he was mercilessly cut by his own ice weapons. However, the inquisitive enough Cancer Jung has not yet fully satisfied his hot curiosity. In addition, he sincerely admitted that he had not even officially called this incredible technique that he had just successfully used. The master generously suggested that the dying enemy come up with a worthy name. The defeated enemy was finally convinced that the illustrious ghostly sword was simply incorrigible crazy. However, the eccentric enough Cancer Jung took this stinging remark for a magnificent creative idea and, with enthusiasm, decided to call his invincible technique to the crazy wind. When the eyes of a defeated man were forever closed, a triumphant ghostly sword with irony realized that in this unlucky man, there were much more hidden talents in inventing poetic names than in mastering military techniques. At this tragic moment, Manhwa had just led a confused bodyguard to a dying princess. However, she was surprised to notice that her sister looks clearly something very worried. The witch quickly realized what the true cause of her anxiety was, and slowly came closer to Muuha and the immovable princess. With horror, she saw a heartbreaking picture. The inconsolable Muuha sobbed bitterly and screamed frantically near the lifeless body of the princess. It became unbearably obvious that they were tragically late. There was simply no one to save. And a deeply shocked Muuha, being in indescribable despair, involuntarily recalled the long-standing tragic situation with Ma Ryan, and his naive children's hopes that such a terrible grief would never happen again in his long-suffering life. But in the end, to his endless regret, Nothing has changed at all. Previously, the young Muuha was sincerely sure that he could achieve absolutely everything with his outstanding innate drawing skills. However, at a critical moment, he was simply helpless in the face of an inexorable fate. Remembering the wise words of the ancient monk that life and death are not fundamentally different, he still categorically could not put up with this cruel philosophy. He deeply realized that he desperately did not want to accept such a ruthless truth of life, and categorically did not want the end of the people expensive for him to be so meaninglessly tragic.